expert report errata to the expert report that was served on January 15th. And Mr. Behar's deposition was not disclosed on her materials considered list until February 20th in the midst of trial. So there is no, just as this court precluded Dr. Chandler from discussing beauty filters because he didn't use the term beauty filters in his report, even though he used the term features, there is no argument that there is somehow a opinion that Ms. Worth has disclosed here regarding Behar or the beef study. And I would note this is not something that came up at trial. Mr. Behar and beef were in our complaint. We attached the beef study to the complaint. This was known to defendants. There is no disclosure whatsoever of an opinion regarding Arturo Behar or beef.
Your Honor, I don't believe that it's accurate that Mr. Behar's deposition was not added into the middle of trial. My recollection is that Ms. deposition in this matter, Mr. Ackerman took. Mr. Ackerman also questioned Ms. Worth about the beef study during her deposition. And what she said was, excuse me, Mr. Ackerman asked if she knew what he was referring to when he used the term beef study. And she explained that she was familiar with it, that she knew it was a survey of teens relaying what their personal experience had been. It was subjective. And when Mr. Ackerman asked, in forming your opinions for this case, did you consider the findings in that beef survey or beef study? And she said, I'm not sure they were really relevant to most of what I was asked to give an opinion on. Mr. Ackerman moved on. He didn't ask her any follow-up questions about whether she had any reaction to the beef study at all. And what has happened at trial is that Mr. Behar showed up and claimed that the beef study is somehow relevant to Meta's anti-CSAM program. What Ms. Worth will explain to the jury is that that is false, that this sort of study simply is not relevant to the work she does. It was on her materials considered list. She was questioned about it at the deposition. There's no undisclosed opinion.
The only notion is that I was somehow supposed to follow up after an expert says it's irrelevant to the work that I was supposed to do. And there, again, is nothing in her report that references Behar.
And let me ask you again. So I'm fully aware that experts, can listen to testimony, the testimony can evolve, they go through trials to an extent, but I do focus on what about the trial testimony would have caused that versus what's been known in the universe before. So, what is it, I guess, that you contend made an opinion about the appropriate if it was thought to be irrelevant at the time of that?
So, Your Honor, one of the things that Ms. Worth explains in her opinion is that companies should be doing studies, doing research, applying analytical methods, right? And so she disclosed an opinion on that topic. It's a core piece of her framework. And what's happened at trial is we've now had a witness testify that he believes this specific study is relevant to Ms. Worth's area. And so Ms. Worth needs to be able to respond to that testimony that she heard during trial and explain why, having reviewed that study before she reached her opinions in this case, she concluded it doesn't fit into her framework. That's not something that she needed to provide an opinion on at the outset because it wasn't relevant. And what's changed here is someone else has claimed that it is. And so her explanation is going to be, let me show you why this specific study is not actually relevant to my area of expertise.
So what I'm hearing is that Ms. Worth should not and cannot be providing criticisms of the beef study or its methodology or its findings, but merely saying it doesn't relate to a CSAM program.
So some of the reasons, Your Honor, though, that it doesn't relate to a CSAM program is because of the methodology.
Well,
the problem is the methodology and how the beef study was performed, that is the reason that it's not something that an expert like Ms. Worth would rely on in their work.
So I would say if there's a brief explanation as to the relevance or lack thereof, I would allow that. But an in-depth criticism of the methodology when that was all known, time of deposition, and at that point she was saying it's not relevant to what I was asked to do. I think explaining why it wasn't relevant based on Behar would be fair maybe. I think you're going in depth into this is what we should have done or this is my criticism of it, where it was not within her purview is kind of deposition. I think I'm clear.
That's understandable. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Your Honor. The third issue, Your Honor, deals with the document disclosure. And this is an issue that Your Honor has heard in terms of supplementing materials considered. The defendants disclosed 24 documents for use with Ms. Worth yesterday, in addition to the 6 or 8 or whatever that had already been used with other witnesses, and I'm going to set those aside. But of these 24 new documents, 75% of them, 18 of the 24, were disclosed within the last 5 weeks or not disclosed at all. 14 of the documents, best as we can tell, were first disclosed on Ms. Worth's January 29th supplemental materials considered list, so that is the eve of trial. 3 we do not find on any materials considered list. 1 is on a mid-trial February 20th materials considered supplement. And Your Honor, I understand that with respect to some of these arguments, it has been a kind of course of testimony decision that the court has made. But the court has excluded significant pieces of testimony based on late disclosure. By way of example, Professor McCoy disclosed broken promises on January 8th. The court concluded that was too late. Professor Narayanan was going to testify regarding a CBS News article that had an embedded video. The court excluded that because it was not on a timely disclosed materials considered list. Professor Lemke had a piece of Senate testimony that was PX 1941 that defendants also complained about as late disclosure. And that does not include documents that we have withdrawn because we haven't felt the argument, frankly, was the juice was worth the squeeze on those. But the problem we face here, Your Honor, is when 75% of the documents were not disclosed as materials she considered at the time of her deposition, it raises questions as to what it is she's testifying about. And they may be consistent generally with the broad opinions stated in her opinion, but the notion that all of a sudden we are preparing a brand new set of documents because they were disclosed on the eve of trial, and that's what she's going to be testifying about, not anything that's in the October 20th supplement or that was on the September 17 supplement, which had over 500 documents, is a bit surprising. And we wanted to raise that with the court because we do think that is unfair.
Your Honor, may I have something else?
I guess one other question. Yeah. Is this something you could conclude?
It's going to impact the expert's final preparation today, so I think we can do it quickly, Your Honor. Your Honor, what I've just handed you is a list of examples of late disclosed documents that the state showed the jury. And these aren't just documents that were disclosed on the eve of trial. There are numerous examples of documents that weren't on experts' materials considered lists at all, documents that were disclosed 5 or 6 days before the expert testified. And this shows that this is not a goose gander issue. This is the state saying there's one rule for us and there's another rule for Meta. And that cannot be counted. Ms. Worth's materials, she has continued to supplement her materials considered list with materials that are consistent with the opinions she originally reached. as we finished our final trial preparation and considered the exhibits that were going to be on the exhibit list. There's nothing wrong with that. The state has been doing it, and Meta has been doing it as well.
Your Honor, I would note, I'm just looking at the Chandler list, and this document is incorrect. The two documents they claim were not on the materials considered list were actually referenced in his original report. One of them was quoted. They were exhibits to the Chen deposition, and Dr. Chandler had on his materials considered list deposition of Robert Chen and exhibits. I would also note that I don't know whether defendants objected to these or not, but if they didn't object, then to parade this up now is it doesn't really prove anything. This is not. Let me finish, please. This is not an argument that we should have after the fact. If they had objections to these documents, they needed to raise them at the time. The final point I would make is that this is a scope issue. It is the fact that 75% of these documents are newly disclosed. For instance, Mr. Narayanan, Dr. Narayanan, they have 5 documents on here, but we heard yesterday that there was a disclosure of, 50. So this is a 10% issue, not a 75% issue that we're facing.
Your Honor, may I finish my comments since Mr. Ackerman interrupted me? With respect to Mr. Ackerman's claim that we didn't object during the state's presentation of evidence, that doesn't make sense. The entire premise of his argument is that this is a goose gander issue. And that means that we did object. We did object consistently, and those objections were overruled. And so we simply need to be applying the same standard to both sides. I will note, Your Honor, there was one document that we disclosed yesterday from Ms. Worth that was not on her MCL. That one we will not be using. Mr. Ackerman referenced 2 others. I'm frankly not sure what those are, but we can confer with the state about those to make sure everyone's on the same page. So again, Your Honor, it was as during the process of preparing for trial, finalizing our exhibit list and identifying what are the best examples to highlight. There were some areas where we said, this is a better example of something that Ms. Worth has already opined on. So it's not that there are going to be new opinions that are coming in through these exhibits. It's simply that we were selecting what's the best way to explain this. And it was in January, Your Honor, not in the middle of trial, which is what we've seen from the state.
It's January 29th, Your Honor, which I believe is the Friday before June 12th.
Are these materials that are going to be highlighted as heavily referenced in the testimony, or are they ones that are often case sort of sit on the list?
There's a mix, Your Honor. Some of them they may be highlighted, but in many instances we probably won't even need to show these.
What I want you all to do, because I think this has been a pretty common procedure in this case, which is confer further about that. And with that, I want to know, what is it that she actually is going to be testifying that they on that they not disclosed because they're because I think it has throughout been an issue I've got to consider. How big is the prejudice versus the recognition that things evolve and things change?
Thank you, Your Honor. And one final note, I just want to make clear, as Mr. Ackerman said at the outset, there are 6 documents that have been presented to the jury, shown to the jury by the state's experts or other witnesses that had not previously been on Ms. Worth's materials considered list. We understand that, as the court mentioned before, experts are able to adapt to the evidence that is actually coming in at trial.
Yes.
So,
Right.
can I raise one of those? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay, so that's fine. And then we're gonna get the jury.
Yes. One of those documents is broken promises. So, given the limitations on our witnesses discussing broken promises, I'm not sure how Ms. Worth would be able to discuss broken promises, but I don't know whether they're going to use that.
I mean,
Yeah.
if that's going to come in, then that might very well change other
So,
aspects of
Your Honor, broken promises was on Ms. Worth's materials considered list and was added back in October of last year. The state didn't ask her a single question about the report during the deposition. And she will be testifying.
All right. Well, and we'll see how that affects the way things go on from there and what exactly she's testifying about. But again, the same issue about recognizing how trials and the way they go changes certain dynamics is true on both fronts, right? So I understand that it's going to lead to some evolution of expert opinions and reliance materials. And at the same time, if I've made rulings limiting or excluding other witnesses, and then this witness is going to go in like none of that happened, that might alter how things go from there. Understood. All right, so confer on that, and we'll just finish up during the lunch hour on the materials that she's actually going to purchase. And you can start sitting on it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? We'll bring them up.
Nothing so much.
While I'm not doing the thunder insert behind the door yet, if at some point, if those dates for phase two, Rebecca and Lee, but if you are, if you are able to provide any feedback about that, that is provide feedback constantly and at the moment forward.
May 4th. Yes, and that, it is fine with the state, Your Honor.
I have to go through the chairman. Well, that key aside, we knowing that for this phase we're in the bench trial zone, I can probably push Star Wars Saga out of my neck just long enough to get that rolling. And I could do 4 to 11 18 for this. All right. I thought that was probably somewhat cool and unusual to raise that, we can take that now, but I know that I'm trying to think about what the next step is in the midst of what we're doing now. So just know that I'm recognize there's some insensitivity, but I don't want those weeks to fill up with other things.
Please be seated. Good morning. Were you all able to adhere to the court's instructions last night?
Yes.
All right, for the universal yeses, and I hope you had a good evening last night. With that, we back at it this morning. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness, the state will call by video deposition Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Zuckerberg. My name is Previn Warren. You were just sworn in. That means you're under oath. What do you understand that?
Well, what they said. No. Tell.
Okay. And is there you wouldn't be able to do that today?
No.
All right. You're the founder and CEO of Meta,
Yes.
and you have been for the last 21 years?
Yes.
All right. Let's start at the beginning. You attended Harvard College, correct?
Yes.
And you left early in order to get Facebook off the ground?
Yes, you could say that. I mean, I started Facebook when I was in school. So I left in order to scale it.
All right. And in those early years, you relied on the help and support of a number of people, right?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Zuckerberg, your own company's researchers have studied how your products exploit social validation feedback loops to drive use of your products. That's true, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with that characterization of what our research is. I mean, we research a number of things about how to make our products better and concerns that people have and how we can improve them. I wouldn't characterize it the way that you did, but we do a lot of research into a various set of topics.
All right. So I'm going to show you a document bearing the date stamp Meta 3047 MDL-072 011059909. This will be introduced as Exhibit 5. Okay. This is a paper titled How Contribution of Engagement on Facebook, correct?
That seems to be the title, yes.
All right. There's 4 authors identified,
Yes.
and 3 of them are identified as employees of Facebook.
Is that correct? I mean, I see 2 of them have fb.com email addresses.
Right. And you see the footnote 2.
I see. One of them works at both Cornell and Facebook somehow.
So this is a study conducted by your company's research examining the behavior of 2.4 million Facebook users after posting on Facebook. Yes?
That's what it seems to say it is.
Do you see the section titled Feedback, Expectations, and Site Activity?
Yes.
All right. This reads, quote, feedback is a key component of any social exchange. It is important both for motivating contributions in the first place and for evaluating social relationships over time. Over time, feedback expectations are formed about who will respond to what message, when, and how. Neuroscientists studying habit learning were able to identify the brain structures that are involved in learning from rewards and adjusting expectations for future behavior. For example, Meshi et al. In a recent study found activity in the nucleus accumbens, a brain structure that processes rewards in response to receiving feedback on Facebook. Let me stop there. Feedback on Facebook means likes, comment emojis, and other signals that users can leave in response to a post, right?
I don't know what they're referring to here, but inside the company, we often use that term to refer to those things, plus some other things like messages and other ways that people would interact.
So let's keep going. Your researchers go on to say, quote, outside the domain of Facebook, dopamine neurons were found to be active even in cases where only an indication of reward was present without an actual reward being given, demonstrating that mere expectations are enough to affect behavior. In a similar vein, contributors on Facebook are likely to learn to associate the act of posting with feedback, Thus, even when no knowledge of feedback exists, the learned association between posting and feedback will lead contributors to seek rewards by visiting the site more often. Did I read all of that correctly?
I think you, yes, I think you read this document correctly.
Okay, and in plain English, your researchers are saying that people who post on Facebook develop the expectation they'll get likes and comments, so they'll visit Facebook more often, right?
Let me read it again just to make sure that's exactly what they're saying, because that's not my understanding. Okay, I mean, I think your question is summarizing what they're saying here. I'm not sure if that's actually how it works in practice, but I agree that you're summarizing what they appear to be saying.
You agree my summary is a fair summary of what they're saying, right?
Yeah, of what they're saying in this document.
Okay, so in the context of Facebook, this would mean that if a poster receives a like or comment, they feel a social norm to return the favor, yes?
I think that's what it's saying. Again, I'm not sure that's actually how it works in practice, but I think that that's what the document is saying.
Sure, so let me narrow the question. Your researchers found that in fact, posters visit Facebook more because they anticipate receiving feedback like comments, emojis, and likes, right?
I mean, some of the excerpts that you've read so far speak to that effect. I'm not sure if that was a finding or if that was summarizing other research.
Okay, and the study we just looked at was a study of social validation feedback loops leading to more use of your products, correct?
Yeah, it seems to be about studying the effect of feedback on trend.
Yeah, and isn't it true that in separate studies, your own company's researchers have also agreed with Mr. Parker's characterization that this dynamic exploits a vulnerability in human psychology?
I mean, that's not how I'd characterize it, and I'm not sure I've seen documents that do that. Even this research, I don't really think is characterized anywhere near what Sean was saying. I think that there's a big difference between studying the impact of using something and the feedback you receive and characterizing that as exploiting, which seems, it just has an inherent kind of characterization as if you're going and trying to do something that's negative or not within someone's interest. Whereas in this case, I think that's a natural social interaction where, you know, what they're saying is just like, you know, on Facebook, just like off Facebook, or in physical interactions, when you interact with someone, the social feedback you receive is an important thing for you to understand kind of what to expect in other social interactions. So I don't know. I don't think, nothing from what we've read from this document so far, and again, I haven't really seen this before today, but nothing that we've gone through on this today suggests a characterization similar to what Sean was saying.
Mr. Zuckerberg, do you have a PhD in social psychology?
Object to the motion.
I do not.
Do you have a PhD in neurobiology?
No.
Have you followed the advice of your company's researchers and alerted people to the effect your products have on users' brains?
Yeah, I don't agree with the characterization of what you're saying. I mean, we do a lot of research to understand how our products work and how to make them better for people in the community. I don't know that any single finding, and none, I mean, also I haven't read this whole thing, so I mean, it's not clear that, you know, one or two paragraphs based on this is even kind of suggests what you're implying it suggests.
Did you alert people to the effect that your products have on their brains?
Well, I mean, I think we've published a lot of the research that we've had. I mean, we study a lot of these different things. I'm not sure what kind of format or use that we would communicate this in. And we publish a lot of the research that we do. We are open in terms of talking about how we're addressing certain issues of products. But again, I mean, I'm not even sure what this study is or the extent of whether the conclusions that she's drawing here are even accurate. So it's not clear whether there's something specific here to alert people about.
Mr. Zuckerberg, over the past 15 years, users of your products have repeatedly told your company and you personally that your products can be addictive. Isn't that the case?
There's been conversation about that, and it's a thing that I think we've tried to study to make sure that we understand, first of all, what people actually mean when they say that, and then how we can help make the experience on the product better for people. Our goal is not to build something that people use in ways that they don't want. We want to build something that's valuable for people to communicate and stay in touch with the people they care about. So we want to understand the concerns, and that's why we do a lot of the research in order to continuously improve the products, which I think we have over time.
My question was, over the past 15 years, users of your products have repeatedly told your company and you personally that they find the products to be addictive. That's true, isn't it?
I think people have raised a bunch of questions, and I think people sometimes use that word colloquially. I don't think that that's actually that's not what we're trying to do with the products, and it's not how I think they work, but I think that there's an underlying concern that they're expressing that I want to make sure that we can understand so we can improve the products and make them better for people in the ways that they want. So I'm happy to go into more detail on that, but
We're going to mark this exhibit 11. And if you look at the subject line of the email, it says weekly data team meeting, yes? And this was an internal Facebook meeting, yes?
that's what I would assume from looking at this. I mean, I wasn't included, or I wasn't part of this meeting.
Do you recognize at least some of the names in the
Yes.
two line? Okay. The meeting was held on September 18th, 2008.
Looks like it.
All right, please turn to the page ending in 979.
Okay.
Oh, okay, very good. What's the title of the slide?
The title of the slide, and again, I mean, I'm just reading something that someone else wrote here, is "Users are addicted to Facebook."
The slide appears to go on to provide quotes from Facebook users. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read the first quote from someone identified as Nestor?
He says, "I'm kind of addicted to check account. I usually check it 3, 4, 5 to 10 times per day. I find myself feeling an urge to check my account every hour at work to see what's going on or if someone has written me, accepted my friend request, etc. I hate the feeling of not knowing what's going on or missing out on something."
Thank you. And can you read the second quote from someone named Barry?
Sure. Same deal.
This is an email sent to you from someone named Tamika Edwards, correct?
Looks like it.
The date is February 3rd, 2019, correct?
Yes.
What's the subject line?
Please help.
The email begins, quote, "Hello, my name is Tamika. I joined Facebook a while ago, but I've deleted my account. I was too addicted to Facebook." Did I read that correctly?
Yes, I think you're reading it correctly.
Did you do anything in response to this email titled "Please Help"?
I don't believe I don't remember ever getting this email. So I don't remember doing anything because I don't remember getting this.
And this is an email sent to you directly from someone named Sawe Mayer, correct?
That seems to be who it's sent from, yes.
Okay, and it was sent on October 11th, 2019.
Yes.
And the subject line is, "I'm addicted to your app."
That is the subject line, yes.
And the email reads, "Dear Mark, I'm addicted to Instagram and I'm not sure how to stop scrolling. Why did you have to make this app so addicting? Why are your app developers constantly working on more ways to keep people tied to their screens? Can you please help me? Thanks." Did I read that correctly?
Yes, I think you read the email.
Mr. Zuckerberg, your employees refer to a phenomenon called problematic use, correct?
Yes.
What is problematic use?
My understanding of it is when people use our apps more than they would like to be using them. So this email is an example of something that I think we would characterize as problematic use.
Okay, and your researchers have acknowledged that problematic use is referred to externally sometimes as social media addiction, correct?
I'm not sure I've seen that.
Okay, and you didn't write that, but a Facebook employee did write that, correct?
I think a Facebook employee put together this document, but it sounded like from the intro that this was done with in partnerships externally too. So I'm not sure where this number came from. This is significantly higher than anything that I feel like I've seen previously.
Okay. In any event, Meta knew that problematic use is a real issue for a meaningful portion of its users, correct?
Yes, I mean, we study problematic use because a meaningful number of people tell us that they are using the app more than they would like to be, and we want to make sure that people can use our apps in only the ways that they want and that they're providing value in people's lives.
Meta's company researchers knew that some users of Facebook and Instagram may experience genuine problems because the product's habit forming. True or not true?
I'm not sure about the characterization of habit forming, but the part I agree with is that problematic use is a thing that a number of people expressed to us. They feel like they're using the product more than they'd like, and that's why we build tools to do that. Because our goal is to build products that help people connect and get entertained in the ways that they want.
Mr. Zuckerberg, you've appeared before congressional committees on a number of occasions, correct?
Yes.
And you've been asked by members of Congress about the topic of social media addiction, correct?
I think so.
In fact, you were asked whether your products were addictive during a hearing of the House of Representatives Energy and Commerce Subcommittee, correct?
I don't remember specifically, but I think this topic has come up at some of the congressional hearings I've testified at.
Okay. I'd like to play you a clip from that hearing, which will mark for identification as Exhibit 19.
In 1994, Democratic Congressman Henry Waxman chaired a hearing with the CEOs of our nation's largest tobacco companies. During his opening statement, he stated, and I quote, "Sadly, this deadly habit begins with our kids. In many cases, they become hooked quickly and develop a lifelong addiction that is nearly impossible to break." So, Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Dorsey, you profit from your companies hooking users to your platforms by capitalizing on their time. So yes or no, do you agree that you make money off of creating an addiction to your platforms, Mr. Zuckerberg?
Congressman, no, I don't agree with that.
Thank
what
you.
we do
Thank
is
you. That's what I needed, a yes or a no.
Mr. Zuckerberg, so we have a clear record. That's a video clip of you testifying before Congress, yes?
Yeah.
And of course, when you testified, you understood your obligation not to knowingly provide false information to Congress, yes?
Yes, of course.
Okay. And similarly, you understood your obligation not to knowingly conceal information from Congress?
Yes.
I'm going to play you another clip that will mark for identification as Exhibit 20.
Mr. Zuckerberg, do you believe your product can be addictive?
Senator, we certainly do not design the product in that way. We design the product to be as useful and meaningful as
That's not my
possible.
question. My question is that there seems to be an ample body of growing medical evidence that social media sites have an addictive nature to them.
Senator, I don't think the research has been conclusive, but it is an area that we're out and study. We certainly do not want our products to be addictive. We want people to use them because they're meaningful. And we take steps to make sure that this is the case. So, for example, we don't give the team that's running Newsfeed a goal around how much time people spend on our products, which goes counter to a lot of the memes and misinformation out there around how we operate. But my goal is to help people connect and find content and interactions that are going to be meaningful to them on our service. And our view is that if that's what we deliver over the long term and people find the services useful, then they'll use them more. But I don't think that companies should be optimizing to just encourage people to spend as much time as possible on them.
Mr. Zuckerberg, so we have a clear record that was you answering questions at a hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee?
Yes.
And that was in 2020?
I don't know the date.
Mr. Zuckerberg, at any point during your testimony before Congress, disclose that your researchers had observed that several Instagram and Facebook product features are designed to exploit insecurity?
I don't think so.
At any point during your testimony before Congress, did you disclose that your researchers had observed that several Instagram and Facebook product features are designed to provide a dopamine rush in order to increase time spent?
I don't think so. I mean, I think that you're talking about specific studies that I don't think kind of convey the consensus view of how we felt or what the what all the studies that we'd done had suggested. So I don't know if that came up specifically or if it would have been appropriate to say.
At any point during your testimony before Congress, did you disclose that several product features of Instagram and Facebook could lead to a loss of control over time spent?
Again, I mean, I think you're referencing one specific study that we talked about before that I don't think really conveys what our view of issues were after studying them holistically, and I'm not sure exactly what came up at those hearings.
If you wanted to alert kids and parents that they may experience problematic use of Facebook and Instagram, you had the resources to do that, yes?
I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I think problematic use is one of the topics that we study and talked about publicly, and I think we probably published research on it. So I think that we were and have been engaged in both the kind of conveying what we know and using that to inform our product roadmap to build tools to help people solve their issues.
Have you ever told Congress that your researchers are aware of a phenomenon called problematic use?
I'm not sure if that came up, but I mean, they asked me if I think that the products are addictive, and I answered honestly.
And you're aware that at least some of your researchers have equated problematic use to social media addiction, correct?
I mean, there are documents that you've shown that have some researchers talking about that, but that's not my understanding of what the kind of overall view of the research shows, or even, I wouldn't even want to what those researchers believe today. I mean, these are documents that were all written in the past, and there's been more scientific study on all of these topics. So it's very difficult for me to characterize things that other people wrote without looking at like the entirety of the study that has been done.
Well, you did characterize the company's position on this issue when you testified that you didn't believe the products are addictive, right?
Yes, that is my belief.
Mr. Zuckerberg, I'm playing you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 21.
The way we design our algorithms is to encourage meaningful social interactions. So the common misconception that our teams are goaled or have goals of trying to increase the amount of time that people spend. The newsfeed team at Facebook and the Instagram team.
Thank you. Mr. Zuckerberg, I do have a couple more questions. So do you agree that your business model and the design of your products is to get as many people on the platform as possible and to keep them there for as long as possible? If you could answer yes or no, that'd be great.
Congresswoman, from a mission perspective, we want everyone, but our goal is not, I don't give our newsfeed team, our Instagram team goals around increasing the amount of time that people spend. I believe that if we build a useful product.
All right, so 3 times before Congress, you've testified under oath that you don't give your teams goals of increasing the amount of time people spend on your platforms, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but isn't it the truth that your company has expressly set goals, not just for how much time people spend on your platform, but how much time teenagers spend on your platforms?
I mean, maybe in the past before we changed that, but for several years at this point, our practice is not to give teams goals to specifically optimize for increased time spent. Though I think that my answer when I was answering the senator's questions here characterizes my views on this pretty clearly. But I think there's a very big difference between building something that is useful and therefore people want to use it more because it's useful versus giving a team a goal to try to increase the amount of time that people spend. So if we build something that's useful and therefore people want to use it more, I don't think that's bad. That's good, right? You build something that's more useful in people's lives. But that's pretty different from saying that we're going to give people, the teams a goal specifically to like make it so that people are spending more time on the products.
We'll mark this one as Exhibit 22. And I'll represent to you that this was produced to us by Meta's lawyers and it came from your company's files. Any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. This is an email chain between you and several other Meta employees from 2014, yes?
It looks like it, yes.
Susan Lee is the current chief financial officer.
Yes.
Okay. The email is entitled Q1 Goals Update, correct?
Yes.
If you flip to the next page, do you see the heading titled Engagement?
Yes.
And right underneath it, it says, quote, time spent grow by 5% for H1 across all interfaces, including Instagram and Messenger. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, I mean, the formatting is a little complicated, but I think that's right. I mean, look, I think where you're going with this is asking why I think my testimony was true if we previously had goals. And like I said, we used to have goals. We changed that practice at some point a few years before I made that testimony in Congress. And my testimony was true and had been for years, and that continues to be true. This is what we do, and it's different from what people think that we do.
And your response to the group, which included Ms. Lee, but also Chris Cox and others, was to say at the beginning, quote, the most concerning of these is time spent. Did I read that correctly?
It looks like it. Give me a chance to read what I wrote here. Okay.
This is a copy of an email you sent to Susan Lee and David Weiner, correct?
It looks like it, yes.
And the subject of this email is H116 company goals, feedback required, yes?
Yes.
And H116 would be referring to the first half of 2016, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And in this email, you set out some company goals for the next 3 years. That's why it says 3-year arc, correct?
I guess so. I mean, I don't really remember that specifically, but that I think is what it looks like.
Okay. And the first goal is 25 billion in revenue, yes?
It looks like it.
And the second goal is time spent increases by 12%, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Zuckerberg, this is an email from Ethan Stock to you and several others, correct?
Yes, it looks like it.
Mr. Stock is sending you materials for a discussion the following day about teen strategy and goals, correct?
It looks like it.
Okay, he says in the third paragraph, quote, we focused this conversation on the key 2017 bets that we believe are most likely to set us up for success with teens and kids, yes?
That's what it says.
Mr. Zuckerberg, the title of this deck, 2017 Teens Strategic Focus, yes?
It looks like it.
What's the title of this slide?
2017 top line goal.
And what's the strategic goal identified?
It says time spent share.
What's the operational metric identified for this goal?
I mean, I'm just reading what it says here, but it says aggregate total time spent.
And there's an example of that underneath, right? 15 billion minutes per day across the Facebook family.
Yes.
Mr. Zuckerberg, as part of Meta's strategic focus on teens, it's set specific quantitative goals for how much time teenagers spend on its platforms, correct?
I mean, in this document, and I think how we discussed this in 2017 and before, yes, I think we focused on time spent as one of the main engagement goals. And I think after sometime during 2017 and beyond for, I mean, at this point, most of the last 10 years, we've primarily focused on other metrics and have retired giving teams goals based on time spent.
We'll mark this for identification as Exhibit 26. This is an email to you from 2017 attaching a number of pre-reads ahead of meetings the following day, correct?
It looks like it.
All right. This is called H2 2017.
Yes, it looks like it.
Just so we have a clean record, it says H2 2017 Instagram strategy, and then it says goals, correct?
Yes, that looks like the first section.
Okay. And row 4 says U.S. teen DAP accounts. Do you see that?
Yes.
And DAP means daily active people. Yes?
Yes.
So that's a measure of how many people are on the platform in any given day?
Yes.
Okay. And the goal set is 12.1 million U.S. teen daily active people accounts, correct?
It looks like it.
Okay. And row 10 says time spent. Yes?
Yes.
And the goal set is 28 minutes.
Yes.
All right, please flip to the page ending 2310. Do you see the heading titled Grow Time Spent Through Interests?
I do.
And the first line under the table says, we have increased time spent by plus 16% in the last year through feed ranking and other wins. Do you see that?
Do. Goals are kind of what you team where you're saying you need to hit this and your performance is based on achieving this thing. This is more of like a checkpoint based on metrics that you can sort of like look at and compare to other companies. Like we don't know the internal stats of other companies, but you can do studies on things like how many units are shipped of hardware or overall time spent. But it's an important distinction because we're not giving the teams a goal to say, hey, we just want you to increase time spent. We want people to make the apps more useful for people to connect and entertain. And we think that if that happens, then if we can make our experiences more useful, then people will use them more and we will be able to measure that. But it is a important distinction between what the actual goal that you give the team is and what you think might be the outcome of the strategy that you give the team in terms of what the impact is on how you measure the market later.
Your company's milestones are how you measure progress on your company's priorities, yes?
In some ways, over time, I view it as more of a checkpoint for how we can look at these things and say, all right, are things like generally on track or not? Or do we want to adjust some priorities or strategy in some areas? But it's important that they're a checkpoint rather than the specific thing that we're asking the team to try to achieve.
Mr. Zuckerberg, if users spend more time on their Instagram or Facebook feed, then generally speaking, we'll see more ads. Yes?
Generally speaking, yes.
And you don't deny that the more ads get seen, the more ad revenue Meta earns, yes?
There are other things that go into, our revenue is mostly based on whether people engage with the ads, not how many ads are seen. But in general, the more ads that people see, the more opportunities we have to show people relevant ads.
Which means the more advertising revenue you have a chance to earn, yes?
Yeah, in general, from the business perspective, I think that that's roughly correct.
Let's turn back to an exhibit we looked at earlier, and this is exhibit 14. And we're going to go to the page ending in 203.
203?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. And the heading again is all problematic users were experiencing multiple life impacts, correct?
That's what it says, but I'll note just for the record that, I haven't read this whole document, but even just on the first, it says this study was conducted by interviewing 24 people. So this I think is probably the type of thing that we did to try to get some signal on issues that we're having so we could improve our products and make them better for people. But I don't think that this is at all like a kind of conclusive on like across the whole community of people using our product.
Okay. I'm sure document that I'll mark for identification is exhibit 30. It's a draft of a presentation called Team Fundamentals, right?
It looks like it.
And the author is Shaylee Jimenez from the Instagram Growth User Experience Research Team.
That looks right.
And the date is May 2020.
Yes.
Okay, the speaker notes here indicate that the presentation incorporates adolescent development concepts, neuroscience, as well as nearly 80 studies of our own product research. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, can you please turn to the page ending in 452? The speaker notes at the bottom say, quote, the teenage brain is usually about 80% mature. The remaining 20% rests in the frontal cortex, correct?
That's what it says.
Ms. Jimenez states here, quote, lastly, a huge driver for teen behavior is the prospect of reward. This is what makes them predisposed to impulse, peer pressure, and potentially harmful, risky behavior like drugs, stunts, and pranks, starting with impulse. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
You don't have any basis to disagree with Ms. Jimenez about these propositions either, do you?
No, not really.
Okay, can you turn to the next page, please? Ms. Jimenez states here, quote, teen brains are much more sensitive to dopamine. One of the reasons that the risk of drug addiction is higher for adolescents and keeps them scrolling and scrolling. And due to the immature brain, they have a much harder time stopping even though they want to. Our own research has shown teens are unhappy with the amount of time they spend on our app. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, I mean, once you corrected that
Once I figured out how to not stumble over my own words, I read it correctly. Mr. Zuckerberg, have you ever alerted people to the fact that teenagers find it hard to stop scrolling on Instagram because their brains are sensitive to dopamine?
I'm not aware of that. We've talked about this a few times today in terms of some of the research we've done on things like problematic use, which I think touches on the theme that you're talking about. And I'll add that we do communicate about these issues publicly because they're kind of publicly important issues and we want to engage in the debate. But I'm not sure that there's a need for us to communicate about every single thing that we're trying to improve in our products or understand.
In this document, authored by an Instagram researcher, she writes, quote, our own research has shown teens are unhappy with the amount of time they spend on our app. Have you alerted the public to that fact?
I feel like I've answered this a few times. I'm not sure if we've alerted people to that specific thing. I'm not sure the characterization or the word alert is responsive. I mean, we could potentially communicate about things that we've found, but I'm not actually sure that her characterization here is going to be accurate either. I mean, sort of the implication is that teens broadly are unhappy with the amount of time spent, and I'm not sure that the research shows that. I think that it suggests that some individuals have an issue, and we've worked to try to improve that. But I certainly, we're not going to be trying to disclose something broadly that is not accurate or that doesn't reflect something that we think that that is not an accurate characterization.
Do you think the statement that your researcher wrote in this presentation, stating that your own company's research has shown teens are unhappy with the amount of time they spend on your app, is wrong?
I think it should be more specific. I mean, I think that as written, saying teens are unhappy sort of has an implication that it is, could be interpreted that it's many teens, whereas I think that what we've found is that some teens have an issue where they report this kind of problematic use, and that's a thing that we've given and built a bunch of tools to try to address and resolve, because we don't want people to have issues with how they use our service. But yeah, I think we're not going to try to communicate about something that we think is vague or inaccurate.
At various points in time, Mr. Zuckerberg, Meta's offered certain opt-in settings to help users control their experiences on Instagram and Facebook, yes?
Yes.
In order for someone to opt into one of those features, they'd have to affirmatively turn -046-00446151. We'll introduce this as Exhibit 32. Can you turn to the last page, please? This is an email sent by you on March 18, 2009, yeah?
It looks like it, yes.
You say here, quote, stats show us that most people just use whatever the default setting or filter is. That leads me to believe that the best thing we can do is improve the default experience.
Yes.
Those were your words, yes?
Yes, I mean, this is talking about a specific product that is being developed in this context, but I think in a lot of contexts that sentiment is accurate, although not all, and there's nuance in all of this, but broadly, yes.
Mr. Zuckerberg, Meta has repeatedly denied that increased use of Facebook and Instagram by teens has any correlation with increased harms to their mental health, correct?
I'm not sure what you're referring to there.
Okay, so let me show you another exhibit. We'll mark this for identification as Exhibit 33. So Meta was asked the following question, numbered question 109. Is Facebook able to determine whether increased use of its platform among teenage girls has any correlation with increased signs of anxiety within this demographic through the information collected from its suicide detection algorithm or other technology? Did I read the question correctly?
Yes, I think you did.
And how did your company respond?
It looks like we said no.
Okay, so let me direct your attention back to Exhibit 6, which is one of the documents we looked at earlier in the day. Okay, this is the internal document called Youth Empathy Framing that we looked at earlier, yeah?
Yes.
Can you flip to the second page, please? Do you see the heading titled Known Negative Effects of FB and or social media in general on teens?
Yes.
The last bullet says, quote, increase in anxiety. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read that correctly. Okay.
We're going to look at question 110, which is the next question. And that reads, quote, is Facebook able to determine whether increased use of its platform among teenage girls has any correlation with increased signs of self-harm within this demographic through the information collected from its suicide detection algorithm or other technology? Did I read the question correctly?
I believe so.
What was your company's answer?
It looks like the answer is no.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention now to another exhibit that I'll be marking as Exhibit 34. What's the date of the document?
January 20th, 2016.
So that would have been years before Meta's representation to Congress that we just looked at?
Yes.
Jennifer Guadagno was a user experience researcher at Meta for over a decade, correct?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with her.
Okay, so I'm going to show you another document that we'll mark for identification as Exhibit 35. And I'll represent to you that this is a printout of the publicly available version of Jennifer Guadagno's LinkedIn profile. Any reason to dispute that's what this is?
No.
Okay. And if you look at her experience, it indicates that she worked at Meta for 11 years. Do you see that?
Yes.
Her most recent in time role when she was at the company was as Director of User Experience Research for Social Impact, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you flip to the next page, do you see her education section?
Yes.
And it indicates that she has both a master's and a PhD in psychology from Duke University, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to the document authored by Dr. Guadagno. And again, that's Exhibit 34. Mr. Zuckerberg, isn't it true that Meta has found that the impact of its platforms on people's well-being is net negative?
There have been a number of different studies on this, but my understanding is that the general consensus view is not that.
I'm going to show you another exhibit that I'll mark for identification as Exhibit 38. And that indicates this document was authored by Dr. Guadagno, correct?
That seems to be correct.
And it was created on August 13, 2019?
Yes.
Okay, summary. So can you read the first, I'm sorry, I will read to you the first numbered item of this summary section, and then I'll ask if I read it correctly. Dr. Guadagno writes, quote, despite all the positive effects that Facebook provides, e.g. meaningful interactions, belonging, social support, there is increasing scientific evidence, particularly in the US, see here and here, that the average net effect of Facebook on people's well-being is slightly negative. The science here is still early, primarily US-based and relying on self-report. We have a lot more we need to learn. Did I read that correctly?
I think so.
And if you look under the second bullet in this section, Dr. Guadagno says this, quote, while we don't know why Facebook causes this negative effect, we have deep understanding around 3 negative drivers that occur frequently on Facebook and impact people's well-being. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you're reading this document correctly.
She indicates that the prevalence of mild problematic use is 55%. In other words, a majority of users, correct?
That's what she says. I mean, again, I'm just agreeing with that you're reading the words in this document correctly. I'm not characterizing the document or whether I agree with it. I mean, she also says that this, that all these findings are early and this is several years ago. So I would imagine that there's much more advanced studies on this at this point, but I'm just answering your questions about this document.
Dr. Guadagno further indicates that for 3.1% of users, problematic use is severe, correct?
That's what she says in this document.
Next, Dr. Guadagno indicates that the prevalence of mild social comparison on Facebook is 40%, yes?
Again, you are correctly reading this document from 2019.
But for 5% of users, social comparison is severe, right?
That's what the document says.
And finally, she indicates that the prevalence of mild loneliness is 36%, but for 7%, that's severe, correct?
Same thing. I think you are reading this document correctly.
All right, can you flip to the 4th page of the document? Do you see a figure about halfway down the page?
Vision.
I'm sorry?
This thing that says vision, or in the vision section.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the figure identifies a continuum from negative well-being on the left to positive well-being on the right, yes?
Yes.
And it arranges different forms of communication along that continuum. On the far right, the best for positive well-being, there are in-person interactions. Do you see that?
I see the image, yes.
And on the far left, the worst for negative well-being, there's social media, including Facebook and Instagram. Do you see that?
Yes, along with others, and it's, yes, I see the image, and I don't necessarily agree with the characterization of it, but I see what you're referring to.
Okay, and then beneath that figure, Dr. Guadagno says, we recommend pursuing an end state where Facebook is net positive to well-being, path B and C. But we believe this is going to be really hard. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Zuckerberg, isn't it true that you were personally informed of these findings?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, let's take a look at another document. This will be a document beginning with the date stamp Meta 3047 MDL-020-00230-760. And it will be marked for identification as Exhibit 39. Mr. Zuckerberg, do you see the email sent to you from David Ginsburg on April 8th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay, and David Ginsburg is an executive at Meta?
Yes.
Okay, and you received this email via one of your company email addresses, correct?
Yes, it looks like it was sent to my main work address at the time.
Okay. The subject is, quote, background on well-being contingency HC ask. Yes?
Yes.
All right. And then if you move to the start of the next paragraph, he writes, quote, current research, internal and external, tells us that despite all the positive effects Facebook provides, e.g. meaningful interactions, belonging, social support, there's increasing scientific evidence, particularly in the US, see here and here, that the average net effect of Facebook on people's well-being is slightly negative. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you're Yes, reading from this email, you're reading correctly.
Okay, and at the bottom of this page, Mr. Ginsburg writes to you to say, quote, "We also have deep understanding around 3 negative drivers that occur frequently on Facebook and impacts people's well-being." Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then he lists the same statistics we just looked at in Dr. Guadagno's paper concerning problematic use, social comparison, and loneliness, correct?
Yes.
Does he say we have a very early understanding, or does he say we have a very deep understanding?
He says the science here is still very early. The thing that I was talking about before was the kind of overall combination of the effects and the assertion on overall well-being. But I think that you can take that separately than the understanding of individual issues. I mean, I think almost any product or anything that people have is going to have some value and some issues that you want to work to improve. And in terms of running the company, we want to make sure that we make the things that people don't enjoy or don't find valuable about our product, that we make those as good as possible. So yes, I think what he's saying is that we have more of an understanding around those 3 areas. I think we had studied those more at that point. But I think that that's different from the overall point around the effect on overall well-being.
Mr. Zuckerberg, 3.1% of billions of users is a lot of people. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, 3% of billions of people is a lot of people.
As a parent yourself, do you think you have a right to know if a product your kid is using is addictive?
I think that there's a lot to sort of unpack in that. I know there's a lot that's just hard to exactly know. So as a parent, I definitely care about the impact of anything that my kids use. And because of that, myself or my wife are probably going to look into whether the products that we give our children are good to use. And we also don't just give it to them. We also kind of oversee how they're used. I mean, our kids are younger, et cetera.
If you were shopping for a bike for your kid and that bike had brakes that failed 3% of the time, would you want to know that?
I mean, I would probably want to know that as a parent, but I mean, I think the general way that I'd study this, or just how I went about picking which bikes to get for my kids, are, doing some research online to understand of, is this thing under the age of 13, they're not allowed on our services. So, I mean, I'm sort of answering hypothetical questions about how I parent in general, but I mean, none of this really directly applies to our products.
I'm going to hand you what will mark Exhibit 40. You see this presentation is titled Social Comparison Exploratory Research.
Yes.
You see the names Wendy Gross and Shruti Buttada listed as the authors there.
Yes.
And they were Meta employees at the time they prepared this presentation, right?
I'm not familiar with them specifically, but I would assume they were.
As a general matter, Meta makes best efforts to hire the best researchers and scientists it can, right?
Yes, we try to hire the best people in every field.
The aim is to retain folks who can come in and perform high quality work product, right?
Yes.
Let's look at the methodology section, which has at the bottom of it the Bates number 1733. Let me know when you're there.
Okay.
And we see that in preparing this report, Meta's researchers conducted focus groups, online diary studies, and in-depth interviews with Instagram users, right?
In-person qualitative is what you're referring to as focus groups. Oh, I see. It says tasks.
You see, let me just ask again to make sure we've got a clear record. We see that in preparing this report, Meta's researchers conducted focus groups, online diary studies, and in-depth interviews with Instagram users, right?
Yes.
And the second bullet reads, social comparison journeys mimic the grief cycle. Pre-existing moods are a precursor to a downward emotional spiral encompassing a range of emotions from jealousy to self-proclaimed dysmorphia. You see that?
Yes, I see what you're reading in the document.
Okay, and the fourth bullet, Drs. Gross and Butada write, social comparison is worse on Instagram. See that?
Yes, it's a bullet point in this document.
Do you see where it says on the top of this page, why frequent social comparison is a key driver of subjective well-being, and teens say IG makes this problem worse?
I see what you're referring to. I'm just reading the document.
What's the headline of this slide?
Okay, I'm reading the document again. The document says that comparisons on Instagram can change how young women view and describe themselves.
And that's what your researchers wrote in this slide, right?
That's what this document says.
Okay. And in the left-hand column, Meta's researchers labeled that column the me in real life. And in that column, it has words like unique, colorful, raised up, high esteem, confident, centered. Right?
Yes, those are the words on the page.
And then in the right-hand column, Meta's researchers labeled that column the me on Instagram. And below that, we see the following words: one-dimensional, boxed in, not in control, dark, low, alone, pulled down, low esteem, chained to thoughts, rabbit hole, anxious, overthinking. You see that?
Yeah, I mean, I see those words. It sounds pretty dark. I'm not actually sure what this is referring to.
It's not a good finding.
I'm not actually sure what finding this is referring to at all.
Let's go to the section titled The Role of Social Media. Well, sorry, on your last point, you said you're not sure what this finding is referring to at all. Let me just ask you, did you ever discuss these findings with the two women who prepared this research?
No, I don't think so.
And then below that is a chart that Meta's researchers prepared with sort of a scale of body and image comparison, with no body image comparison on the left and then high body image comparison on the right. Do you see that?
Yes, I see the chart.
And of all your competitors, Meta's researchers found that Instagram was highest in terms of body and image comparison, right?
That seems to be what this image says. I'm not sure what the underlying study was behind it.
And then there's a schematic here with a large circle in the middle and then 3 circles around it connected to the center circle. You see that?
Yes.
And here you document title, which is going to be Exhibit 41. That email reads, Mark, let's give Gina a second to catch up. That reads, Mark, next Thursday, we are meeting to decide whether we should continue, modify, or lift the temporary ban on cosmetic surgery AR effects that we instituted in October 2019 in response to expert and press concerns about potential negative well-being impacts, especially on minors. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the pre-read. That'll be the next exhibit, which is going to be Exhibit 42. I'm going to start by directing you to the second sentence under meeting goal. That sentence reads, cosmetic surgery effects as referenced in this doc are augmented reality / camera effects that change people's facial structure in a way that must be achieved by plastic surgery, such as enlarging eyes or lips, changing the position of eyes, or changing the shape of nose or chin, and cannot be achieved by ordinary makeup techniques. And it goes on. But did I read that portion of this sentence correctly?
Yes, I think so.
The team presents you with 3 options for what to do regarding these effects. Continue the temporary ban, can lift the ban but remove these effects from IG recommendation services, or you could lift the ban, right?
Yes.
And you selected the second option, which is to allow plastic surgery filters on Instagram, but without affirmatively recommending them to users. True?
I think that's right, but I need to read through, I think, this other document in order to refresh my recollection on that.
It says, I'm supportive of moving forward with option 2. You see that?
I do. I'm reading it.
You selected the second option presented in this memorandum. True?
I think that's where we eventually landed.
Okay. And just to make sure we're really clear, that means you permitted boys and girls as young as 13 to access selfie filters on Instagram that showed them what their face would look like if they had plastic surgery, right? That's
my understanding from reading this now, I mean, this has been several years ago at this point, is that we didn't recommend or show those things to people, but when there were a number of different filters that are, primarily just kind of different things that you can play around with to express yourself in different ways. If these ones that are characterized as changing the shape of your face, I did not think that we needed to ban those.
Okay. And here in the memorandum, the option you selected is noted as having a notable well-being risk, since RECs are a marginal source of virality. Did I read those words correctly?
Where are you seeing this?
Option 2, the cons, the first con, still notable well-being risk, since RECs are more marginal source of virality. Did I read those words correctly?
I see what you're saying.
You see the sentence starting with, to augmented this review of research?
Yes.
It says, we consulted 21 independent experts around the world. Here's a summary of our findings. You see that?
Yes.
Those findings are, these extreme cosmetic surgery effects can have severe impacts on both the individual using the effects and those viewing the images. Children are particularly vulnerable. However, many others are vulnerable as well. Those with history of mental health challenges, eating disorders, etc. Generally, stakeholders support making a distinction between effects achieved via makeup versus those that can only be achieved via cosmetic surgery, though no line will be perfect. You see that?
I see what you're talking about here, and I don't necessarily agree with the characterization.
And Meta didn't tell the public about these findings, correct?
I'm not sure that this is a finding. I think that this is asking 21 people who kind of have studied this for their view on this. But, I mean, there are different equities at play, including allowing people to express themselves in the way that they want. And if you look at the record around the emails and discussion, for me, I care a lot about not cracking down on the ways that people can express themselves. And there's always been a lot of pressure to do that and censor our services in different ways. And I think that there needs to be very clear evidence of something in order to say that people can't express themselves in a certain way that they want to. And I know that people tried to lay out, including, okay, we talked to 21 experts and here's an opinion that they had. But I just remember when I was going through this, I didn't find any of the anecdotal examples that people used to be convincing that it was actually clear evidence that this was going to be harmful in any way.
Do you know who Margaret Gold Stewart is?
Yes.
Who is Margaret Gold Stewart?
She was someone who worked at Meta for a number of years. I think she worked on design and then user research.
Do you know if she worked on someone called something called the Responsible Innovation Team?
I'm not sure if that was the name of it, but I have no reason to think it wasn't. I think she did work on that general domain of work for, I think, at least the last few years of her tenure at the company.
The domain of responsible innovation?
Yeah. Okay. Social good work.
Okay. She emailed you to register her disagreement with your decision on this issue, right?
I think that's the email that's in this document that you just showed me. Okay.
She writes, I respect your call on this and I'll support it, but I just want to say for the record that I don't think it's the right call given the risks. As a parent of 2 teenage girls, one of whom has been hospitalized twice for body dysmorphia, I can tell you the pressure on them and their peers coming through social media is intense with respect to body image. I recognize that my family situation makes me somewhat biased, but it also gives me firsthand knowledge that most of the people looking at this issue don't have. There won't be hard data to prove causal harm for many years, if ever. But I was hoping we could maintain a moderately protective stance here, given the risk to minors. You see that?
Yeah, I saw her email.
And do you recall whether you ever discussed this issue with Ms. Gold Stewart?
I think she was in some of the meetings that we had about it. I don't remember that specifically, but I think she's on all the emails, and I think she was working on the topic.
Do you recall if we ever discussed this email? So you never made time to respond to this email from Ms. Stewart registering her disagreement and describing the personal hardship that she had faced.
I mean, I agree that the question sort of mischaracterizes this. It's like, my understanding was she was in the meetings and we had an opportunity to discuss it then. I think that there was a bunch of debate, as I think you can see from the email or document record on this. Different people on the team were in all different places on what they thought we should do. So I think we discussed this for a while. It's not abnormal for people to disagree with where things come out or to express that to me. And at this point, I felt like we'd had that discussion and we'd made the decision.
And specifically on this issue of social comparison and pressure to be perfect, are you able to identify with specificity any research or product changes with the benefit of hindsight you wish the company would have implemented sooner to prevent experiences like the ones we just read about?
Yeah, I mean, I can give an example of something where sort of the research has evolved over time. I think in a certain number of areas around, eating disorders, which we've talked about, I think some areas of self-harm, the research initially sort of equivocated on whether it was useful to give people an outlet to express the difficult situation that they were going through. So initially, we basically prevented people, especially teens and younger folks, from seeing content that glorified these type of issues for sure. But we did permit people to kind of talk about their journey and still showed that content to a lot of people. I think the research over time evolved and the consensus on that to people, to basically the consensus being that even kind of teens seeing people struggle with those kind of issues might not be positive as an experience. So we changed our policies and the way that the services work to try to hide and not show that content once that kind of research consensus evolved. So do I wish in retrospect that we got to the understanding that we have now sooner? Yes, but the point all along was to do the research to basically be able to understand what the kind of whole picture of these issues was and to use that to inform how our products work to try to make it as good as possible.
Okay, I'd like to turn to document R. And this will be exhibit 65, and it's beat stamped Meta 3047 MDL 15500000602. And I'll just note that we're going to be concentrating on the bottom half of the second page. But I'll just ask as a preliminary matter, this is a work chat between you and Peter Dang from August 31st, 2012, right?
It looks like it. Let me read it a bit.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, taking a look again at page 2 in the middle, there's a chat from Peter Dang that starts, "I'm worried." Do you see that? About halfway down.
Yes.
Okay, he says, "I'm worried we're losing the younger demographic to competitors with sticker packs. If that happens, I'm worried that they'll grow up and stick with the competitor's network instead of switching to ours." Did I read that correctly?
I think so, yes.
And then down further on the bottom of the page, Mr. Dang says, "Of course, Project Kid is the real solution." Did I read that right?
I think so, yes.
And then you respond, "You think that's a big deal? I was under the assumption that lots of kids just lied today." Did I read that correctly?
I think so. And that's sort of in line with what we just talked about a few minutes ago.
Right, just to be clear, you meant lied about their age, right?
I assume so.
So
Seems like a good time for a break, Your Honor.
Okay, how much longer is there to? 15 minutes. Just about an hour, Your Honor. An hour to go on this? Total. Okay.
Yeah.
Then that sounds like a good time for a break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a morning break and we'll call you back in shortly. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. All right, you had a good break, and counsel, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we'll mark this as Exhibit 68, and it's beat stamped Meta 3047 in DL 050-00272-517. This is an email from Andrea Besman to you on June 3rd, 2019, right?
Yes.
And the subject is June H1, H2 reviews Thursday pre-reads, right?
I think that's right.
Ms. Besman attaches those pre-reads, including one called 8H2 2019 Central Products Growth, correct?
Yes.
This is marked as Exhibit 69, and it's H2. And I'll represent that this is the attachment to the email that we were just looking at. Do you have any reason to doubt that?
No.
This chart is titled IGMAU Penetration by Year of Birth and Age, correct?
Yes.
And the x-axis shows user age, right?
It seems to, yes.
And the y-axis shows MAP penetration, correct?
Yes.
That means the percentage of the US population who are monthly average users of Instagram, right?
I think that seems right.
And then there are different colored lines for users with different birth years, right?
I think that's right.
Okay, I want to focus on the birth years 2002, 2003, and 2004. Do you see those?
I do.
Okay, the graph provides that approximately 20% of 11-year-olds born in 2002, 2003, and 2004 were monthly Instagram users, right?
I agree that the graph says that. I am not familiar with what methodology we were using to estimate this.
Okay, and the graph also shows that for 12-year-olds, somewhere around 30 to 40% of 12-year-olds born in 2002, 2003, and 2004 were monthly Instagram users, right?
I mean, I agree that the graph suggests that, although, again, I don't know how we would estimate that. And I assume that if we had direct knowledge that any given person was under the age of 13, that we would have them removed from our services.
Okay, and this email, or this document was emailed to you in June 2019, correct?
Yes.
At that time, Meta did not require users to provide their age when signing up for Instagram, right?
I don't remember.
You'd agree that asking users for their age is one of the most basic steps a company could take to ensure that underage users are not on their platforms, right?
One of the most basics. I think that there are other steps that you could take as well, but I think that that's one step that you could take.
And this is Exhibit 70. Mr. Zuckerberg, is this a true and accurate copy of a Facebook post that you made on January 12th, 2018?
Do you have one more copy? I have no reason to think it isn't. I don't remember this specific post.
Now, you are aware that you've had issues with child sexual abuse material on your platforms, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by that characterization. There are people who share child sexual abuse material, and we've worked hard to get rid of that and report it to authorities.
And you have had that problem on your platform since the very early days of Facebook, is that right?
Again, I mean, your characterization, people try to do bad things on the platform, and we try very hard to stop them from doing it and report them to the authorities when they do that. I mean, that's really bad behavior.
Can we please pull tab 78, and we're going to hand you Exhibit 78? Do you have any reason to deny that you received this email?
It looks like an authentic email that was sent to my email address. So, no, I mean, I don't remember this. It was almost 20 years ago, but I have no reason to think it's inauthentic.
Would you agree that you were aware that you had a problem with child sexual abuse material on your platforms at least as far back as 2007?
Are you asking about me personally? I don't remember. I mean, assuming that I got this email and we went through it, then I suppose I would have been aware, but I don't remember. I mean, this was almost 20 years ago.
Okay, and would you agree that as of 2021, you had an even larger problem with child sexual abuse material or CEI, child exploitative imagery on your platforms?
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with the characterization around this, but if what you're asking is, are there a set of people out of our very large community who try to do this reprehensible behavior, and do we try to stop them and turn them into the authorities? The answer is yes.
Are you aware that child grooming content has been found on your platforms?
Yes, and I think that there's many different categories of harmful content that people do in the world, and we have a huge platform, so there are going to be some set of bad actors who do this, and we view our job as to go through each of the categories I would guess that you're about to ask about, and find ways to stop that behavior and make sure that the people who do it are brought to justice if they're committing crimes.
And would you agree that child sextortion has been found on your platforms?
Yes, that's another category of harmful content that there's, unfortunately, when you get a large community of people, some people are going to do really bad things, and we fight to make sure that that can be stopped and that those people can be brought to justice.
And you would agree, though, that this content would be harmful to children and teens, correct?
I mean, I think that kind of content is bad it's not what we want on the platform for anyone.
Meta does not require parental consent for teens to join its platforms, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, we don't allow people under the age of 13 to use our platforms.
Meta does not require age verification for teens to join its platforms, correct?
We take a number of steps to try to make sure that people who are not of an appropriate age aren't using the platform, but as a lot of people who are under the age of 13 don't have an ID or anything, it's often very difficult to have the exact age for them.
Yesterday, you testified a number of times about the importance of delivering user value. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Could you explain what you mean when you say the term user value?
Well, I think what I was talking about yesterday is that there are several things that people use our services and kind of get value from them. One is being able to stay connected with their friends and family and people they care about, being able to learn about them, what's going on in their lives more broadly, share updates. Messaging is increasingly important, so people more these days are sending one-on-one messages, having group chat threads with friends and groups of people that are relevant. And then people also use our services for basically learning about the world. There's sort of a news type component, and there's just also an entertainment type component of sometimes people have time that they want to that they are going to spend, and they're either going to be watching TV or YouTube type videos or TikTok, or they may not have any real goal other than just kind of having fun and entertainment, and I think we serve that purpose for people too. I guess there's also a community aspect. There's a big groups aspect of Facebook and group chats and things like that. So those are some of the main ways. And then we also try to build out different tools for people to just get value from the community that's been built out. There's a whole set of different business tools that we've built that kind of overlap, right? Because people, a lot of the same people who are using our services run the small businesses that basically make up our communities, and they use them to have a presence on our service and be able to reach new customers and things like that. But I'm happy to go into detail on any of that you want.
So Meta tracks metrics like daily active users, right?
Yes.
It sounds like, though, from your answer, there are different, that one metric Meta tracks is the different types of sessions a user might engage in.
Yes, that's fair.
Like if the session is longer, shorter in time.
Yes, I think we've generally found that And we talked yesterday for a while around how in our feed algorithms, we have moved away from optimizing for time spent and view that more as an outcome than a goal. For sessions, we've also made a bunch of changes to how we measure it to basically remove overuse as something that the teams might inadvertently optimize for. So we have this concept around capped sessions where basically we will track how many times people might come to the service, but beyond a certain amount, we basically don't count that towards the user metrics because we don't want our teams to inadvertently just be optimizing for getting people to come back to the services too many times throughout the day.
Great. And you got to my next metric I was going to ask about, which is time spent. And your testimony yesterday was, well, Meta doesn't optimize for it, but time spent is still a metric that Meta closely tracks today, correct?
Yeah, we observe it because it's a good way to compare how our services are doing compared to other competitors. It's harder for us to know things like how many videos are being uploaded to TikTok or what type of engagement people are seeing compared to just time spent is a thing that there are third-party services that measure that we can benchmark against, and even though it's not our goal.
And another metric that Meta currently tracks is the number of likes a user receives. Is that right?
I assume someone is tracking that. That's not a main thing that I've seen recently, but I'd imagine someone is tracking that.
And if I understand your testimony, what you just said, it's that Meta likes to create products that have user value. And one way it knows a product has user value is it can look at how users are engaging with that product. Is that a fair characterization if we put your testimony from yesterday together with your testimony from today?
Yeah, I think that's generally fair. We're trying to create products primarily that are valuable to people. And I think you accurately said that one way, but not the kind of sole way that we judge the value and can operationalize our teams to work towards this is by trying to measure the things that are the closest proxies to the value as possible.
Mr. Zuckerberg, I assume you're aware that Frances Haugen leaked internal Meta documents to the Wall Street Journal in the fall of 2021?
Yes.
And there was a theme that emerged from that reporting, which I'm not asking you to agree with, but just to whether you're aware of it, that Meta was prioritizing profits over safety.
I mean, I agree that that was a theme that some folks were trying to communicate. And I also agree with what you said that I don't agree with that theme. And I think we have a track record of investing billions of dollars into safety, and there are many issues. It's complicated. We've made progress on almost every one of them that we've or probably all of them that we've worked on. And safety is extremely important for the service, and having it be something that people trust and want to use over time.
A second volume.
Okay.
What were you striving for when you started Facebook?
Okay, well, when I got started with Facebook, it was very different from obviously what the company has evolved to. At the time, I was just trying to create a directory and community for students at my college. It was very popular, right? People really want to be able to connect with the people around them and learn about them and express themselves and share things about themselves and what's going on in their lives. So it sort of the service quickly grew beyond that college to, first we spread it to a lot of colleges, and then eventually we made it available to anyone to sign up, and have spent a lot of the last 20 years building and growing different services that help people stay connected with the people they care about in all different kinds of ways, from just everyday text messaging and group chat threads to being able to share photos or videos or news or life updates in a number of ways with different groups you care about or all your friends, or build a following of people who might be interested in the same things that you are around the world. And at the same time, people also really like using our services for entertainment and learning what's going on around the world. So some of that is about keeping up with important topics like news, or things that someone is interested in, like sports or whatever their other hobbies are. And some of it is just entertainment, right? People feel like they have some time that maybe they would have been watching TV or YouTube, and instead they find the latest content from different creators online that match their interests that we can show them. So it's this whole set of things. But I've sort of always believed that if you give people the ability to share what is important to them, that's just a very powerful and unique thing that hasn't quite existed in media before. And I think that the internet has sort of enabled that, and it's been very valuable for a lot of people.
When you and your colleagues in particular do that work in terms of looking for ways to provide value to teens, do you view that as a short-term proposition with the teens, or hoping to provide value to them over the long term?
Well, I think of all the work that we do as trying to provide value for people over the long term. And we're trying to, it's like I plan to be building this kind of social technology for hopefully decades longer if I can. And so I'm not interested in trying to optimize our business for the next quarter or the next year. I want to be building this set of products, then the next set of products, and then the platforms that enable the next set of products after that. So that's how I think about all the different parts of our work. For teens, I think it's interesting because they'll obviously grow up, right, and they'll go to college, and a lot of people in college use our services, and they'll, today's teens will probably be, if we do a good job of serving them, then they could be people who we help stay connected to their friends throughout, for decades to come. So I think that that's something, and on the vice versa, if we don't do a good job and they end up using a service like Snapchat or TikTok or YouTube or whatever all the competitors are, then that would obviously be a big issue for our company over time.
Well, I wanted to ask you about that last piece in particular, if I may. Does this goal of providing value to people on a long-term basis, does it depend on them having a good experience with your services, in your view?
Yes, of course it does. Because if people, and there are definitely things that we could build where someone might use it today, but then they would make them not trust the company or feel like the products weren't as good and want to look for alternative products, and that's not. I've generally found in building the company that people are pretty smart, and they're going to use things that deliver value for them. And I think we need to make sure that we're aligned with the interests of the people using the products in order to be able to serve them well and have a community and business that is sustainable over decades, not a short time.
You were asked some questions about growth and different efforts made with respect to growth. Do you have a view on whether growing the number of people who are using your services provides value to people?
It does, because this is a different type of service, right, than a lot of other ones. If you were building a search engine, then if you use the search engine, it doesn't necessarily make my experience better. But if you're building a social product, a big part of the value is whether the people who you care about are also active on that network. If I go to message someone on WhatsApp or add someone as a friend on Facebook or follow them on Instagram, the product experience is only as good as whether the people who I want to message or friend or follow are actually there. So, we call the effort inside the company growth, and I think it makes sense because we are growing the community. But in a lot of ways, building up the community is actually one of the most important product features that we can deliver for people, is making sure that that the people who you care about, that you can connect with them on our services.
You were asked a question about whether safety was one of the core principles at Meta. Is it?
Absolutely. I mean, I think we went through, in the documents earlier about, what are the key principles at Meta, and they're just a handful. It's like basically voice and helping people express themselves, connection, like economic opportunity. Safety is like a key principle. It's one of the small handful of principles that I think are the key things that people rely on our company to be able to deliver. So, I mean, we can help people connect, and if we do a good job of that, but they don't feel safe or don't trust using our products, then they're not going to use them. But there's a handful of things that I think we need to deliver in order to make it so that the products work well. They also need to be technically reliable. They need to deliver the value that people come for, in terms of being able to connect with the people they care about. But safety is one of the fundamental things that if people don't feel that that's present, then they won't use the products.
You were asked some questions about whether some of the people who use your services and other social media services use them to do bad things. Do you remember being asked some of those questions?
There were a number of questions to that effect.
Okay. Is that something you work as a company to stop?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is, it goes back to these core principles. I mean, people need to make sure that they feel safe and comfortable and trust using the service in order for that to be a good experience and to want to use it. And also, I think we feel responsibility that when people use our services, we want it to be a good experience for them. What you're saying is, we've basically, from pretty early in the company, realized that if you get a community of people together, there are going to be some people who do bad things. And part of the job of managing a community or a social application is being able to effectively manage and prevent people from doing bad things. And we've had integrity and safety teams for pretty much the whole existence of the company. And I mean, at the beginning of the company, we didn't have any teams. It was just me and like my roommate. But like pretty much as soon as we started building a company, we had that. And there have been a lot of common themes over time in terms of like specific types of content that people find problematic, whether it's inciting violence or terrorism content, things that are like issues around bullying. I mean, some of the things that we've talked about over the last couple of days. And these are areas that we have, we've invested billions of dollars and had tens of thousands of people working on them over time in order to build out tools and improve our products to make progress on every single one of those areas of harm. And we've made a lot of progress. And I think we're basically industry leading on this. And that's something that we're proud of. Now, does that mean that there's no more issues? Of course not. I mean, just like in the physical world, you expect a school or a community to have a police department that tries to fight crime or bad things, but you don't expect the police department to make it so that there's no crime at all. And similarly for us, I view our job as making sure that we can prevent as much of it as possible, hold people accountable, get them off our services, and if they commit crimes, help law enforcement bring them to justice. But unfortunately, I think if you're getting billions of people together, you're not going to be able to eliminate all kind of bad actors doing bad things, and that's the thing that we struggle with every day. Is we have large investments working on it, continuing to improve these things over time to make it so that it's as minimal as possible.
You were asked a lot of questions yesterday and today from the plaintiff lawyers about problematic use, some about eating disorders, some about social comparison, other topics. I want to show you a statement you recently made on those points. Could you pass the witness exhibit 50, please? If you look at the bottom of the page, do you recognize this as a statement you were shown previously, written testimony that you gave to the United States Senate?
Yes.
if you look at the bottom of the page, do you see that you state mental health is a complex issue and the existing body of scientific work has not shown a causal link between using social media and young people having worse mental health outcomes? Do you see that statement?
Yes.
And is that a statement that you believe?
Yes, this is still true to my knowledge today.
The next sentence says, a recent report from the National Academy of Sciences evaluated results from more than 300 studies and determined that the research did not support the conclusion that social media causes changes in adolescent mental health at the population level. Was that part of your statement?
Yes, and my understanding of the scientific consensus is that this is still what people believe today, and the National Academies of Science is quite reputable, and this is referring to a meta-study that they did of more than 300 different studies or pieces of research that people did in order to try to build a consensus of all of the different academic work that had been done.
Do you recall being shown a number of documents relating to user surveys that people working at Meta had conducted and discussions that they had about those user surveys?
Yes.
Do you support your company doing that kind of work?
Yes, of course. I mean, I wouldn't have built and had our teams build the research groups out if I didn't think that was a good idea to do that work.
For the record, this is a publication entitled Understanding Perceptions of Problematic Facebook Use by Justin Chang, Maura Burke, and Elena Getz Davis. Do you see this?
I do.
I'd like to just direct your attention to two things in this article, if I may. The first is on the second page. And if you look, can we call out the first full paragraph on that page, please? Do you see that there is a reference at the end of the first sentence beginning with 3.1%? 3.1% of Facebook users in the US experience problematic use. Do you see that reference?
I see the reference.
Do you remember being asked questions by the plaintiff lawyer about whether various data was shared with the public, including that example about the bicycle where 3.1% of the brakes failed? Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes, I remember the question.
Let's go back to Exhibit 89, please. And that page 2 with 3.1% figure is publishing a study with that data, sharing it.
Yes, and I think that I actually, in a number of the questions that were asked, have said that we've published a lot of research and communicated about different tools that we've built to help address certain issues that people have. So I feel like we have communicated quite significantly on a number of these topics.
Let's go to the first page of the document. This is the second thing I'd like to ask you about it. It's 5 lines up from the bottom. We do not use the term addiction because there is no agreed upon criteria for diagnosis and because diagnoses of clinical level concerns would require more formal assessment, i.e. by a mental health professional. Do you see that language from Ms. Burke and these other authors? And then let's look a little further above that. Do you see where it states the present study focuses on perceived problematic Facebook use? Right at the start of the paragraph. To understand its prevalence and its relation to different activities on the site in order to inform design improvements that may reduce problematic use. Do you see that statement?
Yes.
And is that consistent with your views that research like this is done to inform design improvements that may lead to better use of your services?
Yes, I mean, a lot of why we do research at the company is to figure out what people find valuable, what issues people have, so that we can continue to improve the products and make them better for people.
Okay. You were asked a few questions yesterday about events in 2019 surrounding cosmetic surgery filters. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just a few follow-up questions, if I may. Okay. Let's start with Exhibit 42, and I just want to orient the jury to what exactly the timeline was here. You see there's a heading on page 2 that says history and current policy, and then below that it says history.
Yes, I see it.
August 2019, we launched third-party developer AR effects. And then it says in to 100% of users, and then it says in parenthetical, cosmetic surgery effects not yet prohibited. Do you see that?
Yes.
What are third-party AR effects?
Just people making their own effects that they want to use either for themselves or share with the community so that other people can use them too. But they're not things that we made. They're things that other people made to express themselves or, create an artistic contribution.
Got it. And then October 2019 temporary ban while we research safety risks. Do you see that?
I do.
Was the purpose of the temporary ban to consider what to do about these cosmetic surgery effects?
I don't remember exactly, but based on the timeline that's here, it looks like we instituted this temporary ban shortly after we got questions about it, and then almost immediately after started studying and consulting with different experts to understand what we should do.
Okay, and you were shown some of the feedback from that study. I want to show you one piece of feedback you weren't shown. If we look at the first page of this document, there is a heading, key considerations. Do you see that?
Yes.
You see in the first sentence, it says there is not yet robust causal evidence about the relationship between cosmetic surgery, AR effects, and well-being. Do you see that?
Yes, I see this, and this is part of what I remember when we were making this decision was the lack of evidence that there was actually an issue. So you had a number of people who were raising concerns that there might be an issue, but no actual causal evidence that suggested that there was an issue. And I just felt like the absence of clear causal evidence meant that it was not worth basically censoring people's ability to express themselves in this way if they wanted to.
Let's look at how you documented those views at the time. Could we look at Exhibit 41, please? And let's go to the third page, please. If you look at the third page in the middle, there's an email from you dated April 1st, 2020 at 2 p.m. to various of your colleagues. And the subject is pre-read on cosmetic surgery AR effects. Do you see that?
Yes.
You state, it has always felt paternalistic to me that we've limited people's ability to present themselves in these ways, especially when there's no data I've seen that suggests doing so is helpful or not doing so is harmful, and that there's clearly demand for this type of expression. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
What is it you were communicating about your view on these filters in this email?
Taking a step back, running this company, there's just continuously a lot of pressure to restrict the way that people can express themselves and censor all kinds of different things. And I looked at this sort of through that lens, where you had a number of people who were basically arguing that we should censor a certain type of expression. And I feel like there needs to be a pretty high bar before we go do that. And the fact that people were making these arguments without any very clear evidence that this was actually causing harm, it felt paternalistic and bad to me, and it didn't feel like it supported censoring and restricting this type of expression.
Could you tell us why you support your company doing research?
Sure. Well, we're always trying to improve our products, and the way that you do that is we try to learn what people like about the products and what they don't, and what is kind of healthy for people and where there are issues or where bad things are happening that we want to be able to understand so we can reduce them. There's just a large surface area of work that we're trying to understand, And some of it the product teams do by building things and then observing how people use them. Some of it, I think, requires research by people who are either have studied how to do quantitative or qualitative research in those ways. But I think almost all of this work is intended to improve the products, to either make things that are good better or to help us mitigate issues that we've found in the product, so that way we can make them as good as possible for all the people who use our services.
I'd like to show you a concrete example of what you were just talking about. If you wouldn't mind looking at Exhibit 56. This is a document you were shown yesterday afternoon. It's a posting dated December 7th, 2021 from Adam Mosseri, head of Instagram. And if we look at the first bullet, in the second line, does this state, today we're announcing some new tools and features to keep young people even safer on Instagram?
Yes, that's what it says.
Do you see where it says, we'll continue doing research, consulting with experts, and testing new concepts to better serve teens?
Yes, I see that.
Do you understand that reference to research to refer to the research we've been talking about?
I understand this is the research that we do broadly, and we're constantly trying to understand across the company how people use the products, how to make them better, how to mitigate or resolve issues. And I think we were, unfortunately going through a period where people were taking some of our internal research out of context to make it seem like we were somehow aware of issues and not doing anything about it, when in reality the opposite was true. We were doing the research to become aware of issues so we could build tools like the one that they're like Adam is talking about here, and dozens of other improvements that we've made over time that are all informed by this kind of work.
In developing tools over time, did your company consult with experts to get their guidance on tools?
Yes, I mean, we did a lot of research, including internal qualitative and quantitative collaborations with researchers at university, collaborations or consulting different experts, as well as just looking at all of the metrics around how people actually use products to inform the best holistic understanding we can of how people want to use things and what we can do to improve them.
Okay. Let's look at one more aspect of this post. If we go to, I think it's page 5, the second to last page. That one, yes, please. And let's call out that second paragraph on the page, please.
Okay.
Starting with lastly, it says, quote, our research shows and external experts agree that if people are dwelling on one topic for a while, it could be helpful to nudge them towards other topics at the right moment. That's why we're building a new experience that will nudge people to other topics if they've been dwelling on one topic for a while. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Is that topic nudge feature a feature that Instagram put in place?
Yes, I mean, similar to the other things we've been talking about, this is the product of studying and researching these issues and making sure that we have an understanding of how people both use and want to use the products, and making sure that the products help encourage the kind of use that people want.
If you look at the bottom of the page, right below the image of what topic nudge looks like, there's a quote from Dr. Philippa Diedrichs, a professor of psychology at the Center for Appearance Research at the University of West England, Bristol. Do you see that?
I do.
And her quote starts, over the past 8 months, I've been working with the Instagram team to brainstorm ways to help users have a positive experience and avoid social comparisons. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Was part of the purpose of these topic nudges to address social comparison?
Yes, and generally to get people to not just focus on one topic for longer than they wanted to.
You asked some questions yesterday about congressional testimony where you referenced goaling on time spent. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You said at one point, I don't give our newsfeed team, our Instagram team, goals around increasing the amount of time that people spend. And then you got cut off in one of those interchanges. Were you being truthful when you said that?
Yes. I mean, I've testified about this a number of times over the last couple of days. I mean, I think in 2017, maybe it was 2018, but it was sometime around then, we switched the way we did goaling. And at that point, I stopped giving our Instagram and Facebook teams that are focused on our the main work that we do in feed and just kind of managing the overall app. We moved away from having any goal there around time spent and towards other metrics.
Do you remember the suggestion that the company moves more quickly on growth issues than on safety issues?
I remember it, and I disagreed with the mischaracterization when it came up.
Tell me your views on that.
Well, I think I tried to explain this yesterday, but a lot of these product features go through periods where we're debating whether we should do something or what we should do. But then once we align that we want to go do something, we often mobilize pretty quickly to go do that. Now, whether we call it a lockdown or just giving the team a goal to go do something or asking the team to move with urgency, this takes different flavors maybe across different teams, but there are certainly examples across the company where we do that for well-being features and safety features. There are, particularly intense events around the world, like elections, where our teams will certainly go into a very kind of urgent or intense mode to go do safety work around that, just like for new product development. So I think we have that muscle and have done that and continue to do that across all different areas of the company.
Okay. Last document. If we put up Exhibit 70, can you read us the first sentence of this document from January 12th, 2018?
Sure. It says, one of our big focus areas for 2018 is making sure the time we all spend on Facebook is time well spent.
What is it you're discussing there?
An initiative just to make sure that people aren't just spending time across our services, but the time that we spend is time that people want to be spending. I mean, there's a lot of studies that we did in these topics. We covered a few of them over the last couple of days, but in general, what I think we found is that when people are using our services to stay connected to people who they care about or learn about different things, that's generally associated with positive correlations and well-being. So I think we wanted to make sure that our services were really focusing on that, and that people use the services in the way that they wanted.
Would you mind reading the next sentence?
We built Facebook to help people stay connected and bring us closer together with the people that matter to us.
Look with me a few lines down where you say we feel a responsibility. And would you mind reading me those two sentences?
Sure. We feel a responsibility to make sure that our services aren't just fun to use, but also good for people's well-being. So we've studied this trend carefully by looking at the academic research and doing our own research with leading experts at universities.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
If we go a little further down, there's a paragraph that begins now. And would you mind just reading the first three sentences?
Sure. Now, I want to be clear. By making these changes, I expect the time people spend on Facebook and some measures of engagement will go down. But I also expect that the time that you do spend on Facebook will be more valuable.
What was it you were saying there?
Well, it's on this theme of making sure that people are happy with the time that they spend and that the time that people spend on our services is valuable. We're really trying to make it so that the services are valuable for people, not just taking up more and more of people's time. Now, I do think that if we make very useful services, that eventually people will choose to use them more than other things like watching TV. So, if people do spend more time, then that's probably a signal that what we're doing is providing value. But we're not trying to get people to just spend more time. We're trying to make sure that the services are valuable and that they help people stay connected to the people and things in the world that they care about.
Can you now read the rest of that paragraph?
And if we do the right thing, I believe that will be good for our community and our business over the long term too.
Has that been your approach creating and running Meta?
Yes, and it seems like it's just generally worked out. Whenever we try to build the best thing for people, our community and our business reward us for doing that.
As the CEO of Meta, do you think the company has an obligation to inform parents that the tools it has promoted aren't working when they're not working?
I think the question is whether they're not working or just not perfect. I mean, I think that I don't think that the expectation is that each of the tools won't have any bugs or issues or need to continually be improved, but certainly the statements that we make about how our services work should be accurate, and I think we have a whole process internally to ensure that that's true.
As the CEO of Meta and as a parent, would you expect that Meta would have worked out the bugs and kinks in the features it announced before releasing them on a platform that's used by millions of children?
I mean, I think the nature of software is that there are always issues that you're improving. I think that that's actually probably the nature of most things, but especially with software systems that are evolving very quickly. So I don't think that the expectation would be that everything would be perfect and that there wouldn't be any bugs in software that's released. I think that would be a very unrealistic expectation.
And do you believe that Meta should continue to improve to make its platform safer?
Yes, of course. I think that kind of continuous improvement is a lot of the reason why we have the audits and these other internal processes and all this investment in safety and integrity.
In March 2019, you decided that Meta would private and secure encrypted messaging, correct?
Yes. I think an emphasis on end-to-end encryption is one of the pillars here, but not the only thing that we talked about.
Okay. And on the second page, there is a series of bullet points, and one of them says safety. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says safety. People should expect that we will do everything we can to keep them safe on our services within the limits of what's possible in an encrypted service. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
You use the phrase within the limits of what's possible in an encrypted service because encryption limits what Meta can do with messages, right?
That's correct. Encryption basically makes it so that Meta does not see people's messages directly. So in that way, it's a very privacy and security preserving feature.
And encryption means that Meta can't report troubling contents of an individual's messages to law enforcement, correct?
Well, it means that we can't see the messages ourselves unless someone chooses to report it to us. But when people choose to report it to us, or if we can detect other issues, then we can still report those to law enforcement.
End-to-end encryption means law enforcement cannot access direct messages for any purpose, right?
No, I don't think that's true.
If law enforcement serves a subpoena for encrypted messages, can Meta provide copies of those messages to, if law enforcement serves a subpoena on Meta for encrypted messages, can Meta provide copies of those messages to law enforcement in response to the subpoena?
Not unless someone has reported them, but law enforcement has other ways of accessing messages, including having a subpoena for people for the content on their phones. So encryption means that the content is stored on the person's phones and not on Meta's servers. So that's why I disagreed with the characterization that there was no way for law enforcement to get access to it, but it is correct that Meta does not have access to all of people's information, and that's generally a very strong privacy feature that people want.
And Meta would not provide a backdoor or a key to law enforcement, right?
That's correct.
Okay, let's look at another document. I am going to skip around a little bit, so this one's going to be Exhibit 11. We'll skip 10 for now. Here you go. Exhibit 11 is number 4 for Gina. It is the base number NMAG 002 282 936 and 937. And sir, this is an email, an attachment that was sent to you, correct?
It looks like it, yes.
You weren't going to abandon that idea once you had announced it, right?
In general, yeah, once we decide that we're going to do something, unless there's a good reason to change it, we're not going to change. But part of what we were trying to do was end-to-end encryption is a very strong feature that protects people's privacy and security. We knew that when we implemented it, we would have to put in place different tools to help identify some bad actors across the system. So we did want to make sure that we had the time to work with different organizations and implement those kind of tools before fully rolling this out. I think that might be what you're asking about. But in general, I think that end-to-end encryption messaging services is what people want. They really care about privacy. They don't want big companies or their to have their messages or having their messages leak out there. So I think that this is a very important feature.
Okay, and the first bullet point talks about Meta's commitment to, quote, a privacy-focused communications platform, right?
Yes.
And that was your goal for Meta's platforms, right?
Yes, and I mean, it's not just my goal. I mean, this is basically what people want. I mean, people want private and secure communication platforms, and that this is what the majority of the feedback is that we got that we wanted, and also what the direction of the market is going in towards more and more private and secure services.
There's a group called Thorn is a child safety group, right?
I think that's right.
Yeah, and they did not want implementation of end-to-end encryption, correct?
I think that's probably correct. But what I'm saying is I don't think that that was the majority of the feedback that we get from people who use our services. And end-to-end encryption, there's a big debate around it because there's different equities that are in tension. But I think by and large, people want their messages to be private and secure, and that I made the decision that it would be better to provide people with a private and secure platform and come up with other strategies and tactics to find harmful content and be able to keep our platforms as safe as possible.
But you're not willing to provide strategies and tactics that would jeopardize the encrypted messaging, correct?
That's correct. I mean, I think we want to provide a private and secure messaging platform for people, which means not having the implementation of encryption be faulty. But there are other things that we can do around that in terms of making it so that people who are older can't message younger folks in the first place, so we can see metadata for uncommon usage patterns. Some of the content is not end-to-end encrypted, including people's profile pictures or group profile pictures. So, we can still see some of the content, understand if the groups that people are setting up or if the accounts that people are setting up can be problematic. And there are a bunch of other tactics that are available to both find people who are bad actors and to be able to stop bad actors from doing things before they even do it, which in a number of ways I think is actually much better than waiting until something bad is sent and then being able to identify it.
With respect to direct messages are now encrypted on Meta's platforms, correct?
My understanding is that we have not completed encrypting Instagram direct messages.
Meta continues to collect data about its users, yes?
Yes, I mean, I'm not sure if I'd characterize it that way, but yes, in terms of people using the products, part of that is we learned how people want to use them and what people are interested in and things like that.
I mean, Meta posts its data collection policies on its website, right?
Data use policy?
Its data collected, the policy regarding its privacy policy.
Yes.
And that policy provides that Meta will collect from its users information about the user's activity, correct?
Some of it, yes.
Meta will collect from its users information about the user's location, right?
Sometimes if the person wants to share that.
Meta will collect from its users information about the user's device, correct?
I think that's probably right. I don't off the top of my head know every type of information that Meta uses.
And Meta collects from its users information about the content the user has engaged in, right?
Yes.
And by the way, that type of data collection that we're describing, that includes collecting data from users in New Mexico, yes?
Yes, I think so.
All right.
Yeah.
Meta collects data from its users in part to facilitate the placement of advertisements, right?
In part.
And using that data makes the advertisements more valuable to advertisers and therefore to Meta, yes?
Well, I mean, the primary reason is to make it more relevant for people, but by doing that, it also makes it more valuable for advertisers and more valuable.
Meta generates substantially all of its revenue from selling advertising placements on its family of apps to marketers, right?
The vast majority, yes.
Do you think Meta should prohibit law enforcement from creating undercover accounts to detect criminal activity?
I probably need to dive a little deeper into what our most recent policies are on this to answer that. But in general, there are a number of different state actors around the world who want to use our platforms for different things. And we try to make sure that the application of the platforms is fair across different people.
Do you believe that Meta bears any responsibilities for these horrific crimes?
I think that our responsibility is to develop tools that can help identify people like this and prevent these things from happening. But overall, these crimes are done by these criminals who are sex offenders. And I just think if you're serving billions of people, the unfortunate reality is that some very small percent of them are going to be criminals. And we should work as hard as we can to stop that activity from happening. But at the end of the day, I think it's those criminals that need to be brought to justice. And our job is to make it as difficult as possible. But just like I don't think people would expect that like every crime in a city is going to be stopped or prevented, I don't think that the standard for our platforms would be that you should assume that it will ever be perfect. These are adversarial actors who are looking at ways to skirt our systems, and we will continue to try to improve them to do the best that we possibly can.
Meta should work as hard as it can, but not at the expense of encrypted messages, right?
There are different things that people care about. People care about privacy, they care about security, they care about safety, they care about communicating with their friends. And our job is to build products that balance these things in appropriate ways. Safety is obviously extremely important. People also care a lot about privacy and security too. And sometimes these things come into tension, and that is a difficult thing that we have to deal with in running the company. And we try to take that very seriously and do the best that we can at balancing these different equities. But on balance, I mean, people do not, and I'm talking about good people, not criminals, do not necessarily want their messages to be able to be read by Meta. So we design the system in the way that most people in the world are going to want it to behave.
Mr. Zuckerberg, I'm Paul Schmidt. Thanks for bearing with us. I'm just going to ask a few follow-up questions across three topics. First topic, child safety and child sexual material. Is child safety and youth safety important to Meta and important to you personally?
I mean, yes, of course. I mean, child safety and safety overall are very important to me and the company and to the people using our platforms. I mean, they want to know when they're using these platforms to connect with the people they care about and to get entertaining content that it's going to be a safe experience. So it's making it so that we do well on that front has been an important part of the company's success.
Does Meta make meaningful investments both from a financial perspective and from a human power perspective to try to promote youth safety?
Yes, and we invest billions of dollars a year in safety, and we have thousands of people. And if you look at the whole safety program, I think it's tens of thousands of people working across all of these different areas. Now, it's not all going towards youth safety, but that's been a particular focus, especially in recent years.
You were asked some questions about child sexual material. Does Meta prohibit, under its rules, child sexual material?
Yes.
Does it remove child sexual material when it finds it on its services?
Yes, and we take a lot of effort to be able to go out and find it on Instagram and Facebook, and to be able to remove what we do proactively find as well.
When it comes to stopping people who are engaging in that kind of criminal activity regarding children, are they constantly trying to work around your systems?
Yeah, it's it's a very adversarial dynamic where we say that certain content types aren't allowed. We put in place systems to be able to find that type of content. And then these bad actors are trying to skirt the rules and find out ways to not get in trouble. So we need to constantly be vigilant and improve our systems in order to be able to identify the bad actors and bad content on our systems.
Is it important to you that you have people at the company who are trying to identify areas where the company can improve on issues like youth safety?
Yes. I mean, this is how we improve and do better as a company. And I'm very focused on making sure that the people who run all of the important areas, including safety and youth safety specifically, are very strong. Some of our best performing people, and we give them a lot of resources, and we also implement processes to have people pressure test the work that they're doing, so that way when there are gaps that we need to improve, then we gain an awareness of that and can work hard towards doing that.
I want to switch gears and ask you a couple questions about end-to-end encryption. And we saw some documents about that, including Exhibit 11 and Exhibit 12. And I just want to start with Exhibit 11. If we go to the final page of Exhibit 11, just to orient ourselves, this is from several government officials. I'd like to show you some language that wasn't shown to you. It's actually page 1 of the letter. Do you see that in their third paragraph, they write to you, "We support strong encryption"? Do you see that language?
I do.
Is that feedback you've consistently heard from government officials about encryption?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's been debate about this, but I think the majority of folks, from people who use our products to people who are involved in security overall, believe that strong encryption is positive.
Did Meta work to have systems that would maintain the safety of its users as it moved towards end-to-end encryption on Messenger in 2023?
Absolutely. I mean, that's a large part of the reason why it took so long to implement this.
Let's look at Exhibit 12, if we could, please. This is another 2019 email addressing end-to-end encryption, and it talks about meetings with the group we heard about, Thorn, and with NCMEC. And I just want to show you a few things in this document. If we go to page 910, which is the second page of the document, do you see in the second bullet, it's actually the very second page of the document, they say we, Facebook, have a long-standing partnership with Thorn and have worked with them on prevention, public service announcements, developing their investigative tools via our Child Safety Hackathon, introducing their investigative tools to law enforcement via attorneys general conferences, and more. Does Meta regularly try to partner with youth safety groups on initiatives like we see reported in this document?
Yes, I mean, we work with youth safety and other kinds of safety organizations in order to advance these priorities. I mean, this is a major priority for us, and we invest heavily in not just building up the technology and teams to do this internally, but to partner with the right stakeholders and folks externally who have different tools, like the ability to bring criminals to justice, which obviously we cannot do.
If you go to the next main bullet, it says we've long partnered with NCMEC to innovate and lead industry in the child safety space, and then it lists some specific efforts. Do you see that?
Yes.
If we go to the very last one, it says in 2018, we supported their efforts to pass the Cyber Tip Line Modernization Act. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that in the words of this, open the door for making reports on grooming. Do you see that?
Yeah, we've worked with them for a long time on a lot of things that advance child safety.
Last question on this document. If we go to page 919, you were asked, if we blow up the top half of the page, about this language in the first sub-bullet that says, we will invest. We will invest in and work to improve our ability to identify and stop bad actors on messaging by detecting patterns of activity or through other means, even when we can't see the content of the messages. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Are those steps that, as you looked towards moving to end-to-end encryption, that the company took, trying to find new ways to identify bad actors, improving reporting to try to ensure safety as much as possible?
Yes, and I talked about some of these before, earlier, in terms of trying to make it easier for people to report content, trying to make it so that we can find patterns of bad activity upstream before it even happens. So that way, rather than previously someone would have to do something bad and then maybe our systems could find it. But now if we can identify that upstream before the bad thing even happens, that's even better. So there are a number of new strategies and tactics that we've implemented to try to keep the systems safe. And in some ways, I think it's some of these tactics are even better than what we were doing before.
And Your Honor, that concludes the play of Mr. Zuckerberg's, deposition.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch, and we're going to try to get started in here as close to 1:15 as possible. So please be back and ready for that. And with that, please have a good lunch, and as always, please adhere to the court's rules. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
All rise for the jury. I think two of the interrogatory responses are pretty brief. They're 3 paragraphs or less, consistent with the UJI instruction. It's our view that those should be read to the jury in their whole. I think that's consistent with what Your Honor expressed yesterday. There is one interrogatory response that is 20-some pages. Our recommendation would be to just describe briefly what that interrogatory is and make that available to the jury, but not read the entire 28 pages. I won't speak for Mr. Perkinson's position, but I think what Meta's position is that they should all be summarized, and if they can't all be read, they should all be read, or none of them should be read. We don't think that's consistent with the UBI, nor helpful to the
So Ms. Singer is right. We got the state's proposal yesterday. To be very clear, Your Honor, the state's proposal was that you read the interrogatories to the jury, which is a total non-starter for us. I've never heard of such a thing. It's not what the UJI says. I've reported it to Ms. Standoff. She says that is not practice in this court to the best of her knowledge. So here's where we are. We have 4 interrogatories that are admitted into evidence. I want to be very clear. I am not contesting admission of evidence. These things are coming in. And I think that we can put these 4 interrogatories into 3 different buckets, and each is important. The first bucket is the very long interrogatory Ms. Singer mentioned, and we have agreement on that. To be very clear about what that is the interrogatory that was used with Professor Narayanan, the algorithmic expert, that I described to you as basically Coca-Cola formula, and it is, and it makes it, I think, impossible to read. The interrogatory is tables and code and digits and things like that, and Ms. Singer has proposed an anodyne description of the document, and we're fine with that. So that bucket is good, and we're off on that one. 2 of them that Ms. Singer has described as short are short if we excerpt them in a particular way. There are ways one could excerpt them and not have them be very short. And so our initial position is that, as with the long document, the summary to the jury will suffice. It will be more efficient and allow us to get through the remaining 2 witnesses that we have this afternoon. Here's the other problem with those 2 in particular. They are not interrogatories that Meta provided to the state in this case. They are interrogatories that Meta provided in the California MDL. Now, again, they're admitted. I can't tell you that they're not authentic, and I can't tell you they're not party opponent statements, because they are. And I'm sure that if I said they're not admissible, you would have Mr. Sinha here up on the stand, and you would have to admit them one way or another. And so I'm trying to cut past that. But the UJI, I have it written down here, is 13204. And Ms. Singer said the UJI says they can be read in. The UJI says interrogatories are written questions asked by one party to another before trial and answered under oath. The questions and answers may be read at trial as evidence. These two ROGs are not questions from one party to another. It can be read in this case. They are questions from the MDL plaintiffs that we produced at the state's request that might have been answered. So I think that these are not within the UJI, and I think that the best compromise that we can offer for these two in particular is, fine, they're coming in, let's summarize them in a sentence and move on with this trial. The last bucket, the fourth interrogatory issue, is the interrogatory that was used with Mr. Fitch. And there was obviously a lot of dispute about that. It's the interrogatory that's about the three individuals who are issuing Project Metafile. It's frankly pretty long. And we think it would be cumulative at this point to read into evidence and have the jury relive the Project Metafile thing. So for that, as with Professor Narayanan's interrogatory, we suggest that the state just says, you're moving in PX, whatever, and this is the interrogatory that was used with Mr. Fitch, not Project Metafile. Something similarly anodyne and summary like that. Now, if the court is inclined to allow the state to itself read into evidence the MDL interrogatories that, again, are admitted, Meta's position is that the other interrogatories that have been made in this case should likewise be read to the jury. And the other interrogatories that have been admitted into evidence on the state's motion over our objection is the interrogatory that refers to safety features that Meta did. If you'll remember, there was a ROG about a safety feature and time spent on that safety feature and the number of opt-ins and opt-outs. That interrogatory expressly incorporates an underlying interrogatory that describes the features. Those were both admitted into evidence. Again, the initial ROG was admitted over our objection. That's fine. We made the completeness objection. The ROG referenced by express reference was brought into evidence. And we think that should, if we're going to do a reading, we think it should be read in as well, so the jury's not clocked with 5 interrogatories in this case, one of which is conspicuously unread and left off in that explained. So I think the way to cut through all of this is very simple. Is let's do with all 4 what we were doing with the Narayanan one. Let's have a 1 or 2 sentence explanation. It's an interrogatory, it's a meta statement, it's the X whatever, and let's move on with the jury.
I want to just respond briefly. I think to the first point Mr. Parkinson made about the MDL versus New Mexico interrogatories, I think that's a distinction without a difference. As Meta is well aware, the state narrowed its discovery in this case in reliance on other discovery responses, and they've always been regarded.
I agree. From this end of it, it was going to have to try to avoid duplication of efforts between MDL and New Mexico. Try to make sure that New Mexico specific issues they could address in the life. So I think that
accept that, which is why we didn't debate with this bill. I accept that from the honor of the other panels in the background here. It's just that the point is we're going to be doing reading with all the reading here.
I didn't know. I just was trying to. I wasn't trying to. I get your point on that.
Okay, and then to continue my response on the second point, as to the different interrogatories, the interrogatory on Operation Metafiles was used with Mr. Kitch. I think the jury has context. It has that testimony. It was admitted in that context. The same is true with the that was used with Dr. Narayanan. I don't think there's a need to read that again. That leaves interrogatories that, as I said, are a matter of paragraphs. I think simply saying to the jury, you have these interrogatories is not helpful to the jury and inconsistent with the UJI's instructions. If we communicated we meant for the court to read it, that was an error. We think the party should read that. We are happy to do it. And as to the futures one, I think we're digging back in time. This is just a proposal to publish the new interrogatories that were admitted by Your Honor. I think it's an efficient plan to do it, and I think it is a way of putting that before the jury in an efficient manner.
All right. And I must admit, I am not these interrogatories. So in terms of the 2 that you are intending to be read in the
That's correct, and they're a matter of paragraphs, Your Honor. I do have them in the room out here. We are happy to leave them so that Your Honor can look at them over lunch. Okay, if you'll excuse me, I'll just step out and go.
I think we perhaps have some, well, so two things. One is, my understanding is that our team has sent some narrowing or is in the process of sending some narrowing to Mr. Ackerman on Professor Baker reports. And if they're about that. So, definitively, Your Honor, I think we picked up this evening. I think that perhaps Mr. Oliver wanted to discuss some objective details.
Word, just like my coach said, what was on the program people. I don't have an email yet, but I spoke from Mr. Parkinson that one will be coming soon.
I guess the question is, there are probably about I don't know if they'll get you through it. But they'll get you through that. You said there's no problem with that. That is how it works. Not walking out. The second category, which are exhibits that report solely the overall to the testimony about the exhibit. So there's what I call, I don't use this, but it's important testimony about the exhibit by the exhibit. And it's involved. The third category are those documents that the owner where you may say so much of testimony, but it's a very small amount of testimony, and that has to say those documents what you testify about. If you have to put the agreement in a public because the reason I recognize the document or in the absence of recognizing it, it's hard to do the testimony. We wouldn't just say about that. Right? It's just that most of the stuff that's the third type of document. A little more difficult. I'll do it. So that is the category. I don't know if you do that category, but I wouldn't say that.
I want to expand this. Because this is a departure from the way that I think it, I appreciate the explanation. Why it's a departure? Perhaps I guess what I was going to ask is, as we went through each deposition, or as I've been going through each transcripts obviously making I was looking at the as code, and so I have an uninjured order of the term up here with ruling, but I haven't used. So I was not talking to you all. Would it be helpful for me to give you this so you see how much of it is that issue, and you can take it up that way, or do you want to touch it all up? Yeah. Well, and that's why I was saying it's sort of a preliminary drive and entered it, but I was sort of noting where, based on my recollection from rulings on the transcript, the designations themselves, and based on what I was hearing, and I guess in some cases not hearing, because I think some of the foundation, or what would have been foundation, was eliminated from the video because of designation, if I was understanding it correctly. So I came up with this draft, and there are some sustains on here, particularly more in the early going, and then a number of overrules, particularly towards the end. So if this would be helpful, I will make copies and you can look at it.
Same here, Your Honor, from Meta. And just, I don't think Your Honor is interested in the procedural history of our conversations. I'll just note that yesterday during court, I believe, the parties said that we were going to submit something, and then we've been going back and forth on exhibits. But anyway, this makes sense to us, and whatever saves the court time.
All right, and all I was trying to do is that I've been making these decisions with a written transcript before me, and I'm up here looking at a video and not the transcript, and acknowledging that perhaps it's all of you got me trained, I guess I'm saying, in terms of one approach. But let me make a couple copies of this and get it to you. You've got it over lunch, and I'm not entering it over lunch. We can talk about it when we come back, without my speaking up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What time?
And let's see, with respect to the 4 at issue, you, I think, had indicated perhaps that really 2 at issue now.
So I think the one that is long and doesn't lend itself to reading is 03491. That is the one that has all of the detail. The other ones are pretty brief, as Your Honor will see.
And Your Honor, again, independent of these MDL ones, as to the New Mexico one, I thought that maybe we had agreement that the jury gone through this with Mr. Fitch and we maintain our accumulation section of that.
There are 2 different pitch interrogatories, one on Operation Metafile, one on end-to-end encryption. This is the one on end-to-end encryption. And if I am speaking out of turn and misinformed, I'm sure many people will tell me that over lunch.
All right. All right.
Your Honor, mindful of the time and completely given the lunch time, we wanted to leave this along to the jury after the second.
I guess I'm wanting to get them back to here and then you all tell me what time. We'll actually take it up. All right, let me come up. Sorry, I keep making four of everything just because
There's a lot of people there.
All right.
Your Honor, as far as doing a couple of
And Your Honor, from Meta's perspective, we're happy to hear whatever Mr. Oliver says. We're also happy to stand on these rulings as they are to save, of course, time to get the jury in, but not trying to rush Mr. Oliver. But we certainly are fine to deal with this on the papers. And we'll take up whatever Mr. Oliver says. And Mr. Oliver, to the extent you have the deposition exhibit number, that's how I wrote them down. If you, it's okay if you don't. I'll make it.
I'd like to just go through them. We've already dispensed with 03003, which is exhibit 2.
So exhibit, there's no objection to which one do you want to use?
It sounds like exhibit numbers.
Your Honor, quickly on this one. So Mr. Oliver is correct that the vast majority of testimony about this was excluded. Your Honor excluded everything the first time it was sought to be introduced. Then much later in the deposition, I believe there is the one question he asked where they say, let's return to it. That was used, I believe, as impeachment in that moment very quickly. And we analogize that, Your Honor, to the same thing as publishing a document to the jury, but not admitting it for the purposes of impeachment. And the basis here, we think Your Honor is correct. The state and certainly the deposition video never established any foundation here, including for any kind of hearsay exception. It was flashed on the screen for one moment. So we think a lack of foundation, hearsay, lack of personal knowledge. There's nothing in there to establish Mr. Zuckerberg is the right person to get this document.
And I agree with Mr. Oliver in terms of having a broader sense of what can be foundation. Then you have to be on it and you have to Okay. From my viewing of I didn't do that. That is
Very similar argument, but
So very briefly, Your Honor, I'll try to be quick on these so we can get the jury back in here. We agree with Mr. Oliver. This is not one of the ones where you struck the testimony. The problem with this one is that Mr. Zuckerberg was not on the document. We cite in our objection sheet, we quote him. He says, this was an internal Facebook meeting. Yes. Answer. I mean, I wasn't included. I wasn't a part of this meeting. There was no foundation here. Same problem as the last one. And there certainly was nothing in the video establishing the foundation.
I will say in the past, when you were like, training to do it one way, trying to do it a different way, it works on the
I know Your Honor will probably be reading. These are emails to Mr. Zuckerberg from outside of the company. He received them on what I believe at the time was his fd.com email address, which he confirmed in the testimony that he had received these documents. Yes, that's my email address. And these are people saying things like,
He said the opposite, Your Honor. We quote the testimony in our objection sheet.
well, hold on. Let me look at that. I certainly don't want to be incorrect.
To be clear, by the opposite, he didn't recall receiving either of these, and for one, he testified. He set up a filter that very likely meant he never saw it.
But that, Your Honor, that is much different than him saying. Now remember, because here's the quote from me. I don't believe I ever remember getting this email. Okay, that doesn't mean he didn't receive any of his company email. That doesn't mean that it wasn't stored as part of his Facebook or Meta email processing. In fact, he makes no objection that that was not true. He just said, I don't remember reading. And if every time a witness said, I don't remember getting this email, it's in my company inbox, and I'm the CEO of the company, there would be a lot of different evidentiary rulings in cases like this. The CEOs would come in and say, I just don't remember, which may be true, but that doesn't mean it's not admissible. That goes to the weight, not the admissibility. So that's where we are. Unless they have some evidence that these were not real, they're real. I mean, Mr. Zuckerberg didn't even make any qualms about that.
Sure.
Correct, Your Honor. And I think a key point here, sorry, Mr. Oliver, I don't mean to cut you off.
You're good.
A key point here, these are emails where the relevant statement is from someone who doesn't work at Meta, a random user from the public. This isn't a business record. As we've discussed, this.
So that's 12 and 13.
Okay, the next one, Your Honor, that I want to argue, I want to look at exhibit 15. That's plan 1694.
that exhibit 14, 1694, that is on the testimony on page 14, right?
I think so, yeah.
This is another one, Your Honor, where they're looking at some internal Facebook documents. And this one, unlike the one up front, he does testify about it, right? He has, yes, I think a Facebook employee put together this document. And then he has some other, he says, yeah, there were some external folks involved too. The questioner asked, in any event, Meta knew that problematic use was a real issue for many participants and users, and he's referring to the document. And he says, yes, he talks about how they study problematic use. He's talking about what Meta's researchers are doing and saying, and that is why we think that that is admissible for the basic reason that he has already testified about the document. And there's no debate. I mean, Mr. Zuckerberg's not saying this isn't a business record.
Yeah, so he's not talking about Exhibit 14, Your Honor. If you look, I think Mr. Oliver's reading from the video clip. It jumps from 122 to 124. This is a different document. I can try to pull it up, but I want to be respectful of your time. Bottom line, and I might be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure I'm not. Bottom line, this is just like Exhibit 6. You sustained all the testimony objections when this was introduced, so it should stay out. And the video never laid any foundation for it. So that's our position on this one. It's just the same as Exhibit 6. I would have bucketed the two together.
Your Honor, we understand your ruling as to the first congressional testimony. I did want to ask, and I understand, Your Honor, that you overruled the objection as to all the congressional testimony except this piece. I do want to ask for the record. Yes, Your Honor. Sorry. 19, and that's Plaintiff's Exhibit 03007. I do want to ask for the record. We're okay with that ruling. We obviously object to it, but can the court articulate which part of their objection you were sustaining?
No.
Well, you want, Your Honor, would you like? This is the one.
Quite a litany of options, and as I went through the video, I did not know.
Your Honor, this is the one where the I was going to say the white-haired senator, but they're all white-haired, right? This is the first congressional testimony where the white-haired senator
No, I remember. I mean, I in general, I recall it being a particularly inflammatory setup, and the others I found to be less so. And as I scrambled to get through these and didn't realize this was going to be a question I was asked, I did not circle the flipping ground.
And Your Honor, it helps cut through. We're fine with all of your rulings on the congressional testimony. We raised our objections to accept your ruling on this.
And I think for us that may do it, and maybe one more. I actually wrote down that I think we're okay, Your Honor, from that point. Okay.
We're all okay. Thank you. Mailed it to them. I'm happy to do this at another break if there's any confusion.
Here's the so confirm, exactly, and then noting where I'm at, Judge, I will ask, can you all make the rulings as they have now been, reflect the rulings as we just made them in this order, and email to me, and I'll make sure myself can get it into phone.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll do it. Thank you.
All right. And then, quickly on the interrogatory? Yes. What is it, but on this 03491, I just want to make sure, A, that I understand, why, how that's coming in.
We have an issue. They said that Professor Narayanan addressed it. I'm sure it's right. There's everybody that.
Yeah, I believe this is the interrogatory that was discussed with Professor Narayan and Mr. prepping the witness, so I don't have more information than that, but given that it was referenced in that document.
Yeah, I guess here's, so, as the last person that is qualified to discuss algorithmic computations and formulation, is this correct in format, or
We're going to, Your Honor, we're going to have to get back to this. I think we've set that aside for my company. So when the book is uploaded, they're going to have to use the batches for this. But otherwise,
okay, I would say that was the piece of it that it seems like the sort of thing I've been assiduously working to the spec on that front.
and it's people
Okay. All right. Well, then that explains my confusion on that. But
I will note, Your Honor, I think that redaction request on this exhibit has been out for a while, so we'd like that not to take another week if we can get that done.
My understanding is that we actually have to take that.
all right. So, in terms well, here's so I will just confess, I don't even know how one would set out to read 03491 into the record. You would have to. I don't know how you.
Probably have to be Professor Narayan.
Yeah, that's.
Your Honor, I think we're in agreement on this one.
Yeah.
One sentence. I think this
Right. But here's where I'm going with that. It is, so I've got my uniform jury instructions. Let's say, and it's telling me about questions, answers we read at trial event. So I've got a few that we could read, one that we can't read, but they're all coming in. And I, with that, was thinking that for consistency, maybe I can going with the more summary version of each of these and having the plaintiff offer them up for evidence and having the court admit them in front of the jury would be useful, rather than linking repetitions of some and then one sentence summary.
And if that's the court's preference, that is how we will do it. In terms of timing, is that something I should be doing this afternoon?
In terms of offering, yes.
Yes.
So, during that time frame, you want to do that?
I will try to come up with informative, 1 to 2 summaries while the next deposition goes, and send them over to Mr. Parkinson to see whether we can intervene.
It works for me.
Was there anything else to address?
Rolling from those perspective.
Nothing from the state.
We met just before this, but my name is Megan. Mr. Clark, can you please state your full name? Are you currently employed by Meta? Let's look at which is the non-farm.
Your Honor, on the like the Zuckerberg deposition, it's like two separate files. So they would be
Yes, you may.
Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hope you had a good lunch. All right, were you able to adhere to the court's rules?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much for that. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for filling in for a bit. With that, counsel, we can resume whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will next call by video deposition Nick Clegg.
Good morning, Mr. Clegg.
Morning.
We met just before this, but okay, great. Mr. Clegg, can you please state your full name for the record?
Nicholas William Peter Clegg.
Are you currently employed by Meta?
I am.
Let's look at.
Pause for a moment. Man, I'm no technologist, so you might have better. Would it be of
The system. I can try.
if you have a speaker there and you could put it into that microphone?
Directly connected into the court system. Yeah, that's awesome.
All right. So essentially, I was just trying to think of ways that might bump it up.
Is there anything on the court's audio function that might
Can you raise the volume?
I mean, I've been over here doing
Is the
that.
blind leading the blind, to be clear?
Yes, now I'll see if I've got, no, it'll make.
Hard of hearing, leaving the hard of hearing. But
All right, well, let's give it a go, because my idea is.
Good morning, Mr. Clegg.
Morning.
We met just before this, but my name is Megan O'Neill. Okay, great. Mr. Clegg, can you please state your full name for the record?
Nicholas William Peter Clegg.
Are you currently employed by Meta?
I am.
Let's look at a document. This is MO1.
Thank you.
Great. Mr. Clegg, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It appears to be a summary of my previous work experience before I joined Meta and a bullet point summary of my positions held at Meta.
And it's from your LinkedIn profile, right?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Clegg, you've worked at Meta for 6.5 years, right?
I joined in October 2018, so just over, yeah.
And you've been president of global affairs at Meta since March 2022?
Yes.
Can you tell me about your role and responsibilities?
My current role and responsibilities, or
That's right.
So as President Global Affairs, I oversee two main functions in the company. One, the policy functions, what's broadly called policy functions, and that covers everything from the content of the company's policies on issues like how the company interacts with lawmakers, governments around the world. And then secondly, linked to that, also I oversee all the teams that deal with the way in which the company communicates to the outside world and responds to communication from the outside world. So I think in sort of the broadest sense, a lot of my work has been loosely related to how the company interacts with the outside world, responds to societal concerns and perceptions, and seeks to understand and clearly seeks to also protect the reputation of the company as a whole. So that is, I think, in broad terms, my role.
So that would include public relations, right?
Public relations would fall under the policy teams, yes.
And did you have, I guess, and just to be clear, you had overall responsibility for public relations at the company?
So I had overall responsibility for all of those areas that I mentioned, yes.
And did you have any responsibility for safety and well-being issues?
So in terms of the policies that the company pursues, so not the product, nor the enforcement of those policies, but how those policies are crafted, most especially what content is and is not allowed, enshrined in the company's community standards, yes, that fell under my overall authority.
And what about age assurance or verification? Did that fall in your purview?
Again, as a matter of policy, where do you set that age limit and so on? That would fall under the remit of my teams, yes.
But as you just mentioned, you did not oversee the development of products or features, right? That was a different team.
That was a different, yes, the company is a large company with engineering teams, commercial teams. It's an advertising business. In my area, it's sort of a lot of it's the external facing, but also, as I say, the internal adjudication on what policies, where the line should be drawn and so on. And of course, all of those teams seek to work together, and the executives overseeing them, myself included, also seek to work together.
Good afternoon, Mr. Clegg. My name is Linda Singer. I represent the state of New Mexico. Okay. And so it says at the body of this document, under the heading Remediation, Detecting Malicious Networks, CEI, Integrity, E2EE Task Force / Investigation Insights. Mm-hmm. Do you understand what CEI stands for?
exploitation
Images.
Images
And E2EE?
is end-to-end encryption.
Okay, so it describes that online safety and CO safety investigations. Do you have an understanding of what CO means in that context?
Yes, I think it's community operations. I think it's called.
CO safety investigations conducted deep dive analyses of 3 separate CEI or child exploitation image traders and their immediate network in order to gain qualitative insights into their behavior on Facebook. See where I'm reading?
I do.
Okay. And then it describes the key findings below that, correct?
It does.
We're going to go to key findings. And by the way, this version of the document has its actual date of 26 October 2019 at the top, if you see that.
Yeah.
Okay. So the key findings include group message threads often had many participants, 100 plus, with virtually no commonalities in geographic location, groups, pages, or friends. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
Search history sometimes revealed very explicit search terms, names of accounts, or known bad websites. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so they're describing kind of what they see in looking deeply at these groups trading child exploitation images, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's turn to page 4 on 50B. It has group thread level findings. Do you see that heading?
Yes.
And it says in the first paragraph, group message threads almost always contain either links to WhatsApp groups or shared phone numbers with the explicit intention of sharing CEI, child exploitation images via WhatsApp. This echoes the findings of a recent note showing that a large number of CEI trading on WhatsApp originates from links shared on Messenger threads. Have I read that correctly?
You have.
Okay, so let's actually jump backwards to general platform tool findings on page 4. It says in the first paragraph under that heading, there's no threshold on how much CEI one can receive. We found users included hundreds of NCMEC reports. Do you recognize NCMEC?
Yes, it's the National Child. Anyway, it's the main repository in the United States for reports from platforms like Meta of this kind of content, which is then distributed to law enforcement.
National Center on Missing and Exploited Children. Okay.
Sorry,
and Meta reports potential child exploitation to NCMEC, correct?
Yes, in huge numbers. I think more than any other entity. Yeah.
Yep. So it would seem to indicate that the recommendation algorithm was introducing CEI traders and creating networks among them, correct?
I'm not sure if that's what it actually says. It says that people are connecting with each other through people you may know. But as it then goes on to say, there's a whole range of open questions about exactly what happens off platform as well as on platform. So I'm not sure if the algorithmic characterization is the key thing here.
So this reports that in 2021 and 2022, Instagram announces a stricter approach for these recommendation surfaces, correct? These recommendations.
It says here, announced a stricter approach to cater recommendations and implement additional the formula of cater recommendations. But yes, that seems to be the spirit, the purpose of that sentence, yeah.
Okay, to protect kids from inappropriate contact.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I'm sorry, a year.
Yeah, it's a rolling thing. I mean, I think there have been around 50 plus measures announced by the company over the last several years in this and related areas in terms of youth safety, parental controls, blocking contact between teens and unconnected adults and so on. It's not a one and done moment. It's been, I mean, if you look over the last several years, there's almost a month hasn't gone by where new measures haven't been announced. So I don't know what specific announcements in 2021 and 2022 are being referred to by the internal audit team here.
Okay, and here in 2022, however many recommendations have been rolled out since. Yeah. So document 16 is exhibit 57, and it is, thank you, Meta NMAG 002 02471121, and the MDL Bates number is 03400504910. Okay, so this audit, this phase 2 audit is dated September 2023. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And if you compare it, you'll see that the team of auditors who prepared this audit are the same as the team in the phase 1 audit.
Okay.
Okay, and again, to situate ourselves in timing, this September 2023 report is 9 months after what I will call the Christmas, the 12/26/22 phase 1 audit. You can check the dates on them just to make sure you're with me.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And if you look at 123, which is again the first substantive page of this audit, it describes It describes the phase 1 audit in the first paragraph. I'm sorry, the second paragraph. In Q4 2022, internal audit performed the IG Youth Wellbeing Phase 1 Assurance Audit, which focused on content integrity for teens and interaction restriction controls between teens and potential violators. You see that?
Yeah.
In phase 2, we assessed the design and operating effectiveness of the key controls related to IG teen default restrictive settings and IGD private messaging restrictions between adults and teens. Have I read that correctly?
You have.
All right. And if we look at...
But if I may, I think the final sentence, that in addition, the internal audit performed remediation validations on the open observations that were identified in the phase 1 audit, is of significance to understand whether these audits actually had an effect. And the summary of findings said that based on testing in July of 2023, the teen default settings for private by default, sensitive control, content control, tag, guide, reels, remix, and mentioned TGRM were operating effectively, and management has remediated all the observations from the phase 1 audit. I only mention that because, as we discussed earlier, and as you rightly stressed, it's not just the audit that's important, it's how it's acted upon.
And the bottom bullet under the results summary, inconsistent one-on-one and group messaging restrictions between teens and unconnected adults, including high-risk adults. That's one of the findings of this audit?
Yep.
Okay. If we turn to 129, again, under the heading Detailed Results and Management Action Plans, you can see that number 6 is IGD private messaging restrictions. Are you with me?
Yep.
Okay. And remember, we talked about Instagram Direct earlier in this examination, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it says here, inconsistent private messaging restrictions between teens and unconnected adults. And again, the audit defines unconnected adults.
Yes.
Which is adults included in IGD messaging restriction testing are above 21 years old, including high-risk adults. Do you see that asterisk note at the bottom of the page?
Yep.
Okay. The messenger well-being team does not always prevent unconnected adults from initiating one-on-one, one-to-one threads with teens on Instagram Direct. As a result, teens may be exposed to unsolicited contact from unknown adults, which may not fully meet Meta's external commitment. Have I read that correctly?
Yep.
And then returning to the third paragraph, for example, on June 10th, 2023, internal audit observed that out of 2.7 million new threads initiated by an adult with a teen globally, 238,000, or 9%, were from unconnected adults. Have I read that correctly?
You have.
You would agree that this is a very significant high-risk finding too, correct?
Correct.
I want to pause for a second because I'm a parent. You're a parent. This is pretty frightening stuff, is it not, Mr. Clegg?
It's an audit about how adults and teens are being connected when they shouldn't be. And I think it's a very serious issue, and I think it's a good thing that it's tackled so scrupulously by the audit team. And again, that they call out that connection was clearly happening in a way that it shouldn't have done, that was inconsistent with the policies, and that they set out so clearly what needed to be done to to remedy that. I mean, I note in the document that the IG Messenger Wellbeing team had requested a 30-day, this is the final bullet point, 30-day extension to the standard 60-day remediation guideline for high-risk observations, which again suggests to me that they were grappling with it, but they were finding it complex to do so.
So to the point that this would be interesting to parents, did Meta disclose this information to the public?
I don't know whether these audit reports were disclosed.
And here again, Mr. Clegg, we're at September 2023, after announcements in 2021 and 2022 about more rigorous steps that Meta is taking, correct? Okay. So that's document 17, which will mark as exhibit 58. And I'm sorry, one thing, I want to go back to the audit for one more. Page 131. We're going to look at row 8. Inconsistent private messaging restriction between teens and high-risk adults, or HRA. And here you can see a definition of HRA at the bottom of the page. High-risk adults, heuristics on Instagram Direct. Fortunately, we know what that means now. Is defined as 7+ negative feedback experience, or NFX, by teens against the adult in the past 28 days, or 2 child sex abuse materials greater than 3-year age gap, not followed by teen, or less than 10 mutual reciprocal, I assume that means contacts. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And so what it says here, the Messenger Wellbeing team does not always prevent teens from initiating one-on-one conversations on Instagram Direct with high-risk adults, HRA, they do not follow. As a result, teens may be exposed to potential negative experience and interactions with high-risk adults. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
And you see in the next paragraph, on a single day, July 3rd, 2023, IA observed that of 647,000 new threads initiated by teens with high-risk adults globally, there were 231,000, or 36% of threads, where the teen did not follow the high-risk adult. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
Second volume. Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, this is another one, but there's a volume 2.
You mentioned earlier some of the societal views of new technology on, impact of youth. Can you elaborate a bit more about what you were alluding to when you mentioned sort of the societal views of new technology?
Well, if you look at the history of any new technology, firstly, it seems to be a fairly fixed pattern, whether it's from the bicycle or the car or the radio or the internet, that new technologies provoke great wonder and delight, but also almost always provoke visceral fear about how technology. I mean, I remember, I'm 58 now. I remember in the early 1970s, I was living here in the United Kingdom when ads first appeared on terrestrial television, and there were kids in my class who were sent out of the living room as soon as ads turned up because their parents thought that the television ads would sort of scramble their child's brain. My mother, I remember with myself, my brothers, my sister, wouldn't allow us to watch television beyond what by today's standards, tiny amount of time, because she felt that overexposure to a square box would, I remember it would make your eyes go square. And do you remember in the 1980s, the visceral fears about the effect of video games on the propensity towards violence amongst young people? That was so. I think it is a pattern. It doesn't mean, by the way, that those fears are always unfounded. Not at all. It is, I just think, quite a observable societal pattern. I think, and that is a reasonable thing, sort of lens to bring to bear on a technology like social media, which is used by very large numbers of teens across the, around the world. And you saw, and I saw it with my own kids, you saw during the pandemic, for instance, these social media tools were incredibly useful for young people to keep in touch with each other, to remain educated, and so on.
Mr. Clegg, you've been asked a number of questions over the past 2 days about the term of growth, or the notion of growth at the company, and how growth interacts with youth safety. First,
just explain to the jury at Meta to the extent you can, how is the word growth used at Meta?
Growth is used in multiple forms. It can obviously be used to describe the growth in user numbers. It can be described to use the growth in the time people spend on social media apps. It can be used to describe the growth in revenue, net profit, and so on, the value of the company. I've never personally understood the argument, which is repeated so often as if it's just a received wisdom, that growth is somehow can be prioritized in a way where concerns about safety are sacrificed. Because
why not?
Because it's an ads business. So if you're placing ads for cars, for soap powder, for toys, for clothing, it's just obvious that you don't want your ad anywhere near content which could be hateful, unpleasant, still less cause real-world harm. So I've never understood this. I don't think it bears any scrutiny whatsoever that the commercial growth incentives of the company are somehow at the cost of concerns of safety. In fact, I think it operates in almost exactly the opposite direction.
And that concludes the play, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, counsel.
I believe in connection with this deposition, the state seeks to move in plaintiff's exhibit 2990 and plaintiff's exhibit 1121, which were 2990 was exhibit 50B to the deposition. 1121 was exhibit 57 to the deposition.
All right, is there any objection?
Yes, could we approach quickly?
Yes. Just a moment here, I think in my efforts to boost certain things.
We are a little quieter.
Sorry about that. Still would be great.
All right, so Your Honor, to clarify the conclusion, the state is moving in exhibit 57, which is plaintiff's exhibit 1121, and that is the audit that was described during the deposition play.
All right, and it's submitted.
Thank you. And Your Honor, as we have discussed, or later today, we will have a list of exhibits that have been moved in with other depositions. We're just putting that list together.
Okay, thank you very much.
The state calls Zaman Qureshi, Your Honor.
All right. Swearing in under oath. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Now, under oath, please be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Qureshi. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Zaman Qureshi. I'm 23 years old. I'm from Chicago.
And what do you do, Mr. Qureshi?
I'm the director of campaigns and policy and the co-founder of an organization called Design It For Us. We are a coalition of young people from across the country, about 450 young people from about 40 different states, advocating for safer online spaces for our generation.
And what does your work at Design It For Us involve specifically?
My work at Design It For Us involves a range of different issues. It's a nonprofit organization, so there is the day-to-day of an upkeep of a nonprofit organization. We set the agenda for what the coalition is going to be focused on and what we want to be spending our time doing. A lot of our work is policy advocacy, is speaking to members of the press, is calling attention to these issues around safer social media and platform design so that people can learn about the trade-offs, the harms of growing up in the digital age as young people. And our work is all about centering young people.
And what do you mean centering young people?
So social media has been a present throughout a large part of our lives. I'm from Generation Z, and it's really critical, I believe, that young people's voices be at the center of everything that we are doing, because we've grown up on these platforms. We've grown up on platforms like Snapchat, TikTok, Instagram, and we should be at the decision-making table when it comes to shaping safer experiences for our generation.
And did you start Design It For Us?
I did co-found Design It For Us, yes.
And why did you co-found Design It For Us?
So I co-founded Design It For Us because I believed that, I believe deeply that there were not enough young people in the conversation around safer social media, in the policy space, in the media, in the press. There were simply not enough people asking young people how they felt when using social media and interacting in online spaces. My background was informed by my own interests in this area. I first got involved in this space because of my interest in the Cambridge Analytica scandal and the broader implications of how social media shapes our democracy and our ability to talk to one another and have honest and open conversations, but where we can be protected. And that led me to a number of different organizations over the years in that goal. But coming back to Design It For Us, it was and has always been about centering our lived experiences as young people.
And you mentioned other experiences you had in this space. Have you worked any place other than Design It For Us?
Yes, I have. I've worked at another nonprofit called Accountable Tech, which is focused on structural reforms around the harms of big tech companies. I've interned at various places, such as the US Senate or the Social Media Victims Law Center. I worked at an organization called the Real Facebook Oversight Board, which was my first job in this space.
And Mr. Qureshi, what are you here to tell the jury about today?
I'm here to tell the jury about what it's like to grow up on social media as a young person, as the guinea pig generation. You know, I'm the older end of Gen Z, and so we were in many ways socialized on these platforms. Our upbringing was on places like Instagram, for example. And I've done work in this space for a number of years. And so that has informed my work, that has informed research that we have done around Instagram teen accounts, for example, which we did a report on, and I'm looking forward to sharing with you more about that.
And is this your first time testifying in court?
It is, yes.
Have you participated in congressional roundtables on online youth safety?
I have, yes.
Have you testified to state legislatures?
Yes.
Have you been interviewed by major news outlets?
Yes.
Have you been recognized for your work on online youth safety?
I'm grateful to have been recognized for my work, yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit more about your background? And I know you introduced yourself very briefly.
Sure. So I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. I had a fairly normal upbringing. I went to high school there, and then I moved to Washington, D.C. to go to college at American University. And, you know, throughout my life, I think I've always been focused on how can I have the most impact in the work that I'm doing, and recognizing that my purpose is to try and make change in this world in however I can. And so that's led me to a lot of different places, but you know, my passion and my interest and my desire is and has been most recently in this area to try and find ways to make safer online spaces for our generation.
And I know you mentioned growing up with social media. Did you grow up with Meta's social media products?
I did, yes. I was on Instagram at a young age.
How old were you when you first started using Instagram?
I believe I was 12 or 13.
Do you still use social media?
I do, yes.
And does your personal experience with social media inform your testimony today?
Yes, it does.
And in the course of the work that you've talked about, do you talk with other students and young people in the course of your work? I'll say that twice.
That is paramount to the work that we do. And the work that I do is talking to young people, learning about their experiences, hearing from them about what concerns them, what motivates them, and that informs all of the work that I do.
And do the conversations you have include conversations with teenagers?
Yes, they do.
And roughly how many different young people have you spoken with about their experiences on social media?
Over the years, it must be hundreds, maybe thousands.
And have those conversations with other young people informed your testimony today?
Yes, they have.
All right, and and I think you may have said this too, has your professional career, which is a little shorter than mine, been focused on online youth safety?
Yes, it has.
Your Honor, objection. I've been letting this develop, but I think we're veering into 702 territory the way this is developing. It's not clear to me what this line of questioning is getting at outside of 702. Try to leave it at that.
All right. Well, so overruled at this point. I understand establishing the witness why he's here, but we'll object again if it comes up.
Exactly. So you've talked a little bit about what motivated you to get into this work. You mentioned the Cambridge Analytica scandal. Were there other developments that influenced your decision to come into this work?
Yes, there were. So as I said before, my motivation to learn more about social media and Facebook and Twitter and Instagram was driven by the Cambridge Analytica scandal, learning through that lens about the way in which social media impacts all of our lives. And then specifically around youth safety, I was very motivated to develop more into this work when Frances Haugen, the former Facebook employee, came forward, and I read about what she had to say in the Wall Street Journal. I remember reading through disclosures that she brought forward and learning about what Instagram knew about the harm of its platforms.
And can you say more about what specifically in the information disclosed by Frances Haugen motivated or informed your work?
Yes. To my recollection, Frances Haugen brought forward a number of documents, including research and slides about the mental health of young people and the experiences of young people on Instagram.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd ask to show the witness only, Plaintiff's Exhibit 03270.
Certainly.
And Mr. Kresge, when, I'm sorry, behind on the binders.
Wish to approach. Yes, please.
Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Kresge, you'll find both in that very dauntingly large binder and on your screen, I hope, Plaintiff's Exhibit 03270.
Okay, I think I'm here.
Okay, and if you could take a look, is this one of the disclosed documents that motivated your work on youth online safety?
Yes, it is.
And I'll represent, I'll represent that this document is from 2019. And I'll ask, what is it about this document that caught your attention?
The slide deck on mental health, the teen mental health deep dive, in particular caught my attention because it was the first time that I had seen evidence from inside Meta that the company knew that its products were causing harm to young people. And it was commensurate, it was familiar to me because having grown up online and on these platforms, these were conversations that I was having with my peers at the time about how we felt using online spaces, using social media, using Instagram. And so there was this moment of resonation for me of the way that this slide deck in particular described our experiences and what I was seeing in my own life.
And are there particular slides, Mr. Kresge, that really spoke to you?
Yes, there was a slide about how Instagram made young people feel related to our mental health.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd ask permission to publish this slide deck to the jury.
Objection. Happy to approach on this, but not even close.
Yes, please approach.
All right, Mr. Qureshi, can you speak generally to the extent that this presentation revealed by Frances Haugen motivated your own work? Can you describe what in this document provided that motivation?
Yeah, so there were a few things in this document that provided that motivation. One was the evidence in the slides about young people's worsening mental health through social comparison between the fact that they were posting pictures and comparing themselves to one another through like counts, through views, through followers, number of followers. Another was the rates of suicidality that young people represented to researchers at Meta, and the fact that simply young people felt worse about themselves through prolonged use, that by engaging on the platform for longer and longer, that they simply felt worse about themselves.
And were those issues, I think you said, that resonated with your own experience?
Yes, they did.
How so?
Yeah, it was reflective of what I felt, and I went on to write an op-ed in Time magazine about this, and we wrote that in many ways, if you were to look at young people's Instagram accounts and look at the pictures they post, graduations and family vacations, that the picture is pretty rosy of what it looks like, but underneath the surface, that we were struggling and that nobody that we knew was doing well.
And by the way, I want to come to the Time article and the Time op-ed in a second, but did you ultimately come to meet Frances Haugen?
I did, yes.
In what context?
I met Frances Haugen at a conference in 2023 and subsequently ran into her in various settings. She's also a board member of Design It For Us.
And is she an active participant in the organization?
Sometimes.
And while we're talking about other folks, just to name somebody who may be familiar to the jury, are you familiar with Arturo Bejar?
I am, yes.
And how do you know Mr. Bejar?
Arturo and I have met in similar settings before. He's somebody that I speak to infrequently, but I believe that he has a lot of interesting insights and perspective on how to make Instagram's platform safer.
Right. And you mentioned the Time magazine article. I'm going to ask if we may publish to the witness, Your Honor, Plaintiff's Exhibit 03369.
Yes, you may.
And Mr. Qureshi, when you find it, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a op-ed that I co-authored with Destiny Adams in Time magazine in 2021.
And Your Honor, may we publish this article to the jury?
Yes, you may.
And Mr. Qureshi, can you read out loud the title of this article?
Instagram is doing grave harm to our generation. We need help to stop it.
And you talked about this a little bit, but what was your purpose in publishing this op-ed?
The purpose in publishing the op-ed was to give a voice to the disclosures that we'd seen in the Wall Street Journal and to underpin young people's perspective that not only is this an issue that our country should be taking seriously, but that Congress should be taking seriously as well. And given my background of having observed Meta over the years, that it, as a company, continue to make promises of self-regulation, that it could hold itself accountable. And the crux of this article is that it cannot. It is not proven that it can hold itself accountable, that an outside authority has to come in and hold it accountable.
All right, and in that vein, we can pull this article down, please. The jury's heard quite a bit from Meta's lawyers over the last few weeks about a set of measures that Meta introduced for Instagram in September 2024 called teen accounts. Are you familiar with Instagram teen accounts?
I'm familiar with Instagram teen accounts, yes.
And how did you become familiar with teen accounts?
Like most people who would likely be familiar with teen accounts, I read about teen accounts when it was published in a blog post that Meta made public via its newsroom. Coincidentally, I was on Capitol Hill that day advocating for online safety legislation when it was being published.
And did you regard the timing of Instagram's announcement of teen accounts as significant?
I did, yes. At the time when it was published the same week that a House committee in Congress was set to consider and decide whether to advance important kids online safety legislation, a bill called the Kids Online Safety Act. And the timing was familiar to us because this was a tactic I have come to be familiar with from Meta, which is to publish updates to its products or supposed safety controls at convenient moments when Congress is debating these issues or considering legislation.
And you mentioned the blog post. I'd ask if we may publish the witness, Your Honor, Plaintiff's Exhibit 04071.
Yes, you may.
And Mr. Qureshi, do you recognize this document?
I do, yes.
What is it?
It is a blog post on Instagram's website that announced teen accounts and what the purported protections would be.
And Your Honor, permission to publish this blog post to the jury.
Yes, you may.
All right, and Mr. Qureshi, to your knowledge, is this press release or blog post still on Meta's website?
To my knowledge, yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 04071.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
Mr. Qureshi, what is the date of this announcement?
The announcement is dated September 17th, 2024.
All right, and if we might turn to page 3. There's a paragraph that begins sensitive content restrictions.
Yes.
All right, could you read out loud the sensitive content restrictions?
Teens will automatically be placed into the most restrictive setting of our sensitive content control, which limits the type of sensitive content, such as content that shows people fighting or promotes cosmetic procedures, teens see in places like Explore and Reels.
All right, and can you also read the paragraph just above that on messaging restrictions?
Teens will be placed in the strictest messaging settings, so they can only be messaged by people they follow or are already connected to.
Based on your experience, Mr. Qureshi, does this promotional announcement of Instagram teen accounts accurately reflect the experience that these accounts deliver?
I do not believe they do. Work that Design It For Us did, that I led, was to test Instagram's teen accounts in a report that we made publicly available. And our findings are very different than this blog post.
Okay, and before we turn to that research, below sensitive content controls, do you see time limit reminders?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that feature as well?
I am.
Is it also called daily limits or something like that?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your experience, I'm sorry, In your experience and based on your interactions with other young people, is that an effective safety feature in that sense is the daily limits?
I don't believe that it is an effective feature because so many people simply tap away from it. A daily time limit when you're using Instagram comes up on your feed. It kind of covers the experience or the content that you're currently looking at. And it says, you've been using Instagram for 60 minutes. Would you like to leave or stay on the platform? And it's very easy to bypass it and simply continue your previous usage.
And is that something that you've heard from other young people with whom you've interacted?
Yes.
Section 802. It's literally for the truth of the matter, and it's too late now, but I'd ask that we police that, please.
I think this is not referring to specific statements here, Your Honor. I'm talking about Mr. Qureshi's body of experience in working with young people.
All right. Well, I certainly think the objection is well-founded, so just be careful as you move on.
Okay. And based on your experience, Mr. Qureshi, were there issues with Instagram teen accounts right out of the gates?
Yes. And that was based on the idea that was based on the fact that Meta had announced changes like this before.
And did you find that, in your experience, Instagram teen accounts were easy to access?
In my experience, it was difficult to know for a young person whether they were in a teen account, so to speak.
And did you have experience with the parental supervision interface with teen accounts?
In our research, that was not something that we specifically tested for. And yet, the young people that I talk to, parental supervision has never come up with the teenagers that I've spoken to.
And are you aware of data on how many teen accounts are enrolled in parental supervision?
Yes, I am. It is publicly reported that parental supervision is enabled for 0.38% of teen accounts from 2023 to 2025.
And does that include the period after Instagram teen accounts were launched?
Yes, it does.
Okay, let's turn to your research if we could. As part of your work as an advocate for youth online safety, have you had an opportunity to evaluate the effectiveness or safety provided by Instagram teen accounts?
Yes, I have. We conducted at Design It For Us a research study which I helped lead called Scary Feeds.
Okay, Your Honor, may we publish to the witness Plaintiff's Exhibit 03372?
Yes, you may.
And Mr. Qureshi, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
What is it?
It is our report that we published at Design It For Us in Accountable Tech called Scary Feeds.
Okay, and you mentioned that you led this report. Can you describe what your role was?
Yes, so I, along with my colleagues, developed the research methodology for this research, worked with our team to bring research participants in, to conduct the research, design the way in which we would build our teen accounts, our model test teen accounts, take in the data, and then subsequently publish it.
Okay, were you involved in drafting the report?
Yes.
Was the report created in the regular course of Design It For Us's business?
Yes.
And does the report accurately reflect the testing that Design It For Us conducted of Instagram teen accounts?
Yes, the report accurately reflects.
And are you aware of whether Meta reviewed this report?
I believe Meta did, yes.
What makes you think that?
When we published this report, we published it in conjunction with we gave the report to the Washington Post to publish it as well. And Meta subsequently responded to our report via the Washington Post.
And is Scary Feeds available on Design It For Us's website?
Yes, it's publicly available.
Your Honor, may we publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 03372 to the jury?
No objection to publishing, Your Honor, but I will have something to say later if we move past that. Thank you.
Let's wait for it to come up. All right, Mr. Qureshi, what prompted Design It For Us to conduct the testing for this report?
So when Meta announced Instagram teen accounts, it was one of the most sweeping purported safety changes that the company was making. And given the fact that some of the changes that it was announcing in its press releases were similar to other announcements previously, we wanted to test to figure out whether Instagram teen accounts were working as Meta said that they were. We had doubts about that and wanted to create a baseline understanding for whether teen accounts were working or not for teenagers.
And can you describe generally what Design It For Us did to test Instagram teen accounts?
Yes, so we created 5 model teen test accounts on Instagram. We worked with 5 members of Design It For Us, young people ages 18 to 22, to create model teen test accounts where they would simulate the experiences as if they were using their own Instagram account, but on a teen account.
And did setting up those test accounts require any specialized knowledge or expertise?
No, they did not.
And did the testing require any specialized knowledge or expertise?
No, it did not.
Okay, and after setting up the accounts, what was done?
After we set up the accounts, we instructed our research participants, first we sent them a device so that they could use Instagram on a separate device to their own. We didn't want to create any conflation between the data that may potentially be shared across a device. We set up new Gmail accounts to register each new Instagram account, again, for the same reasons as the device. And we instructed our research participants to use Instagram as if they normally would use their own account. We had our research participants submit daily logs about their experiences on Instagram that day. And over the 2-week period, we asked them to flag via the daily log content that they found harmful, disturbing, or obscene. And we deliberately left that definition vague so that it would allow the young people doing this research to offer their insights into what they were seeing on Instagram teen accounts.
And what steps, if any, did you take to ensure that the tests that they were doing reflected a teen's experience on Instagram?
So we generated bios and names for each of the accounts. We ensured that a teenage age under the age of 18 was entered to create the account. And in the way that we instructed our participants in that they should use Instagram as if they normally would use their own account was to get at the fact that they are young people, a stone's throw away from being a teenager who would have been defaulted into teen accounts, and to act as if they normally would on Instagram.
And were there any decisions made about which accounts they would follow?
Yes. So we set up our accounts to ensure that each of our test teen accounts were following recreational interests of an average teenager, whether that is photography or tennis or soccer. And we were specifically, our research methodology and our hypothesis was specifically, would sensitive content controls work for teen test accounts that had an interest in health, wellness, fitness, or dieting? And we had our teen test accounts follow a list of 20 mainstream accounts on Instagram of the top influencers based on a certain category. So there are lists that are publicly available online where you can say, for example, look up the most followers or the accounts with the most followers under the description of dieting. And you can see all the different accounts that are out there. We instructed our participants to follow the top 10. We had one control account, which followed the 10 most followed accounts on Instagram. That was Beyonce, Ariana Grande, Cristiano Ronaldo, to give you some examples.
When was this research conducted?
We conducted the research from March of 2025 to May of 2025.
And how long was that after Instagram teen accounts was launched?
So teen accounts was launched in September of 2024, so approximately 6 to 8 months after.
And when was the report published?
May 2025.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 04071.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. In light of the 702 and 703 concerns that we have raised, which I'll try to talk around, and I realize this is a little unconventional, we would request that Your Honor defer a decision on admissibility under 8036 until my examination, so there can be an assessment under the final clause of 8036 for the trustworthiness of the report. And then at that point, there can be a decision from the court on its admissibility. That's the request.
All right.
Your Honor, I think I'm happy to respond to it if I see Your Honor starting to say something.
I think based on the foundation that's been laid, it's admitted. And then we'll see what comes up on this.
All right, Mr. Qureshi, was there a specific feature of Instagram teen accounts that Design It For Us was testing?
Yes, the sensitive content control.
And why did you focus on sensitive content controls?
So much of consumption on Instagram is through algorithmic recommendations. The young people I talk to consume content through algorithmic feeds, and sensitive content controls, as Meta said, that they were supposed to provide default protections in algorithmic feeds.
And how did you learn what Meta considers to be sensitive content?
Meta publishes a policy as part of the policies of Instagram, which describe the kinds of content that should not be recommended under sensitive content controls.
Okay, I'd ask Your Honor if we may publish to the witness Plaintiff's Exhibit 03859.
Yes, you may.
All right, Mr. Qureshi, do you recognize this document?
I do, yes.
What is it?
It is the introduction of sensitive content controls on Instagram.
Your Honor, permission to publish this to the jury.
No objection.
All right. Yes. Coming right up.
And Mr. Qureshi, as it comes up, have you reviewed this document?
I have, yes.
And is it published on Meta's website?
To the best of my knowledge, it is, yes.
And still on Meta's website today, to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And what is the date of introducing sensitive content control?
July 20th, 2021.
And is this the post on sensitive content controls that you viewed in developing scary feeds?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 03859.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
All right. And if you can read out loud, let's turn to the second paragraph of the first page. I think there's a sentence, the last sentence, you can think of sensitive content. Do you see where that is?
Yes.
Could you read that out loud?
You can think of sensitive content as posts that don't necessarily break our rules, but could potentially be upsetting to some people, such as posts that may be sexually suggestive or violent.
And is that consistent with your understanding of sensitive content controls on Instagram?
Yes.
And did this post link to another Meta website that had further definition of sensitive content controls?
Yes, it did.
All right, Your Honor, may we publish to the witness Plaintiff's Exhibit 03386?
Yes, you may.
All right, Mr. Qureshi, once you have that, is this the description of sensitive content controls or sensitive content that you were referring to?
Yes.
And have you reviewed this description in connection with your work on scary feeds?
Yes.
And is this also published on Meta's website?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, is that still on Meta's website today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, the state moves to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 03386.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
And as titled, does this post include a description of sensitive content?
Yes, it does.
If we could turn to page 2, I'd ask you to read out loud, Mr. Qureshi, the text under what types of content and accounts does Instagram consider sensitive?
There are some categories of content and accounts that are allowed on our platforms because they don't go against our community standards, but may not be eligible for recommendations. You can change the sensitive content control settings at any time to see more or less of this type of content. Content that impedes our ability to foster a safe community, such as content that may depict violence, such as people fighting, we remove graphically violent content. Content that may be sexually explicit or suggestive, such as pictures of people in see-through clothing, we remove content that contains adult nudity or sexual activity. Content that promotes the use of certain regulated products, such as tobacco or vaping products, adult products and services, or pharmaceutical drugs. We remove content that attempts to sell or trade most regulated goods.
Right, and is this the definition, is this also the definition of sensitive content that you used for the testing in scary feeds?
Yes, it is.
All right, we can take this down. And was your focus in evaluating sensitive content and sensitive content controls on the content that was recommended or on the safety feature that Meta had promised?
It was the safety feature that Meta had promised.
And Mr. Qureshi, did you personally review the content that was reported by each of the test teen accounts?
I personally reviewed all of the content that our research participants flagged to us, yes.
And were the test accounts recommended sensitive content?
They were. Our findings were 5 out of 5 of our test teen accounts were recommended sensitive content.
And was that content based on your review of it that should have been filtered or not recommended based on Meta's announcements?
Yes.
What was your impression of the content that was algorithmically recommended to the teen test accounts?
My impression of the content that was recommended was that it was sexually crude, offensive in nature, that it left little to the imagination about what posts were describing. There was violent content that was recommended. There was content that promoted the use of alcohol and drugs despite what we believe to be the protection under sensitive content controls.
And let's turn back to scary feeds, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit, now admitted 03372.
Can I add one more thing to my previous answer?
May.
Another large piece of content that was recommended to our sensitive content controls or to our model test teen accounts was disordered eating and body image content.
And in that category, let's turn to page 12.
Wait, Your Honor, before that happens, I'd like to lodge an objection that under Mill 2, no leave of court has been sought. And if I need to approach on what that means, but I think the three of us know what that means, and I don't know what's about to happen here, but I want to say that.
I'm happy to approach and show Your Honor.
All right, please.
What's that when the music goes off and you're still standing? All right, let's turn to page 12, which is, I think, page 13 of the PDF. Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Kresge, does this accurately reflect, and I think it's getting published. Yes. Does this accurately reflect some of the images that your teen test accounts were delivered?
Yes.
And why did you include these images in the report?
For a few of the accounts, some of the test teen accounts were recommended body image and disordered eating content that could make young people feel worse about themselves, and in fact did make our research participants feel worse about themselves. And this is content that under sensitive content controls should not have been recommended. You can see in the individual pieces of content that they promote things like how to look the skinniest version of yourself. And this is how skinny girls in a dress look. Content that made our research participants feel worse about themselves.
And in the third image, I think the caption reads, because skinny is a lifestyle, not a phase. And at the bottom it says, weighed myself this morning, down a pound.
Objection, completeness. That's not what the caption says.
Part of what the caption says, if you'd like.
I will say, because your eyesight is obviously better than mine, if you'll read the entire thing.
Mr. Kresge, could you read the entire text on the third image?
Yes. So from the middle of the post, it says, come back from vacation 1 pound lighter and indulged in steak, fries, and Cosmo and ice cream because skinny is a lifestyle, not a phase. The caption below that says, weighed myself this morning, down a pound. And then the subsequent description that we've attributed to this is a reel describing a young woman who appears thin in a bikini on the beach, promoting skinny is a lifestyle, not a phase.
And again, Mr. Kresge, just to tie up this section, did you believe that this was the kind of sensitive did you believe that this was content that should have been recommended to a teen account under the Instagram teen account announcement?
Under Instagram teen accounts announcements, which include default protections under sensitive content controls, I do not believe that this content should have been recommended to our teen test accounts.
And did you, over the course of the testing period, observe any trends in the content recommended to the teen accounts?
Yes, in particular, there was one account which received or was recommended a large amount of the body image and disordered eating content. And that progressively got worse towards the end of the trial period for that teen test account.
And was that also true for the control account and sexualized content?
Yes, the control account received the largest amount of sexual content that was flagged in our report, and also got progressively more sexual content as the 2-week period elapsed.
And the content that was reported in scary feeds, was that content that was that came from counts that these test accounts followed, or from unconnected sources?
So if you look at every piece of content that was flagged in our report, you can see there's a button that says follow on every piece of content. That is urging the user, if they so choose, to follow the account. But it means that none of the accounts that were recommending this content to our teen test accounts were previously followed by our research participants. In other words, this was all content that was recommended from accounts that our research participants were not seeking out.
And now we can take this down. This wasn't a large-scale survey of hundreds of thousands of users on Instagram's app, right?
It was not. We were clear about what we wanted to establish was a baseline understanding of teen accounts and to test the sensitive content controls and we discussed and we're clear on our limitations in this research.
And notwithstanding those limitations, do you consider this to be meaningful research?
I believe it's meaningful research. It was the first test of teen accounts produced in the United States after teen accounts had been announced, and it provides a baseline understanding for the ways that sensitive content controls worked for our teen test accounts. If they did not work for 5 of our test teen accounts, we can assume that they may not be working for others.
And you mentioned that you disclosed limitations of the research, correct?
Yes.
And did you also disclose that certain protections worked in your testing?
Yes, we did. In fact, one research participant in particular had generally positive experiences on Instagram teen accounts, though that account did receive sensitive content.
And did the researchers who were participating in Scary Feeds, did they download non-sensitive content?
Could you ask your question again?
Yes, there were a lot of negatives in that question. Did the research participants download content that they didn't think was sensitive?
Our research participants flagged for the research content that they believed was harmful, disturbing, or obscene, so no other additional content.
Okay. And did you disclose all of the content that was downloaded by the research participants so that people could evaluate it for themselves?
Yes, every piece of content that was flagged by our teen test accounts was included in the research report and available to download on the last page of the research report so that anyone could see.
Right. And you mentioned at the start of your description of Scary Feeds, a Washington Post reporter. Do you recall that?
Yes, Jeffrey Fowler at the Washington Post published a story on our research.
And are you aware that Mr. Fowler repeated research on Instagram teen accounts?
Objection, leading.
Are you, I'll withdraw the question. Mr. Qureshi, are you aware of what research Mr. Fowler, or what Mr. Fowler did when you shared your report with him?
Yes, when we shared our report with Mr. Fowler at the Washington Post, he subsequently repeated our research methodology on his own to verify the findings of our report.
And what did he find?
Objection, 802, very clearly. Truth of the matter, what another person found in a study. This is also going into 702.
So let's approach from one, please.
All right, Mr. Qureshi. Let's switch to other research. Were you involved in any other research involving the effectiveness of Meta's teen accounts?
Yes, I was. Design It For Us co-authored a survey on Instagram teen accounts called Missing the Mark.
Okay, and prior to Missing the Mark, Was there any other research in which you personally were involved relating to Instagram teen accounts?
Yes, there was a third report that I helped contribute to called Broken Promises.
And Your Honor, may we publish to the witness Plaintiff's Exhibit 03392, which has already been admitted into evidence?
Yes, you may.
And on that basis, Your Honor, may we actually just publish it to the jury as well?
Yes, you may.
And Mr. Qureshi, is this the Broken Promises, the Teen Accounts Broken Promises report that you were referring to?
Yes.
And can you explain to us, well, let me ask a different question. Are you familiar with this report?
I am, yes.
And did you review this report prior to its publication?
I did, yes.
And why did you review the report before it was published?
So after Design It For Us and Accountable Tech, after I completed and we completed the Scary Feeds research report, we knew, and speaking to other organizations who work in this space, knew that there were organizations who wanted to continue the research. We helped explore some of the gaps or limitations that I testified to previously that were in our research that we wanted to help inform this group of researchers about how best to go about their research on Instagram teen accounts.
And were the findings of Broken Promises consistent with your own research?
Yes, they were.
And based on your personal experience, is it consistent with the experiences of other young people?
Yes, they are.
Do you consider Broken Promises to be reliable?
I do, yes.
Do you share it with others in the course of your work?
Yes, I often share the 3 research reports that I helped contribute to on Instagram teen accounts in the course of our work, doing our policy and our advocacy work, yes.
And did Broken Promises, like Scary Feeds, test the sensitive content controls in Instagram teen accounts?
Yes, it did.
And I'd ask if we could turn to page 9 on the sensitive content control discussion. All right, Mr. Qureshi, if you can see the bold text in the first column we rated, could you read down through sensitive content controls?
We rated 64% of the safety tools as red, 30 tools, because they were either no longer available or ineffective. Another 19% of safety tools, 9 tools, reduced harm, but came with notable limitations. Only 17% of the safety features, 8 tools, worked as advertised with no limitations.
And can you keep going from here into the sensitive content controls?
Many of the safety...
Can I verge on this one? I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Qureshi. Do you mind if I verge on this one, Your Honor?
All right, Mr. Qureshi, I think we were just about to talk about sensitive content controls, and I want to move us forward through this, but were sensitive content controls one of the features tested in Broken Promises?
Yes.
And did Broken Promises reach a conclusion as to whether sensitive content controls were effective? The sensitive content controls in Instagram teen accounts were effective.
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
That they were mostly ineffective.
And can we turn to page 38? And did Broken Promises make specific findings with respect to the type of content that was shown to teen test accounts?
Yes.
And what kind of content was that?
Just 1 moment, Council.
I'm happy to move on if that is not consistent.
Yes, please, let's stop.
Okay, let's pull this image down. Did you, Mr. Qureshi, find that the findings of Broken Promises were consistent with your own findings in Scary Feeds?
Yes.
And were they consistent or not consistent with what you have experienced with other teens through Instagram teen accounts?
They were consistent with what I found with other teens.
And are you aware of whether Broken Promises also tested another feature called hiding like counts?
Yes.
What is that feature?
So on Instagram, any piece of content can be liked by any other user. Instagram made it possible to hide one's own like counts or the like counts of every piece of content that they see on Instagram.
And are you aware of research that Meta did on hiding like counts?
Yes, I believe, yes, I'm aware of research that Meta did on hiding like counts. I believe the research was called Project Daisy.
And what do you know about Project Daisy?
I know from what's publicly available that Project Daisy found that when like counts are turned off by default for teen users, so in other words, when no young person has their likes showing to another young person or in their own feed, by default, it is a more worthwhile, safer experience for young people.
And how do you know that?
I know that both from what I've read that is publicly available about Project Daisy and what my own experiences are with like counts and the experiences of young people.
And how do visible like counts impact young people?
Yeah, so it comes back to the findings from the Teen Mental Health Deep Dive from Frances Haugen, which the research there is consistent with what I know to be true, that when you are displaying a number associated with a picture that you post, especially if it's a personal picture, a picture about something that you did with your family, a vacation that you went on, an experience that you had, it creates a quantification of that experience. And that can be very problematic for young people because it puts us in this challenging position where we compare ourselves to one another based on that quantification metric. And that contributes to people feeling worse about themselves, young people feeling worse about themselves.
And in terms of what you know of Project Daisy, which safety feature or which version did Meta end up implementing?
Meta implemented a opt-in to hiding like counts. In other words, a user would have to affirmatively go to that setting to turn it on themselves, rather than it being just the default safety protection for young people from the get-go.
And do you know why Meta chose the opt-in, kind of less protective version of Daisy?
Your Honor, I think that's calling for speculation.
Council.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you know why Meta chose the version of DAISY that it implemented, the opt-in?
Your Honor. So, Council, what's appropriate?
Mr. Kresge, did you find the like counts? Did you find the hide like counts feature that Meta ultimately adopted to be an effective safety measure?
No, I did not.
Why not?
In my experience, the safest protections for young people on Instagram and on any social media platform are when those safety features are enabled by default. And that is for a very simple reason, because young people don't know that safety tools exist. When you're scrolling on social media, the first thing that comes to your mind is not, have I turned on the safety tools? Do I know if there are safety tools enabled? And to make it not enabled by default meant that young people had to, and still have to, affirmatively seek out that protection should they so choose, and even if they know it exists.
And did you have slides prepared to show how the hide like counts feature works?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, permission to publish to the witness.
Yes, you may.
And Mr. Kresge, if you take a look at these, the slides that you had prepared.
Yes.
And Your Honor, permission to publish these demonstrative slides to the jury.
No objection.
All right, Mr. Kresge, can you walk through, first of all, what is this first slide?
This is the profile page of an Instagram account.
And can you explain what's circled up in the top right corner?
Yes, that is the menu bar to be able to navigate to the account settings.
Okay, and is there anything visible that tells you that that's where you're going to find a safety feature?
No, there's nothing visible there that indicates that you can find your settings or a safety feature there.
Okay, and let's move, if we could, to the next slide. What is this slide?
This is the settings menu for the Instagram account.
And is this what you get to after you click on that 3 lines?
Yes.
Okay, and explain what this illustrates.
These are the various settings that a user can adjust, make changes to within one's Instagram feed or one's Instagram account.
And what does that arrow represent?
The arrow represents the fact that you have to scroll down this menu of options, in that, as you can see where close friends is cut off, there is more options available below.
Okay, so let's go to the next slide. What is that?
That is scrolling again.
All right, and do you see hide like counts on this screen?
I do not.
Okay, so let's go to the next slide. And what does this slide represent?
This represents that after you scroll a few times, then you find the like and share counts setting within your Instagram account settings.
Okay, and is that the text that's there just says like and share counts, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, let's move to the next slide, and if you can explain to us what this is.
So this is the toggle to be able to turn on hiding like and share counts on Instagram. In other words, once you enable this setting, the number of likes and shares on posts, reels, on your own feed will be hidden.
Okay, and the next slide, does that reflect the toggle having happened?
Yes, now in this scenario, it is turned on.
Okay. And is there anything here that explains or makes recommendations to young users about whether to enable this feature?
No, there are no recommendations that are offered to teenage users about whether both the fact that this setting exists and that it can be turned on for a better experience.
Okay. And then let's go to the next set of slides. And can you explain to the jury what these slides convey?
Yes, so now we've returned to the Instagram profile page and the create button has been tapped. And this brings up a menu of options for creating content on Instagram.
Okay. And so,
and the button that is highlighted is the post button. So this would be the ability to create a standalone image or video that would live on your Instagram feed.
okay. And what happens after this slide?
Then it takes you to the option to actually upload a piece of content, in this case, a photo that you would post to your feed.
Okay. And what does that red box indicate up top?
That indicates that you are moving to the next step of posting. So after you select next, you go to, well, we'll see it in a moment, but that this is the progression along the way of creating a post.
Okay. And let's move to the next slide, please. And what is that?
Now you have an option to add text, to add music, filter, or edit the image in any way.
Okay, I think we're one behind you, perhaps. Can we go to the next slide? All right, is this the one you were just describing, or am I ahead of you?
You can do both on either.
Okay. All right. And so can you explain what's on this demonstrative slide?
Yes, so this is the final step when creating an Instagram post before it is shared. And the red arrow indicates the ability to scroll to more options.
Okay, and is there anything on this slide that says hide like counts?
No.
Okay, let's move to the next slide. What's significant about this one?
After you've scrolled, you see an option for more options available.
And anything here, hide like counts?
No.
Okay, next slide. What does this represent?
Once you've selected more options, now you have the opportunity to hide like counts on this specific post. You can see that is toggled off, so it is not enabled automatically.
Okay, and so I think the last slide, what does that represent?
When it is actually enabled or turned on.
Okay, and is this something that applies globally once you've turned it on, or do you have to do it with each post?
This is for each individual post that you create.
Okay. And again, Mr. Qureshi, now having gone through these slides, for the jury, do you regard this as an effective way of allowing teens to hide like counts?
I do not regard this as an effective way to hide like counts. As we saw, the steps to get to this were cumbersome. There was no direction offered by Instagram about the ability to be able to do this. And the options that were available to users prior to this were things like adding text, adding music, who you want to tag. So Instagram obviously is making decisions about the kind of options it's offering to users on a specific post. This one is not one that it is made prominently available.
Okay. And by the way, did Broken Promises also look at hiding like counts?
Yes, it did.
And do you know whether that report reached a conclusion as to whether that was an effective safety feature?
Yes, Broken Promises found that hiding like counts was an ineffective safety measure.
And one last question on Project Daisy, to tread back to that gingerly. Do you know whether the information on Project Daisy was disclosed by Meta, its findings in connection with that research?
I do not believe that the findings of Project Daisy were disclosed by Meta publicly.
Okay. Your Honor, this is a breaking point for me, if it makes sense.
All right. Thank you for alerting me to that as always. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attentiveness. We'll take an afternoon break and call you back in shortly.
All rise.
Loretta, hope you had a good afternoon break. We'll get back to it. Council, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Koresh, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, outside of the reports we've already discussed, scary feeds and broken promises, were you involved in any other research or testing of the effectiveness of Instagram teen accounts?
Yes, a report called Missing the Mark.
Your Honor, may we publish to the witness Plaintiff's Exhibit 03401?
Yes, you may.
And Mr. Koresh, when you have it, can you tell us if you recognize this document?
I recognize this document, yes.
What is it?
It is the report that Design It For Us published with other organizations called Missing the Mark.
And what was Design It For Us's role in the development of this report?
Design It For Us helped to craft the survey questions that were asked of young people in the poll that was conducted behind this report.
And what perspective or skills did you bring to your role in helping to formulate the survey questions?
Personally, I brought my experience both as a young person and interacting with young people in all of my work to inform questions that would ensure that young people's experiences were accurately reflected in the survey when they were asked questions.
And did the role that you just described require any technical or specialized skills?
No, they didn't.
Okay, no. Did you bring any skills in survey research or data analysis?
No skills in either of those areas.
Okay, and did Design It For Us, beyond the role you've mentioned, play any role in framing the research?
Yes, Design It For Us brought the frame of, again, what we had learned from scary feeds and having produced and published that research, and the recommendation to rely on the beef study that was conducted at Meta a number of years ago to help inform this survey.
And what was Design It For Us's role in contracting? Well, did the organizations that put out Missing the Mark contract with a survey firm or a polling firm?
Yes, the organizations contracted a survey firm called Breakthrough Campaigns, yes.
And what was Design It For Us's role in contracting with a polling firm?
We weren't necessarily the name on the contract, but the organizations involved all sought out Breakthrough Campaigns to undertake this survey.
And what was Design It For Us's purpose in undertaking Missing the Mark?
So across scary feeds, the first report that we did, we sought to understand a baseline of Meta's sensitive content controls. Broken promises, the second report, was aimed at testing all of the safety features that Meta had publicly described as protecting young people on Instagram. And this report, this survey, was aimed at ensuring that a nationally representative sample of young people's experiences, their thoughts, their feelings about how Instagram, and specifically Instagram teen accounts, was working or not working for them.
And did Design It For Us give its final approval of the report?
Yes, we did.
Were you involved in reviewing the final report before it was issued?
Yes, I reviewed the final report before it was issued.
And is Design It For Us listed as one of the authors on the front cover of the report?
Yes, we are listed as one of the authors.
Does Missing the Mark accurately reflect the findings of the national survey?
Yes, it does.
And is the report in front of you a true and accurate copy of the report?
Yes, it is.
Was the report created in the regular course of Design It For Us's work?
Yes, it was.
Is it published on your website?
The report is available on our website, yes.
And do you have an understanding of the survey's findings?
I do, yes.
And did interpreting the survey require any technical or specialized skills on your part?
It did not.
And do you know whether Meta reviewed or commented publicly on Missing the Mark?
Yes, Meta did in response to a Time magazine story about the survey.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit Missing the Mark, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 03401.
All right.
We object 802 and 805. Happy to approach and explain.
Yes, you may. And so, yes, this is the exhibit 3401 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. When was the research underlying missing the mark conducted, Mr. Qureshi?
The research was conducted in August of 2025.
And how long was that after the launch of or the announcement of Instagram teen accounts?
So it was coming up to a year since the announcement of teen accounts and approximately 8 months after teen accounts was rolled out publicly worldwide.
Oh, and I'm sorry, can we publish this report? Without a witness to tell me to publish things, I am at sea.
I should have pressed those buttons.
All right, Mr. Qureshi. What were the conclusions reached in missing the mark about the efficacy or safety of Instagram teen accounts?
So the findings of the survey were that young people reported unsafe content and unwanted sexual advances on Instagram, which, given the survey period, would have been when Instagram teen accounts were supposedly in place, given they were rolled out in September of 2024 and then globally at the beginning of 2025.
And can we turn to page 4, please? And did missing the mark look at specific age groups of teens?
Yes, it specifically looked at the 13 to 15-year-old age bracket.
And what did missing the mark find with respect to what percentage of 13 to 15-year-olds were exposed to unsafe content or unwanted messages on Instagram?
58% of all 13 to 15-year-olds said that they experienced unsafe content or unwanted messages in the past 6 months.
And let's turn to page 8. We're going to march rapidly through this report. On page 8, can you read the top paragraph, direct messaging?
Direct messaging, reels, comment sections, and stories are the Instagram services where young teen users are most likely to encounter unsafe content and unwanted messages.
And what did that finding tell you about where the harm to teens was coming from?
That finding told me that the harm that was occurring to young people on Instagram was happening in places where you were interacting with people directly through direct messages, through algorithmic products such as reels, stories, and even in comments, which are also algorithmically recommended.
Can you explain, what do you know about how comments are algorithmically recommended? That seems strange.
So previously, many years ago, comments used to be chronological. So the most, the earliest or the newest comment would be surfaced first, and you could scroll through and see other comments. Then it became the most liked comments. So likes were added to comments. So in other words, you could like a post, and then once you open up the comment section on a post, you can see the subsequent comments below that post. Users could then like individual posts or individual comments under that post. And then comments became algorithmic. So such that the kind of comments, if you or I were looking at the same piece of content, we might have a different comment section, for example, designed to engage with us or elicit some kind of reaction from us in a different way, because the comments were essentially personalized to what we would be seeing or what an individual would be seeing.
Okay, let's turn to page 9 of Missing the Mark. Can you read the top paragraph in daily interactions?
In daily interactions with the platform, young teen users are regularly receiving follow requests from unknown adults.
And can you go on and read the next 2 paragraphs quickly, please?
Within this past 6 months, more than half, 52%, of 13 to 15-year-olds have received a follow request from a person they didn't know that they believed to be an adult. Among those that received a request, almost 2 in 5, or 38% of users, accepted that request, which can lead to a plethora of potentially harmful situations.
And Mr. Qureshi, can then you go on and read Instagram teen accounts are facilitating?
Instagram teen accounts are facilitating interactions between young teen users and adults, making matters worse.
And go ahead and read the next paragraph, if you would, please.
Instagram's own tools and algorithms are putting 13 to 15-year-olds in potentially harmful situations. 50% of young teen users have found that Instagram's suggested for you or people you may know pages recommended accounts of people they did not know but believed to be run by adults.
And did this indicate to you whether Meta's messaging and introduction restrictions were working?
It indicated to me that they were not working.
And what did it indicate to you about whether teen accounts were still permitting unwanted messages and contacts to even 13 to 15-year-olds?
It indicated to me that Instagram teen accounts protections were still allowing for those kinds of interactions to be facilitated.
Okay, let's turn to page 10. Did this national survey indicate what percentage of unwanted messages to 13 to 15-year-old kids were coming from adults?
Yes.
And what was that percentage?
58%.
And lastly, I think let's go to page 12 if we could. Did the survey also describe what teens did when they received unwanted messages?
Yes, it did.
And what did the survey find? I think it's the second paragraph, last sentence. Specifically.
Yes. Specifically, 47% of 13 to 15-year-old users have had at least one of these experiences and did not take direct action.
And what does one of these experiences refer to?
One of these experiences including encountering unsafe content or unwanted messages.
And did young people explain in this survey why they didn't take direct action?
Yes.
Why was that?
56% of young people said it happens so often that I'm just used to it now, or in other words, they were numb to it. 30% said I didn't know what else to do, and 9% said I've tried to do something in the past, but it didn't work.
Okay. And then actually, we're going to stop one other spot, page 15. Did the survey have any findings about the use of Instagram teen account privacy and parental supervision settings?
Yes.
And what did the survey find? I think 29%.
Yes. The survey found that 29% of young teens who have a public or unsupervised Instagram account.
Okay, so 29% have a public account.
Yes.
And what percentage of 13 to 15-year-olds had parental supervision on their account? I think it's that yellow column.
30% said that they had an unsupervised account.
Okay, and did having private accounts or parental supervision protect teens from unwanted messages? I think if you look at the box on the bottom right.
Yes. 71% said that they had public accounts without parental supervision. 61% said they had private accounts without parental supervision. 60% said they had public accounts with parental supervision, and 54% said they had private accounts with parental supervision.
And in rushing through that, Mr. Qureshi, I just want to make sure that the record is clear on this. What percentages of these, what percentages are these?
These are the percentages of young teens who said they experienced any unsafe content or unwanted messages.
Okay, and does that indicate that teens were still experiencing unwanted messages or unsafe contents even with private accounts and parental supervision?
Yes, it does.
All right. Were the findings of missing the mark consistent with that announcement of Instagram teen accounts that we looked at towards the start of your testimony?
I do not believe that the findings of this report are consistent with the supposed safeguards offered by Instagram's teen accounts.
And by the way, did this survey also discuss what teens say about the amount of time they spend on Instagram?
Objection, leading. I've been trying to let it develop, but we're getting to a leading point.
All right, so I'll overrule developing the testimony.
Yes, it did.
All right, let's turn to, I think it is page 16. if you look at the bottom left corner, what did missing the mark find with respect to the amount of time teens were spending on Instagram?
53% of all 13 to 15-year-old users said they are on Instagram at least 1 hour per day, including 11% who say they use Instagram for at least 3 hours per day.
Okay, we're done with missing the mark. Are the findings of missing the mark consistent with what you've learned from teens about their experiences on Instagram, even in teen accounts?
Unfortunately, yes, I believe that they are.
Based on your experience, what impact has Instagram teen accounts had on perceptions of safety on Instagram?
Instagram teen accounts was rolled out to be a safety protection offered for young people and to offer parents peace of mind about default protections on Instagram. Yet the research that we've conducted across 3 different studies looking at model teen test accounts, safety features, and asking young people for their direct experiences shows that Instagram teen accounts are not working as intended. And Meta has not produced any publicly available data about the efficacy or lack thereof of teen accounts. So we have been left to conduct research like this to try and glean for ourselves an understanding of teen accounts.
Okay. All right, moving on from teen accounts, Mr. Kresge, have you followed testimony by Meta's executives to Congress?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with testimony that Antigone Davis gave to Congress?
I am. I remember watching her testimony before Congress when she gave it.
And I'd asked to publish to the witness Plaintiff's Exhibit 01491, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
And Mr. Kresge, do you recognize this document?
I do, yes. It's a transcript of Ms. Davis's testimony.
And is this testimony that you heard personally?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 01491.
Your Honor, if it's a publication question, we won't object, but if it's admission of Ms. Davis's testimony through this witness, we object. It's hearsay to the witness, and we're back in 702 and 703 land.
Your Honor, this is a public statement and admission by Meta, which means it is not hearsay, it is congressional testimony.
Ms. Davis, correct.
Ms. Davis, yes.
All right. So overruled.
All right, Mr. Kresge, I'd like to turn to page 42. And I think we'll find a statement by Ms. Davis. I disagree with calling our product addictive. Okay, and can we also publish this?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right. And is that a statement you heard Ms. Davis make?
Yes.
Based on your experience and observations, is this a truthful or misleading statement?
I believe it is a misleading statement.
Why is that?
Instagram is designed to be a product to...
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Kresge, Your Honor. This is...
Yes, please approach.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt again, Mr. Qureshi. Your Honor, it's going to the same place, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll overrule on this question, but please be mindful of the side.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please continue, Mr. Qureshi, based on your observations and experience.
Based on my observations and experiences, when other young people receive push notifications, are encouraged to spend more time on Instagram, when we are seeing product features being tweaked in front of our eyes to get us to spend more time on the product because of the fact that there is infinite scroll, for example. These are all features that keep us on the platform, on Instagram, for longer. And that means that we are, as young people, are fighting a machine that is designed to keep us on for longer.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Qureshi. We can take this down and ask you some final questions. Based on your work and your personal experience, do young people feel in control of the time they spend on Instagram?
Based on my experiences, young people do not feel in control of their personal experiences on Instagram. As I said previously, we experience the ways in which Instagram encourages us to spend more time on the product, inherently making it such that we are having to pull our control or our attention away from a product that is designed to keep us there.
And in your experience, do young people feel regret for the amount of time that they spend on Instagram?
In my experience, young people do feel regret for the time that they spend on Instagram, because whether that is time spent that is simply doom scrolling or scrolling through lots and lots of content that doesn't offer a productive experience, to the very real harms that we've talked about here, whether that is being exposed to unwanted sexual advances by adults that young people don't know are adults, whether that is seeing streams of disordered eating content that should not be recommended to teen accounts. These are all experiences that do not provide a worthwhile experience and make young people feel worse about themselves when using Instagram.
Growing up, did you feel like Instagram was safe for someone your age?
Growing up, I remember when I first got Instagram, and it was a novelty in a sense. I mean, this was the first time that I'd ever interacted with something like this. The promise from Instagram and what I believed at the time was we get to connect with our friends, we get to share funny stuff with one another. It felt very benign because it was a chronological feed and you were just interacting with your friends. You could follow some accounts of interest, but for the most part, you were talking to people you knew. And the promise of an app that was supposed to broaden our horizons quickly became a really dark place, I think, that I remember in my own experiences and with peers, just reflecting on the challenge of having to wake up every day and perform for your peers online on Instagram. That is not something that we should be asking young people to have to do.
Do you believe, based on your personal experience and your interactions, that your safety and the safety of young people is a priority for Meta?
mean, based on everything I've said here and testified to today, I strongly feel that safety is not a priority for Meta when I see, for example, sensitive content controls not working, when I see young people 4 years after Instagram did its own research come back with the same findings that they are getting unwanted sexual advances from predators. And when researchers take the time to actually go through and study all of the different supposed protections offered by Instagram, because Instagram and Meta have not made any data available about whether these things actually work, that it creates a lack of trust with the company that makes the product that you use.
And based on your personal experience and the interactions you've had with hundreds or thousands of young people, have young people been harmed on Instagram?
Yes, I believe young people have been harmed on Instagram, and it's been a consistent position of mine, unfortunately, because I'm saying it how I see it. And whether it was the Time article I wrote in 2021, I mean, I would largely say the same things that I said there that I would today, that Instagram is a dark place when its own recommendations are connecting young people to child predators. It is a dark place when you have to quantify your self-worth all the time. It is a dark place when you are bombarded by an algorithm that you didn't create or operate, but was built to give you a certain experience of suicide content. Like, that is not a safe experience for a young person.
Are these harmful experiences on Instagram occurring even now?
I believe they are. Our research shows month on month since Instagram teen accounts were rolled out that the harms continue. So I have every reason to believe that the harm is continuing.
And Mr. Qureshi, if the jury was to wonder, why not just close the app? Why not just delete it and move on? What's the answer to that?
There is a social price, a social ostracization from withdrawing from the online environment where your friends are spending a bulk of their time. And when a product is inherently or feels addictive, and the features that you're using feel addictive like, then it is really hard to create friction between the thing that keeps literally pulling you back in because it buzzes at all hours of the day, to simply take a step back or take a step away.
And in your experience, is the Instagram that young people see and experience different than what less young people like me or others might experience?
Objection, foundation for what others experience include.
So sustained.
All right. Have you, for instance, Mr. Qureshi, compared your Instagram with your parents?
Yes, I have. I've compared it with my dad's, for example, and we have very different experiences on Instagram. His feed is more news, more dad joke content, and doesn't reflect the kind of content that we saw in scary feeds, for example, which is, and when I was younger, when I was a teenager, was prevalent on my feeds.
And last question, Mr. Qureshi, your work has focused on giving young people a voice in the conversation around social media and Instagram in particular. Why should that matter here today?
Young people's experiences are the thing that should probably matter the most in everything we are doing in an effort to try and create safer social media. And when young people say that they are hurting, that they are experiencing harms that are impacting them in real life, then we should listen to them. The company Meta that builds a product for young people, for teenagers, should listen to young people and their experiences, because it's our livelihood, it's our mental health at stake, it's our ability to thrive in this world at stake. And so that is so much of the work that I do. And, you know, to come back to where we started this, we were the guinea pig generation. Like, social media was an experiment on us. We were the canaries in the coal mine in many ways, where this was experimented on us. And so as this technology progresses, as Meta continues to build products that young people are going to access and interact with, it is paramount that the experiences of young people shape what that looks like.
I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, counsel. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir, Mr. Qureshi.
Good afternoon.
Am I pronouncing that correctly, Mr. Qureshi?
Qureshi, yes.
Qureshi, okay. My name is Alex Parkinson. I'm one of the attorneys for Meta. I appreciate you taking the time to visit New Mexico to talk to us today about the case. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are the last witness in the state's case, the crescendo. Did you know that?
I did, yes.
Okay. Now, just to
a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I get it. Now, just to understand why the state called you as its crescendo witness, I want to clarify a couple of things. You're not here as an expert witness. We've seen some of those, and you're not purporting to be an expert witness, right?
No, I'm not purporting to be an expert witness, but I'm here to share my experiences as a young person and to speak truth to power about what it's like to be a young person online.
Very much to your credit, unlike a lot of the expert witnesses on both sides, to be fair, you're not being compensated for being here today.
I'm not being compensated for being here today.
Came to New Mexico on your own dime.
I came to New Mexico with the support of the firm, but yes.
Fair enough. Okay. And the reason that you came here on your own, not being compensated at least, I don't know what the firm means, but the reason you're not being compensated is
travel expenses.
Got it. The reason you're not being compensated is the same reason that you're the last witness in the case, right?
I don't understand the question.
Well, you don't like Meta very much, do you?
My work has been focused on creating safer online experiences for young people. And my advocacy work has taken on many different forms in terms of holding many companies accountable for the social media products they design, including Meta.
Your view is that Adam Mosseri has destroyed the lives of a generation, right? That's a yes or no.
My view is that...
I'm sorry, sir. I really want to get the jury out by 5 o'clock. And so I'm just asking yes or no. It's your view that Adam Mosseri has destroyed the lives of a generation, right?
I have more context to add, so...
Well, you wrote that once, right? Publicly on your Twitter, you said Adam Mosseri has destroyed the lives of a generation. That's your belief, right?
Yes, and the context behind that is that Adam Mosseri is a senior executive at a company that has built a product.
So in March 2023, you co-founded an organization called Design It For Us, right?
That is correct, yes.
And part of what that organization does is it lobbies against Meta, and it does research and other things we've talked about today.
Design It For Us does, yes, the things that you described.
Okay.
Our main focus is to provide a space for young people and their voices to be amplified.
Yeah. And Mr. Krish, you, well, Design It For Us has staged protests outside of Meta's headquarters, for example. Is that right?
Yes, Design It For Us has staged protests outside multiple tech companies.
And in fact, and actually, you're kind of one of the architects of this lawsuit right here, aren't you?
I don't believe I'm an architect of this lawsuit.
You've met with Ms. Singer, which I assume was the reference to the firm. You've met with Ms. Singer 3 or 4, 5 or 6 times about the lawsuit. Is that right?
I don't know the exact number, but I've met with Ms. Singer a few times, yes.
Hard to count?
Not necessarily.
Okay. And as an active participant in this, you text with other people involved in this case, right?
I don't know what you mean.
You have a text thread, and you mentioned Mr. Behar, who we met, and mentioned Francis Haugen. You have a text thread called Francis, Jason, Zaman, and Arturo, right?
Yes.
So when you said that you sometimes meet with Arturo in passing to the jury, you text with Mr. Behar, right? About this case.
I've not texted with Mr. Behar about this case.
Okay, we're going to hand up some documents, and we'll see if that bears out. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And sir, I'm just going to direct you to tab 3 of this binder. Now,
Your
Mr.
Honor, may we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could please look at tab 3 of the binder in front of you that I handed you.
Yes.
This is a text thread that you have with Arturo, Francis, and Jason, correct?
I do have this text thread
And
with
the very
Arturo,
top
Francis,
text
and Jason,
in that
yes.
thread is about a filing in this case, right?
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I do not remember interacting with these messages, so they may have come across my
Well, you responded,
messages.
Mr. Kresge, right? You see your response to that? You said, I actually hadn't seen that, right?
Which one are my responses?
I'm just asking. If you don't see your own texts, that's fine.
I haven't messaged in this thread.
Okay. Now, this thread has been going on with Mr. Behar and Jason and Francis for multiple years, right?
Yes, it has been going on for a few years, yes.
And Mr. Behar gave us a couple of screenshots like the one that you have in front of you, but you didn't produce all of your texts to this court in this case, did you?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Parkinson knows that there was no request for them.
I'll move on.
All right,
fair enough. Now, you testified about a document called Scary Feeds, right?
Yes.
I want to ask you about that. And before we open it up, and to be clear, I think you testified, and tell me if I'm mischaracterizing this, that broken promises the second report built on the Scary Feeds report, right?
Broken Promises used some of the learnings from Scary Feeds to build an understanding of teen accounts.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification. And just chronologically, the order of the three reports you talked about was first Scary Feeds, then Broken Promises, and then the survey Missing the Mark, right?
Yes, that's a correct order.
Okay. Now, Scary Feeds is a report that two organizations created. One is called Accountable Tech, and the other is your own called Design It For Us, right?
Yes, those are the two organizations that authored the report.
And you're here to testify about, among other things, that report. And to be fair, that report, the Scary Feeds report, is a really big deal, right?
Yes, I believe that the report is a very big deal.
Design It For Us, your organization, releases something separate, a separate report called the Impact Report, right?
Yes, like most nonprofits, we release impact reports to show that we are doing good work.
Right. It's a report of all of the work that Design It For Us has done, and the Impact Report suggests the impact that your nonprofit has had.
Yes, and I believe that the impact report shows the work that we do as an organization throughout the course of the year. And yet the research that we did speaks for itself.
Okay, separate document, right. And in the impact report, and we'll come back to the research, I promise, but in the impact report, your organization called the Scary Feeds report breakthrough reporting, right?
Yes, I believe so. I don't have it in front of me, but I assume you're
welcome to look. It's tab 5 of your binder.
Thank
but it's,
you.
I'll just, you're welcome to look at it. The organization, Design It For Us, also said in its annual impact report for 2025 that Scary Feeds set off a chain reaction as a damning study of teen accounts. True?
Could you point me to the page?
Of course. It's on page 1, middle paragraph. And if we can, Mr. Roberts, if we could please publish that to the witness. This is DX5530.
Thank you.
And I'm not trying to quiz you. I just want to make sure. The impact report says that this Scary Feeds report set off a chain reaction as a damning report or a damning study of teen accounts, right?
So, yes, the report says the sentence that you made reference to. The research that we did found that sensitive content controls did not work for 5 out of 5 teen test accounts.
And so we'll get to that.
And so we were able to create a baseline understanding for Instagram teen
I'm just trying to agree. We agree that it's a damning report of teen accounts, right? It's breakthrough. It's a chain reaction report, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also personally released a press release calling the Scary Feeds report, quote, staggering and extremely disheartening. Do you remember that?
Could you point me to the press
It's
release?
tab 6. And Jeff, if we could please pull that up on the screen just for the witness, it's DDX5531. And again, not a quiz show, just trying to reach some common ground. You've called the Scary Feeds report staggering and extremely disheartening. Do you see that?
Yes, I called it staggering and extremely disheartening because young people discuss the ways in which Instagram teen account protections did not work for model teen test accounts, and that they're...
I promise, I just want to get the jury out by 5 and wrap up this case, but I promise we're going to get into the report. I just want to make sure we agree it's staggering.
Sure.
It's staggering, right? Scary Feeds is staggering reporting. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've actually taken a bit of a step back or a different role at Design It For Us, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. I was our co-chair and now I'm our director of campaigns and policy.
Okay. And so if you are the crescendo witness for the state's case, is it fair to say that for your time as the chair, co-chair at Design It For Us, Scary Feeds was the crescendo of your work?
No, I do not. I'm proud of the work. I'm proud of the work that we did behind Scary Feeds. We do a lot as an advocacy organization across our time, and I don't believe that this was something that, like, this was produced in our regular course of work, in our regular business. So, you know, I believe it's important. I don't believe it's as you described.
Fair enough. Now, the goal of the Scary Feeds report was to alert the public of concerns that Design It For Us had around both the rollout and implementation of teen accounts, correct?
Could you point me to where you're referencing?
Do you remember saying that in your deposition?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we're in agreement. The goal of Scary Feeds was to alert the public of concerns that Design It For Us had around both the rollout and implementation of teen accounts.
Yes, that is what I recall saying.
Now, you know that the jury has a really important decision to make in this case, right?
I believe that they have a critical decision, yes.
And setting aside everything else that's going on, it's your testimony to them, to the jury, that they can rely on the Scary Feeds report as trustworthy and really important reporting, right? You would agree with that?
I believe that the report speaks for itself, that sensitive content controls did not work on 5 out of 5 teen test accounts, and Meta has not released any data about the efficacy or lack thereof of teen
You didn't
accounts.
tell the jury about all of the methodology for the Scary Feeds report, did you? That's a yes or no.
Could you restate your question?
Sure. You didn't tell the jury about all of the methodology for the Scary Feeds report, did you?
I tried to walk through as much as I could, but I'm happy to elaborate on the methodology behind the report.
And you didn't show the jury all of the results from the Scary Feeds report, did you?
Again, I'm happy to discuss what some of the pieces that you feel may be missing from the report.
Let's start at the beginning. So the Scary Feeds report has 5 testers, right?
Correct.
And all 5 of those testers were adults. They were not teens, correct? They were 18 to 22-year-olds, legal adults.
So we created 5 model teen test accounts with young people behind those teen test accounts, months away from being defaulted into a teen account on their own Instagram feed.
I got it. I'm not trying to gotcha. The 5 people, I'm trying to be very specific, were between 18 and 22 years old, and they were pretending to be younger on the app, but the 5 real humans who did this are between 18 and 22 years old.
Yeah, they're young people, yes.
Okay. And these were not randomly chosen testers or, for example, representative of teens in New Mexico. These were 5 18 to 22-year-olds who all were members of Design It For Us, right?
Yes, they were members of Design It For Us, and we were using the resources and tools at our disposal as a small organization to work with young people to create a baseline understanding for Instagram teen accounts, because we haven't seen any publicly available data about teen accounts.
You have 5 of your own people, and you're the boss, you're the co-chair at Design It For Us at the time. And what these 5 people do is they create teen accounts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they test the teen accounts between March 10th, 2025 and May 4th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
So the test of teen accounts for the Scary Feeds report is occurring over 55 days. Fair?
Yes, the testing period occurred over 55 days.
And a lot happened in those 55 days, right? A lot happened in the world.
Yes, I'm sure, as in any period of time, a lot happens in the world.
For example, during those 55 days, just to be totally transparent, Design It For Us organized a protest outside of Meta's headquarters, right?
Yes, Design It For Us organized a protest outside of Meta's headquarters.
You were one of the keynote speakers at the protest?
Yes, I was one of the speakers at the protest.
Do you think that seeing the boss, the co-chair of the organization, had any effect at all on the 5 people who work for Design It For Us who were doing the testing?
I think that me speaking at a protest does not discount the fact that 5 out of 5 of our model teen test accounts were recommended sensitive content, which failed Instagram's own policies of Instagram teen accounts.
I'm sorry to cut you off. You and I agree, so let's look at the testing. If we can go to the actual report, the Scary Feeds report, it's in front of you in the binder that we passed around is tab 4. For the record, this is PX 3372. And I'd like to look at the methodology by starting on PDF page 5. Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury as this is submitted?
Yes, don't you?
So, Mr. Qureshi, this is page 4 of the report. It's PDF page 5.
Yes.
And what we have here, if Mr. Roberts can hit the next button, is in the 3rd paragraph, it says, each participant used their new Instagram account for no more than 1 hour each day for a 2-week-long experiment between March 10th and March 4th, right?
Yes, that is the length of time of the report, yes.
So there's the testers, 5 of them, are spending an hour a day at most over 14 days each, correct?
Yes.
So if you add that up, that's 70 hours of testing, right? 5 people, 1 hour a day for 14 days. You multiply all that together, 5 times 14 is 70, right?
Yes, that I believe that math is correct.
Okay, so we have the 5 adults or the 5 18 to 22-year-olds who work at Design It For Us. They're scrolling through Instagram on a teen account.
Can I clarify one?
Of course.
They don't work for us.
Okay. They're members of Design It For
Yes.
Us. My apologies. So we have the 5 18 to 22-year-olds who are members of Design It For Us. And they, between the 5 of them, are scrolling through a teen account in the aggregate for 70 hours, correct?
Yes, that is the length of time that they
And
were
you
using.
instructed your 5 testers to keep a daily content log that would record screenshots of the content deemed to be harmful, disturbing, or obscene, correct?
Yes, we had a daily log, and as I said, as I testified, the description that we offered to them was deliberately vague to try and get them to flag content that they felt was harmful, disturbing, or obscene.
Got it. Okay, let's look at PDF page 11 of this. It's page 10 of the actual report. And kind of near the middle here, I'll just quote from the report. It says, over the 2-week test period, our participants reported 61 unique instances in which they received such content when navigating the app. Did I read that correctly from the Scary Feeds report?
I believe you did read that correctly,
Okay, so
yes.
let's just pause there. I asked you earlier, like 5 minutes ago, about how important the Scary Feeds report was, and you agreed with me it's really important reporting, right?
I believe that the reporting speaks for itself, that
it's really important reporting, sir, right? We agree to that.
Your
It's
Honor,
important.
can we ask Mr. Parkinson not to continue to cut off the witness as he's testifying?
Your Honor, I'm asking yes or no questions.
So to sort of please focus on the question, try to give brief answers directly to the point, and please try to wait for the witness to finish this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will.
I'll try, yep.
Sir, we agree that this report, the Scary Feeds report, the one we're looking at on the screen right now, is very important, right?
Yes, I believe the report is very important.
And what this very important Scary Feeds report found is that 5 adult members of Design It For Us spent 70 hours in teen accounts, and they found 61 unique instances of harmful, disturbing, or obscene content, correct?
They found content that was harmful, disturbing, or obscene that we classified as that should not have been recommended under the sensitive content control by Instagram.
If you're just scrolling through a teen account for 70 hours, you will see literally tens of thousands of pieces of content, right?
Objection. Mr. Parkinson is testifying.
All right, overruled. If you have a response to that based on your knowledge, you make it.
I don't have, I can't say for certain how much content a young person would interact with in terms of a number.
Okay. Well, we know that 61 pieces of harmful, obscene, or disturbing content over 70 hours is a little bit less than 1 piece of harmful, obscene, or disturbing content per hour. Does that math check out?
I believe the math checks out.
Okay. I'd like to talk about those 61 pieces of content and get into the results of this. Now, you personally reviewed each piece of those 61 unique instances of content, correct?
Yes, I reviewed the pieces of content.
And Design It For Us, I think you mentioned this, published an online content library where it put those 61 images for the public to see, correct?
Yes, we published a content library.
You didn't show all of those to the jury, did you?
I did not show all of them.
I'd like to look at a couple of them. So we're going to put a demonstrative in front of you with the court's permission to publish to the witness. And this will be DDX 18.1.
Yes,
I have a paper copy, sir, if you'd like it, but it's usually easier. It won't be in your binder.
Oh.
It's usually easier.
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Sir, you're welcome to look at the paper copy. I'm not going to flip through all of those. Just the first page for now.
Yep.
But we'll put it on the screen in front of you. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
You recognize this as one of the 61 pieces of harmful, obscene, and disturbing content that your testers found, correct? That's just a yes or no.
I recognize the content.
Your Honor?
Yes, I do.
Great.
This,
we'll get to it, I promise. But I just want Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury.
All right. Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Qureshi, focusing now on this piece of harmful, obscene. Okay, Your Honor, Mr. Qureshi, Your Honor, Mr. Qureshi, whatever you like. Focusing on this piece of harmful, obscene, or disturbing content that your testers found as one of the 61 over 70 hours, this is a yes or no, just so the jury understands what this is. It's an ad for Invisalign braces, right?
yes.
Okay.
This is an ad for Invisalign braces. There is a number of pieces of content flagged in this report.
I promise we're going to go through a lot of them. But this is an ad for Invisalign braces, right?
That was not included in the final report.
Right. So this was one of the 61, and you didn't put it in the final report, did you?
Because we did not deem it as having violated meta-sensitive content controls.
Right. So let's pause on that. The report says there's 61 pieces of content that they found over 70 hours, but it doesn't show 61 pieces of content, does it? You have to go to the library to find all 61, correct? That's a yes or no?
There's context here, though.
No.
We would not publish the report with every single piece of content because that would just be ineffective reporting for us to be able to do.
Just to be clear, the report on its very last page links to the content library, and you click and you would see this, correct?
Yes, that's the process we developed.
Mr. Qureshi, I understand that certain cosmetic things are obscene. People might think that my glasses are obscene. People might think that Invisalign is obscene. That's the view of Design It For Us, that this ad is obscene, or is this harmful, or is this disturbing?
I think you're mischaracterizing the report. This piece of content was a piece of content that was flagged to us by one of our teen test account users. We did not include it in the final report because we wanted to be comprehensive about all of the content that was flagged to us by our teen test users, yet we didn't deem it as violating Meta's sensitive content controls.
Mr. Qureshi, just so the jury understands, you did not say in the report, we found 61 pieces of content of which we are subtracting one because it's an Invisalign ad. You said we found 61 pieces of content, one of which is the Invisalign ad, correct? I'm right about that, right?
Could you say that again?
Of course. The report does not say we found 61 pieces of content that were harmful, but we subtracted one because it's an Invisalign ad. The report simply says we found 61 pieces of obscene content, one of which is the Invisalign ad, correct? This is one of the 61.
The 61 pieces of content were flagged to us by our teen test account users. This is content that we believe in totality that shouldn't have been recommended under Meta's sensitive content control. There are a range of different examples throughout. I understand, why you focused on this one, but it mischaracterizes the report.
That's fair. I don't want to be cherry picking. Let's look at the next one. If you could turn to the next page of the demonstrative, Your Honor, permission to publish. This is another piece of content from the 61 in the content library, correct? Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, now this was flagged in the Scary Feeds content library as harmful or obscene sexual content, correct?
It was flagged as sexual content.
This is a reel on Instagram, correct?
Yes, it is a reel on Instagram.
And just to remind the jury, a reel is a short form video, right?
Yes, a reel is a short form video.
Now, the Scary Feeds content library shows only this still image of the reel and not the actual video, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we found the actual reel on Instagram, and with the court's permission, it's the next demonstrative at 18.4, and I'd like to play it for you.
All right, let's see. Should we make sure
We lost it.
Oh, sorry, I was making sure that I wasn't clear. That this was an agreement that this was the...
This is the reel, right?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish this reel to the jury?
I just wanted to make sure we had the right time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Roberts, if we could replay this reel so the jury can see it, please. Mr. Crushy, this is a reel of Marilyn Monroe. Do you recognize her?
Yes.
And this is a movie of hers from 1953 called How to Marry a Millionaire, right?
I don't know what the movie was, but I assume that's what you're saying.
Do you know that this movie was nominated for an Academy Award and a BAFTA Award in 1953?
I did not know.
Okay. You think that this reel of Marilyn Monroe was inappropriate for a 17-year-old to see, correct? It's sexual content for a 17-year-old.
So Meta's sensitive content control,
Your Honor,
says that.
So,
Yep.
in terms of the answer to the question, is this content that you deem inappropriate for 17-year-olds?
Mr. Crushy, I'll restate the question if it helps.
Yes.
This is a video that your testers, among the 61 pieces of obscene content, called sexual content inappropriate for a 16 or 17-year-old. Yes?
So yes, this was flagged to our teen test accounts as sexual content.
Now, you'll get a chance on redirect, Mr. Crushy, I promise. Now, this movie is actually rated as appropriate for 11-year-olds and up, right?
I don't know one way or the other.
Okay. You said that you reviewed all of the content that was flagged, all 61 pieces of obscene content, correct?
I reviewed all of the content that was flagged to us in our report,
And
yes.
you reviewed this video, correct, in this post?
I cannot remember if it was flagged to us as a screenshot or as a video recording of a reel.
Okay. Well, if we could please look at the full post, which will be DDX 18.5, and I'll represent to you that this is the full still of the post. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. So just so the jury can see, and Your Honor, permission to publish. So the jury can see this post of Marilyn Monroe from a 1953 classic that was nominated for an Academy Award is from an account called She Inspires Strength. You see that?
Yes.
See, for example, number 10. These are a list of things that men find attractive. Number 10, when you're effortlessly yourself, unfiltered, goofy, totally you, and that's exactly what pulls them in. This is obscene, harmful, or disturbing, remind me.
This was content that we let our teen test account participants flag to us based on what they felt.
Okay, let's look at another example. If we can go to the next demonstrative, which is DDX 18.6, this is another example of one of the 61 obscene, harmful, and disturbing posts. Do you recognize that?
I recognize this piece of content, yes.
This is one of the posts that your 5 adult testers that design it for us flagged as a body image post, correct?
Yes, this was flagged as classified as body image post, yes.
Sir, this is a reel of a man lifting weights, isn't it?
I believe so, yes.
And the caption says, the strongest man in the Bible was taken down by lust. Let that sink in. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Now, I will admit, this person has bigger arms than I do, but what is harmful? Is it the quote that references Solomon from the Bible, or is it the fact that a guy is lifting weights?
So,
which one is it? What makes this harmful? Is it the lifting the weights or the Bible quote or the Bible reference?
Again, this was content flagged to us by our teen test account users. So this was their experiences.
Sir, did you happen to watch the Olympics, the Winter Olympics that we just had in Italy?
I did not.
Okay. I'll represent to you that there were some pretty strong people, some pretty fit people in the Olympics. Do you think that watching people lift weights in the Olympics is appropriate content for a 16 or a 17-year-old?
Can you say the question again?
Of course. Do you think that parents letting kids, a 17-year-old, watch the Olympics is appropriate?
Yes, I think that is appropriate. Okay. And yet, watching the Olympics is very different to engaging with algorithmic content on Instagram. And this research participant flagged this piece of content to us because they felt that it was something that didn't make them feel good. And that's their experience.
Now, I don't want to be accused of cherry picking, so I'm going to show you another one that I will admit is a little bit raunchier. If we could please turn to DDX 18.9. Sir, you recognize this as a raunchier, more sexualized reel that one of your testers flagged as one of the 61 pieces of offensive, harmful, or obscene content, correct? This is one of the 61.
Yes, it is, yes.
And what this says Well, it's a reel of a guy making a basketball shot, and the caption says, "Send this to someone with tig old biddies. I bet you won't." Do you see that? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now, I will admit that is a little bit raunchier. But your opinion is that a 17-year-old cannot see this comment, correct? That's a yes or a no. Can a 17-year-old see a post that I will admit says tig old biddies? Can a 17-year-old see that?
No, because under sensitive content controls, Meta says that it does not recommend sexually suggestive content to teen account users. I didn't write the policy for sensitive content controls. Meta wrote that policy. So if content that is recommended by Meta's algorithm, by Instagram's algorithm, that is sexually suggestive in nature, then that is what Meta's policy
We'll
is.
get into Meta's disclosures in a moment, I promise. We're getting around to that. I want to show you a couple more examples of the 61 pieces of offensive, obscene, and harmful content. If you could please look at DDX 18.12, which we'll put on the screen. Sir, you recognize this as another one of the images that your testers flagged as obscene, harmful, or disturbing, correct?
Yes, I do recognize this piece of content.
Now, this is a reel of a woman that your team blurred, and the caption says, "You had a baby at 14. God forbid I bring back classic Christian values." Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We found the reel on Instagram. If we could please look at DDX 18.14, because this is just the still. I just want to ask you, this is the reel that your team flagged. It's public as offensive, harmful, and obscene, right? Good, play it.
Yes.
This is the post that your team flagged as obscene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This is a public account, and we actually found this woman's public account. If we could please look at DDX 18.15. Sir, this is a teen mom who decided not to abort a baby, got married, had 2 kids, is a pre-med student, is going through college, who posts content to other teen moms about how to get through that hardship, correct?
I did not dig into the background of this person, but I will assume what you're saying is correct, yes.
Sir, your organization has publicly posted this woman's account on a content library that anyone in this room can go look up, correct?
Yes, we've published this piece of content in a content library.
And before you did that to this woman and labeled her disturbing and obscene, you didn't look at what kind of content she was posting? That's a yes or a no. Did you look at the kind of content that this pre-med woman was posting? That's a yes or a no, sir.
Yes, we looked at the content that was posted.
Let's look at another post then of her content. This is DDX 18.16, please. This is from her public account. Can we hit the next slide, Jeff, please?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm wondering where we're going on foundation here.
And agree. Is this just something else from her?
It's from her public account, sir.
Okay. Do you want to come up?
I'm happy to move on if Your Honor doesn't think there's foundation to show, but
okay.
It's on her public account.
Right, please move on.
Sir, let me ask, without showing any of these posts of this woman, what is it about a young parent posting a reel to other potentially young parents that is harmful, obscene, or disturbing?
Objection, Your Honors. Again, no foundation for this. Mischaracterizes testimony.
Well, are you referencing what was actually flagged versus the other?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay. So with respect to what was included in the report, is the question.
So as I said, the content that was flagged to us by our teen test account users, they, as research participants, deemed this content as emoting some kind of reaction for them. And the subjective experiences of the young people behind this research is absolutely what should inform how Instagram builds sensitive content controls for teen accounts.
Did you ask the adult who flagged this as obscene what effect it might have on this woman to post her on your website as obscene? Did you have that conversation with your tester? That's a yes or a no.
We had conversations in totality about the content afterwards. So on that specific piece of content, no. In the experience as a whole, yes.
Now, the actual Scary Feeds report that the jury will have an opportunity to review does not include any of the images that we've shown so far, does it?
The report links to the content library.
It links to those 61 pieces of content, but as you mentioned, the actual report doesn't include any of the images that we've looked at so far, does it?
It does not, but I think we were very transparent about the fact that this content, if you total up the amount of images that we included in the report, it's obviously not 61. And we were transparent about the way in which our teen test account users flagged content to us.
Yep.
And all of the content was available for anyone to see via the report.
Have you ever heard of the phrase cherry picking?
Yes, I have heard of the phrase.
Okay. I want to talk, I don't want to cherry pick myself. The one image that you showed the jury was this image of the woman on the beach. It's on page 12 of the actual Scary Feeds report. And she is on a beach in a bathing suit. That's what you did show the jury, right?
Yes, we showed that in conjunction with the other post next
And
to it.
this was included in the glossy high production report to show the world the kinds of obscene, harmful, and disturbing content that people could find on teen accounts, correct?
Could you restate your question?
This report was put together and the pictures were chosen to show the world the kinds of obscene, harmful, and disturbing content that could be found on teen accounts, correct? That's a yes or a no?
Sensitive content, yes.
Okay. And the picture that you chose to show the jury is the image of the woman that says, came back from vacation 1 pound lighter and indulged in a steak, fries, a Cosmo, and ice cream, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if they wanted to see everything, all 61 pieces that your testers found over 70 hours of harmful content on teen accounts, they would have to click on the link to the library and go through what we just went through, right?
Yes, that's how we built the report, yes.
I don't want to cherry pick. So let's look at another image actually from the report. So the report is tab 4 in front of you. I'd like to look at PDF page 21, which will be, I think probably page 20 of the report. And if Mr. Roberts could please pull this up, and Your Honor, public permission to publish this to the jury. And Jeff, if you could zoom in on the one that we've talked about. This is from the actual report. It's one of the images that you decided not to just put in the content library, but one that you put in the glossy report that you published, correct?
Yes, that is correct. We put this piece of content in the final report.
And just so the jury understands, this is a reference to the audiobook 50 Shades of Grey as inappropriate, correct?
Could you say the question again?
Just so the jury understands, this is a reference to the audiobook of 50 Shades of Grey being inappropriate, correct?
This is a reference to 50 Shades of Grey, yes.
Okay. Now, believe it or not, we actually used to have a copy of that somewhere around here. Are you aware that a teen could walk about half a mile that way down Sandoval Street and check out 50 Shades of Grey from the public library?
Yes, I believe that a teenager could do that, yet this content was recommended to them by Instagram, and we deemed it to be sexually suggestive, which should not have been recommended under Meta's sensitive content control.
So I have a question about that actually, and Jeff, you can pull down this image. Your 5 adult testers who found these 61 pieces of harmful, obscene, and disturbing content, they were saving things that were phallic, right? I think that's what one of them said.
Yes, one of our
one of your
teen test account users did save a piece of
account
content like that,
testers
yes.
Was finding and saving what he called phallic content. Do you think that affected him getting recommended 50 Shades of Grey? That's a yes or no. Do you think that it affected him getting 50 Shades of Grey or not?
I don't know, but Meta's sensitive content control says that it does not recommend sexually suggestive content. So regardless of what content was searched for, what images were saved or not saved, Meta's algorithm and its protections under sensitive content controls didn't recommend or should not have recommended that kind of content. And that is normal behavior for a teenager.
Thank you, sir. I got it. These are some rapid fire questions about what maybe the report didn't find. These are truly meant to be yes or no's, and I just want you to think about the four corners of this report, okay? If one of your 5 adult testers had found child sexual abuse material, they would have included it in this report, correct? That's a yes or a no. If one of your 5 testers found child sexual abuse material, they would have put it in this report. True?
This was not something that we encountered while doing this report.
Did not encounter child sexual abuse material?
We did not.
Okay. And if one of your 5 adult testers had found on teen accounts a single image or reel depicting a suicide, it would have been included in this report, correct?
If we had deemed that piece of content as harmful, disturbing, or obscene by the participants, then yes, we would have included that piece of content in the report.
You did not include that because your 5 adult testers spending 70 hours on teen accounts did not find a single image depicting suicide, did they? That's a yes or a no.
No, they did not find content that depicted suicide.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going. If your 5 adult testers had found a single picture or reel or video over 70 hours of teen accounts showing cutting, they would have included it in this report, wouldn't they?
Yes, they would have included it in the report.
They didn't find a single image, video, or reel depicting cutting after spending 70 hours on teen accounts, did they?
Our teen test account users, no, did not find content related to self-harm, yet they flagged dozens of pieces of sexually suggestive, body image, disordered eating content that should not have been recommended by Meta's algorithm under sensitive content controls. That's the protection that's offered.
I got it. Now we're going to come back, like I said I would, to the policies and the disclosures. You personally are quite familiar with Meta's policies and disclosures, aren't you?
What do you mean by disclosures?
I think that speaks for itself. You're personally very familiar with the policies and statements that Meta puts out to the world, correct?
Yes, I'm familiar with their statements and what they put out into the world.
Can you remind the jury what year it was that Mr. Zuckerberg disclosed to the public, we won't prevent all mistakes or abuse on the apps? What year did he say that? Do you know?
I don't remember the exact year of when Mr. Zuckerberg said that.
Okay. Can you remind the jury what year it was that Mr. Guy Rosen, who runs Central Integrity, said publicly, we know that we're never going to be perfect in catching every piece of harmful content? What year did he say that publicly? Please remind them.
I don't remember the year of when Mr. Rosen said that. And
that's okay.
Protection offered by teen accounts should create a safe experience for teen users.
Let me ask you about a teen account statement. What year did Meta, as a public company, disclose publicly, quote, just like you might see some suggestive content or hear some strong language in a movie rated ages 13 plus, teens may occasionally see something like that on Instagram. What year, tell the jury please, did Meta say that publicly?
I don't remember the year that
You know that they said that publicly?
Could you restate the question?
Of course. Did you know that Meta had publicly stated, just like you might see some suggestive content or hear some strong language in a movie rated 13 plus, teens may occasionally see something like that on Instagram? Did you know that Meta had made that public disclosure? That's a yes or a no.
Yes, I believe I remember when Meta said that. And yet it doesn't negate the fact that a company that says that it is building a safe product should be able to prove that its product is safe.
Sir,
we did this report because...
Sir, what was the last PG-13 movie that you watched in theaters, just out of curiosity?
I can't remember.
Okay. PG-13 movies have cursing and they have some sexually suggestive content, right?
Yes, I believe that is true.
Do you think that parents who take their kids to PG-13 movies, if they're 13 or up, are bad?
I do not believe that parents who take their kids to PG-13 movies are bad.
And when Meta says that the same way you might see some of that content in the PG-13 movie, a 13-plus-year-old on a teen account might see some suggestive content, you think that's a false statement?
Could you say the question again?
The same way that in a PG-13 movie, you might see some raunchy things. I agree. You think it is a false statement when Meta says to the world, a 13-year-old or higher on teen accounts might see some suggestive content, just like in a movie. You think that's a false statement? That's a yes or a no. Do you think that's a false statement?
One more time on the question. I just want to make sure I'm hearing all the pieces of it.
All right, for the sake of, okay. I'm not going to find it on there. The same way that a 13-year-old or up might see some raunchy, some sexualized content in a PG-13 movie, do you think it is a misstatement when Meta says a 13-year-old or up on a teen account might see some of the stuff that they see in a PG-13 movie? Do you think that is a misstatement for Meta to make publicly, yes or no? That is a yes or a no.
I'm just thinking through all the pieces of the question. It was a longer question. Yes, I believe it is a misstatement if the policy is that sensitive content controls do not recommend sexually suggestive content for teen test account users.
Okay.
And that was the policy at the time when we did this research study.
So you say. One more topic before we go back to scary feeds. I want to take a quick detour and then we're going to go back to scary feeds. You co-founded Design It For Us in 2023, correct?
Yes, I co-founded Design It For Us in 2023.
And your co-founder was a woman named Ms. Lemke?
Yes, Ms. Lemke was my co-founder.
That's kind of a familiar name, but Ms. Lemke, that was your co-founder, was not Dr. Anna Lemke from Stanford, right?
No, she was not.
Ms. Lemke, your co-founder, is Dr. Anna Lemke's daughter, correct?
No, I do not believe she is.
I don't think she is. You don't think she is?
I do not believe she is.
Okay. That's okay. Now, when Design It For Us started in 2023, it was registered under the trade name organization in DC called North Fund, right?
Could you restate the question again?
That was a bad question. When Design It For Us started in 2023, it was registered as a trade name underneath an organization called the North Fund.
When Design It For Us started, we were a project of Accountable Tech. And I believe Accountable Tech was part of the North Fund at the time, yes.
Let me ask you to look at tab 14 in your binder. And for the record, this is DX5536. And I just want you to look at page 2, if you would, please. This is a business registration document. And you see that it lists under the North Fund a whole bunch of subsidiary names, one of which is Accountable Tech, and one of which is Design It For Us. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you registered Design It For Us. You were the co-founder, right?
I did not register the name myself, but I helped co-found the organization, yes.
Okay. Let me show you a demonstrative, and just publish to the witness, please, Jeff, in your honor. I don't think we should publish to the jury yet. Let's pull up DDX 18.18, please, Mr. Roberts. Now, sir, this is the North Fund, and that document says that 3 of its subsidiaries are Accountable Tech, like you said, Design It For Us, and something called the Log Off Movement, correct?
Yes, those are subsidiaries at the time, I believe, of the North Fund.
Your Honor, permission to please publish this to the jury.
Yes.
And sir, you once worked at Accountable Tech, and then Ms. Lemke worked at Log Off, and then you both left those and came together to form Design It For Us, correct?
Not quite. So Emma and I co-founded Design It For Us while we were in college.
Mm-hmm.
So Emma started the Log Off movement when she was in high school, and I would go on to work for Accountable Tech in July of 2024.
And you both co-founded Design It For Us, right?
Correct, yes.
Now, the North Fund, what is that?
I believe the North Fund is part of a fiscal sponsorship.
Right.
So essentially like where a nonprofit would be housed to help do its business.
And you know that the North Fund is actually managed by another parent organization called the Arabella Advisors, correct?
I don't know the ins and outs of the North Fund's structure, but
you know that the Arabella Advisors is ultimately financing Design It For Us, correct?
So
that's a yes or a no to lay some foundation. You know that an organization called Arabella Advisors is ultimately giving money to Design It For Us, correct?
I actually don't know that that is the case because when we were set up as an organization, our funding came through grants specific for Design It For Us. So fiscal sponsorship is such that you pay a fee to be able to host your organization as part of that. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you receive funds through that organization.
Do you know where the funds that you got from the North Fund were coming from? That's just a yes or no. Do you know?
I don't believe that Design It For Us, when it started as a project of Accountable Tech, received any funds from the North Fund. I don't believe that's how we were set up.
Okay, Mr. Cresci, I want to go back to where I started. I remember I asked you, do you know why you're the state's final witness? I asked you that question.
Yes, I remember the question.
I'm going to put your name up on this board, or your initials, ZQ. Those are your initials, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your co-founder was someone named Emma Lemke?
Yes.
Okay.
Who, just to clarify, I am certain is not the daughter of Anna Lemke.
Fair enough. And you mentioned that you have a relationship.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes, you may.
Okay, now we're going to take down Ms. Lemke, but you do have a relationship with Mr. Bahar, you said?
I've met Arturo a few times, yes.
And you're on a text thread with him?
Yes.
In the text thread, I think you mentioned includes someone named Francis, right?
Yes, the text thread includes somebody named Francis Haugen.
And the text thread includes someone named Jason.
Yes.
And you have done work on Broken Promises, the other report, is that right?
I helped to inform the way in which they built the research behind Broken Promises, yes.
Okay. And that was something that Mr. Bahar worked on, Broken Promises, right?
Yes, Mr. Behar worked on Broken Promises.
And he worked on it with an individual named Damon McCoy, is that right?
I don't know who else Mr. Behar worked on Broken
put his name
Promises
up.
with.
Now, you've attended a retreat for something that was called the Rhythm Project. Do you remember attending that retreat?
Yes, I attended a summit called the Rhythm Retreat, the Rhythm Project. Yes.
And a woman named Allison Lee is one of the chief executives of the Rhythm Project, right?
I don't know what her position is in the organization, but yes, I know of Allison Lee, yes.
She was at the retreat, for example, that you went to for the Rhythm Project?
Yes, she was at the retreat.
And you know someone named Asa Raskin who founded the Center for Humane Technology. He's a documentary producer. You know him, right?
I don't know Asa Raskin.
Fair enough. You testified before the Illinois State Senate. Remember that?
I testified before the Illinois State Senate, yes.
And one of the people who testified with you was someone from the Center for Humane Technology, right?
Yes, somebody from the Center for Humane Technology, I believe, testified at that, but it's been a while.
You didn't know that was Mr. Raskin's group. You didn't know that.
I did not know it was Mr. Raskin's
I'll
group.
just put up CHG, Center for Humane Technology.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Qureshi, what is Jason's last name? I'll do what Ms. Singer would like me to do. This is not a person named Jason Sadazan. This is a different Jason, right?
Correct.
You retweet things from Jason Sadazan, but the person you text with is a different Jason.
I don't retweet things from Jason Sadazan.
Okay, fair enough.
Like from his account? I don't believe he has a Twitter account.
Okay. One last question on this. If you could please look, and Your Honor, I think we should just publish this to the witness.
Okay.
At DDX 18.20. We'll put it on your screen. It's the staple of demonstratives I showed you.
Yeah, what's the tab number?
It's not, it's the staple of demonstratives, that staple set that I sent you, and it's 20. Do you see that in front of you? It's on the screen.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I have it up.
You recognize this as a Facebook post promoting a town hall that you were doing with your co-founder, Emma Lemke, and New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres?
Yes, I recognize the town hall that we did together with Emma and New Mexico Attorney General Torres, yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish this one to the jury?
Yes.
You actually have a pretty good relationship with the Attorney General, right? You've met several times.
I've only met the Attorney General in public settings, so I wouldn't say that we have a particularly close personal relationship or a relationship actually that of any kind.
Several speaking events like this one.
Yeah, several speaking events, yes.
G right there. Okay. And let me just ask one more time, who ultimately funds Design It For Us?
So Design It For Us has a range of different financial sources through grants that we get through philanthropies to do our work. The range of different sources that, yeah.
Fair enough. Let's go back to the Scary Feeds report. I'll take this detour down and we'll wrap up on Scary Feeds. Now, just to recap, you had 5 adults spend 70 hours testing teen accounts, and they found 61 pieces of harmful, disturbing, or obscene content, correct?
Yes, you keep saying adult users, but they are young people, and I think that misrepresents the way in which we sought to create a test that reflected to the best of the resources that we had available.
I think I've acknowledged 18 to 22, but just to be clear, 18 to 22-year-olds are legally adults, correct?
Yes, that's true, but by saying adults, I think you're misrepresenting the ethos behind the research, which is that.
Don't mean to misrepresent, so let me rephrase it. Your 5 members of Design It For Us who are between the ages of 18 to 22 years old spent 70 hours testing teen accounts, and they found 61 pieces of offensive content, of which we've looked at 10% today, correct? That's a yes or a no?
Yes, and
just even those results were based on cheating, weren't they?
What do you mean by cheating?
Well, let's look at page 21 of the Scary Feeds report, and Your Honor, permission to publish this to the jury. It's tab 4. This will be PDF page 22. You recognize this as a page of the Scary Feeds report, right?
Hold on, I gotta find where I'm at.
It's on the screen in front of you.
Yes.
You recognize this, right?
Yes.
This is some results. 2 of the 2 years old said, for example, that they did not get a reminder to close the app after 60 minutes. Do you see that? On the app, correct?
We instructed them to not spend more than 60 minutes on the app, at which time, if they had, they would have seen a reminder to log off.
So maybe these people just followed the instructions and they logged off at 60 minutes, right? That's possible.
Yes, that's possible.
And you actually didn't present the full results from the 5 testers in the report, did you?
What do you mean?
Let's look at tab 9 of the binder in front of you. And for the record, this is DX 5535. You recognize tab 9 as something called the assessment report compilation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask Mr. Roberts to please put side by side what was published in Scary Feeds and this assessment report compilation that your organization prepared. Mr. Roberts, could you please put that on the screen? You're on permission to publish this?
Yes, it's fine.
You recognize these two tables, don't you, Mr. Karachi?
I recognize these two tables,
And
yes.
so what you did when you put the report together to the public is you took out the rows where every single tester said the account was set to private by default, they did not receive any DMs, and they were not tagged or mentioned in any comment. You stripped those out of the report, correct? That's a yes or a no, correct?
Could you say the question again?
You stripped the first 3 rows of the actual testing out of the public report, correct? That's a yes or a no.
Yes, we removed the 2 rows,
3,
the 3 rows in the table that you were pointing at.
And we've heard
the report was focused on the methodology around sensitive content controls, which was the hypothesis.
But when you put the actual results together, you went to the trouble of asking the people to put together the first 3 rows. And then because it shows no private messages were sent, no DMs, you stripped those out of the report, right? That's a yes or a no.
Yes, we removed those from the report because we were focused on the hypothesis, which was around sensitive content controls. And we were very clear that people did have beneficial experiences on teen accounts that...
Last set of questions, I promise. Have you ever heard of a dash cam on a car?
Yes, I have.
A dash cam on a car records everything happening in front of the car, so that if there's ever an accident, we can see what actually happened, correct?
Yes, that is, I believe, what a dash cam
So
does.
if I wanted to look at the videos of your testers, your 5, 18 to 22-year-olds, if I wanted to watch what they actually did when they were setting up their teen accounts and when they were scrolling for 70 hours, where can I find the video?
Could you say that again?
Yeah, if I want to watch a video of your 5 testers scrolling through teen accounts for 70 hours to make sure that they actually set up a teen account, to make sure that they weren't lingering on gross things, to make sure they weren't searching for phallic things, where can I find the video?
So we did not produce a video of the setting up of the accounts nor the full sessions because of the sheer volume of video that we as an organization would have to trove through. And the 3 examples that you pointed to around search, around liking or saving a phallic themed image, whatever the case is, none of those interactions should have prevented the sensitive content control from working if Meta's sensitive content controls under teen accounts were working as they said they were.
Sir, this is a question to help the jury. If the jury wants to watch and make sure that your 5 testers actually set up teen accounts and were not doing anything to manipulate the results, they cannot watch a video of that, can they? They cannot watch a video of that, can they?
No, the jury does not have access to a video. You were
wanna-
suggesting that we lied in creating...
The video would prove that you didn't lie, right?
Yes, of course, the video would prove that
wanna
we
ask
did not lie.
A few things. Have you ever heard the phrase seeing is believing?
Yes, I have heard the phrase.
And what seeing is believing means is it's important to show, not to tell, correct?
Broadly, yes, I believe that's
in
the
fact,
understanding.
one of your criticisms of Meta is that they tell and they don't show. They release public statements, but they don't show the videos. They don't show the testing. That's one of your criticisms, right?
Yes, that Meta does not make, for example, data available about whether teen accounts works or not. And that's why we did this research, because Meta has not made that data available.
No point in doing the testing for scary feeds, for broken promises, for missing the mark. Did your organization ever film a video of someone taking out a new iPhone, opening it up, unstripping the plastic, creating a teen account, and seeing what actually happens? That video doesn't exist, does it? That video doesn't
No,
exist.
the video does not exist.
That video might exist later in this case. Your Honor, no further questions for this witness. I would like approach about an evidentiary issue.
All right, certainly. You may approach. Whenever you're ready, Council.
Yes. All right, Mr. Kresge, you were starting to answer a question to Mr. Parkinson's last set of, I don't know what to call it, but would you like to go ahead and finish your answer?
Yes, I would. So the Scary Feeds report was an opportunity for us as a youth organization to use the resources at our disposal to create a baseline understanding of sensitive content controls on Instagram's teen accounts. Regardless of what people searched for, who set up the accounts, how old the members who set up the accounts were, what phone they did it on, how they downloaded Instagram, when they downloaded Instagram relative to Instagram teen accounts launch, should not have mattered if the professed protections under sensitive content controls worked as Meta said that they were. And Meta could have come and brought data that shows that sensitive content controls work. They could have come and told the jury that. And yet that is not what happened. There was a focus on specific pieces of content rather than the totality of the report. And I think the report speaks for itself.
All right, and let's turn back to the report and the broader set of examples that Mr. Parkinson did not show you in his cross-examination. Can we pull up, thank you, 03372, which is Scary Feeds? And let's turn to page 11. Your Honor, may we publish to the jury? And I'm sorry, yes, so here we are in base number 11. Do you see the image in the bottom right-hand corner, Mr. Kresge?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is this recommended content relate to?
This recommended content, I'll read the description. It's a reel of a meme describing a young man being excited about a, quote, cream pie, a reference to a sexual act.
And let's turn to the next page. The various screenshots on this page, can you describe to the jury what's included among these images?
So these are images that are very directly representing sexual acts. We have a reel describing multiple sexual acts, including digital penetration. There's a reference to oral sex. There is a reference to a man excessively masturbating with a sex toy, etc.
Okay, and then let's turn to page 15. Is this in the middle of page 15 a suggestion about steroid use?
Yes, it is.
And next to that, is that a reference to skinny drinks?
Yes, it is.
And are any of these images consistent with Meta's representations about sensitive content controls?
No, these images are not in line with what Meta says under sensitive content controls. Meta explicitly says that sensitive content controls will not recommend controlled or illegal substances or, yeah.
Okay, and then let's move to page 15, and this is a different category, but you see at the bottom, and it's base number, I'm sorry, 16, there's a screen with Petco.
Yes.
What does this screenshot convey, Mr. Kresge?
It's a reel that shows an Asian man dressed in traditional clothing outside a Petco, a store for purchasing pets and pet supplies. The caption reads, "Took my date to his favorite restaurant," implying that the man eats pets, a common racial stereotype used about Asian people.
Okay. And none of these images were ones that Mr. Parkinson showed you in his cross-examination about Scary Feeds, are they?
No, the examples were not.
Okay, and you discussed other reports during your direct examination, by the way.
Yes, I did.
And Mr. Parkinson didn't ask you about any of those reports, did he?
No, there were two other reports that we did, Broken Promises, which I helped contribute to, and then the other one that Design It For Us published, which replicated the beef study that Meta's own researchers undertook 4 years prior.
Okay, and so let's pull up, if we could, 03392, Your Honor, and may we publish this to the jury as well.
Yes, you may.
And let's go, if we could, to Bates number
Honor,
38.
Objection. I think that Ms. Singer has at least asserted that I did not talk about this. So
Yeah.
it's definitionally outside of scope.
So
She's right, it's outside of scope.
no, but Mr. Parkinson,
So overruled, but I imagine we won't talk about it long.
we certainly will not, as I am going to get daggers from this direction in a moment. On slide 30, on page 38 of Broken Promises, does this relate to some of the content that was available to these teen accounts?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Yes. Does this show content that was recommended to teen accounts tested through Broken Promises?
No, it doesn't show specific content.
Do you see the text box for Starve Myself?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And does that reflect content recommended to teen test accounts?
Yes, it does.
And on the next page, Mr. Qureshi, on page 39?
So counsel, on this one, I will sustain at this point.
Okay. Without looking at the report, are you aware of whether Broken Promises found that content relating to eating disorders and suicide and self-harm was recommended algorithmically to teen accounts?
Yes, I am aware that those were recommendations within teen accounts.
And by the way, Mr. Qureshi, I think you started to say this, but is the issue for teens a single piece of content that they are recommended, or the drumbeat of content recommended by Meta's algorithms?
Objection, leading the drumbeat of.
All right, overruled.
It is the stream of content or the rabbit holes, for example, that are what I know to be the most harmful ways of engagement that young people often fall into with content. And I know the cross-examination was focused on one or a series of specific pieces of content, but it's about the totality. It's about the consumption of multiple pieces of content that result in a lot of the feelings of feeling worse about yourself.
And just to continue on that point, Mr. Qureshi, in your experience, your personal experience, and based on your interactions with young people, what is it that causes harm? What is it about Instagram and the delivery of content that causes harm?
Based on my experience, Instagram's algorithm delivers harm when it algorithmically recommends sensitive content or harmful content repeatedly to teenage users. It's not just about one piece of content, it's multiple pieces of content over a series of time related to disordered eating. And across these three reports, we were, again, trying to use all of the resources at our disposal as nonprofit organizations trying to create an understanding of Instagram's teen accounts because Meta hasn't made that data publicly available.
And Mr. Qureshi, based on your experience, if there was data that contradicts your reports, would Meta have made that public?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right, so sustain.
You were asked questions, Mr. Qureshi, about PG-13 movies.
Yes.
In your experience, is Instagram, the experience of a young person on Instagram different than their experience at a PG-13 movie?
Yes, I believe movies are a very different experience than using Instagram. When somebody goes to see a movie or turns on the TV to watch something, that is something that they are going to seek out. It is not that the TV necessarily turns itself on or that it walks you into the movie theater the way that a push notification draws you into your device over and over repeatedly to keep you coming back to the product. And movies are not algorithmic in nature. They're not designed to be personalized to you. They are general purpose. And an algorithm is designed to be personalized to a young person, to a teenager, to elicit a reaction to get them to spend more time. So I think they are very different.
And then Mr. Parkinson asked you a series of questions about your interactions with others. First, the first one I think was about me. Did you and I meet before the state of New Mexico filed its complaint against Meta?
I have not met you before this lawsuit or before the complaint was filed.
And in fact, do you remember roughly when we met in relation to this litigation?
I believe we met first the day prior to my deposition in October of 2025.
And did you meet with Attorney General Torres prior to New Mexico filing its complaint against Meta?
I did not meet Attorney General Torres before the filing of the complaint.
And by the way, Mr. Parkinson didn't ask you any questions about your testimony about your own personal experiences with social media, right?
He did not.
And did he ask you any questions about the experiences of other young people and the harms that they have experienced on Instagram?
He did not, and frankly, dismissed the experiences of even the research participants within the Scary Feeds report, who are, they are not in the teen accounts category of age, but they are young people. They experience social media like every other young person.
1 second, Your Honor.
Okay, certainly.
Nothing else. Thank you very much, Mr. Qureshi.
Thank you.
Thank you for the leave, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Thank you for your testimony. You're excused.
Thank
may
you.
Step down. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for going slightly late tonight. You are excused for the evening. Adhere to the court's rules. And let me just remind you, Friday, we're gonna have the short day again. So sometime in the noon hour, we'll finish up that day for a longer weekend. So for your planning, I want to let you know that's still the track for this week. Have a good evening.
All rise.
On behalf of Meta. Now that the plaintiff has closed its case, we move for judgment.
I don't think we've actually
1 minute, Your Honor.
officially closed our
Couple
case.
things I was just about to ask. Am I correct in understanding that what remains is to move into interrogatory
So my list of what remains, Your Honor, is to move in a variety of different documents, many of which we have done just outside the presence of the jury. So it is interrogatories, it is identifying exhibit numbers for the McNamara deposition, the Masseri deposition, the Zuckerberg deposition, and the stipulated documents that were, I'm going to call them the Sinha stipulated documents, but I think everyone understands why I'm doing it.
Your Honor, if I may make a suggestion. We are keen to start our defense, what we need to start at least on Thursday, and interrupting jury time with record motions is a problem.
I'll tell you right now, I think we're on a similar pace.
So where I'm going with this,
Okay.
I don't know where you're going with this. Where I'm going with this is, what if we move into evidence what the plaintiff has? The plaintiff can then on the record rest its case, and then I don't think it'll be any prejudice to Meta or the directed verdict motions that we would like to present tonight to have, if the plaintiff wants to do a reading of what happened and then formally say we rest, I think that we could do that if it rests its case on the record tonight. And so we could, for example, read in the interrogatories that I know Mr. Afton has been working with some of my colleagues on, and whatever I think to have in the formal record.
And Your Honor, I think that is exactly what I would say, which is yeah, it's a formality, yes.
Formalities can sometimes be fun. I know it's fun to say we rest. So we're happy to do it.
You all will have heard, I think at this point, I'm not aware that there is a stipulation about the derogatory that you're working on. Yeah, we've got some draft language. Here's another question. I am not expecting that in reading or motion, I should say, those things that you know are going to be suspected that are going to be hit, that is going to be left, or be written for the jury, and at that point, not good. That is our approach. With that, and understanding what it is that is going to be the fact, is there a concern that we need to do that now, or can we do that once in front of the jury in the morning, understanding that I'm in relation now, and that that's what I am fine doing that once in front of the jury, like the proceedings that we have on this one. I would say that it is I don't believe that any of it. But I would say my understanding is that we stipulate that we are going to move forward in that fashion in the rest of verdict motion tonight, understanding that the fact motion. We have paper copies of the submit to you. And so we'd like to proceed with argument. We think these motions will granted until we resolve the favor, and if you granted part of them right now, I would be something else. Make sure that I have. Sometimes you all are amazing and you're wrong, but sometimes you're amazing in a way that you're filing things and popping up while I'm in here and I'm not realizing. So, am I correct to when you would complete motions that would actually quite helpful in helping you track? Yeah, we can send that up to you now, and I think we can. But otherwise, we're arguing them. All right, so the first motion of the 13 motion has to do with the state's claim that it can recover multiple civil penalties for any statement or other state practice that the state proves was willfully false in the proceeding or otherwise unlawful. And Your Honor may recall that in denying our motion for summary judgment number 3, Your Honor ruled the state would have a chance to seek to prove that a single statement of state practice could be multiplied based on the number of people who are far apart. And you gave an analogy to a lawn mowing company, including the ad.
No, we felt. And we thought it was instructive. So in that analogy, we explained that a number of violations wasn't one per ad, but it also wasn't a total circulation. Instead, the right number would be based on the people who signed up for the falsely advertised service. And Your Honor said there could be multiple different models, ways to try to prove up the number of people harmed by the UPA violation. The state didn't put on any evidence using any models. Indeed, it didn't put on any evidence of any or how many people Meta's actions actually harmed. In fact, after 3 weeks of trial, the state didn't even put in evidence that any person in New Mexico heard any of the statements that the state made, let alone that they heard those statements and suffered production. So this motion covers not only count 1, which is the false and misleading statements, but also count 3, inconsequential practices, count 2, and we think it could be barred for different reasons. But we'd ask Your Honor to really especially focus on count 1 because the failure to show that any person in New Mexico saw or heard any of the statements is crystal clear. And the state didn't call anyone from New Mexico residents to testify that they had heard any of the statements. In fact, the first witness in the case, Ms. Salazar, testified that she was not aware of any statements at all or any mistakes. So Your Honor said that they would have a chance to try to use different models to try to show the percentage of each family case of users in New Mexico who saw or heard any statements. They didn't do this. So if the jury is going to be told that it could assess more than one civil penalty per statement, the jury would be left again. So we think that means that if the state can prove any willfully false or misleading statement, the jury has to be limited to assessing only, at most, one violation per statement. And that would mean one civil penalty per violation, maybe analogous to a jury can award non-local. So, for example, if Mark Zuckerberg, they played deposition testimony with him, but they didn't have anybody in New Mexico come up on the stand and say, "Oh, I've heard that testimony, and I was affected by that. It had affected my choice of action. I was harmed by it." And under Your Honor's ruling, I think that's a failure too. And so that's our first motion.
I know they did argue that the most business so I remember that hearing well. I think I gave Your Honor an example of a car dealer where some people hear a car dealer misrepresenting an MSRP case as opposed to a car dealer representing that MSRP individual material on the law. And what we didn't discuss during that hearing, because what I said was, if those individuals are families and they purchase the car at misrepresenting the price, they are all families. They have separate cases. I can walk through it. What we didn't talk about is that the statute does not require it. The statute does not require that the state show damage. The statute does not require that the state show that the case was occurred. The statute does not require any of that evidence from the state. What the statute requires, what the statute defines as an unfair practice, which is what the legislature designated as conduct of ignorance. The practice is the deception. And the deception is something that may, does, or can be. And so, going back to this example of the story, the reason that's important is because civil or private enforcement of the Unfair Practices Act is very different from public enforcement. For public enforcement of the act, we're not talking about it. We're talking about punishment and restriction. And so the court has to look at what the legislature intended to be punished and restricted. Now, when a car dealer in that showroom is misrepresenting MSRP for any individual, that is conduct that the legislature intends to punish and restrict. And the reason for that is that it's conduct with violence. necessary practice. And so the number of violations is not the people who heard the statement, it's the people who are targeted with that statement. And the target for these statements is the users of Meta's platform. Now, it might not be all users. I think this is part of the discussion that we're talking about. I think the court suggested maybe we're talking about teen users, or we're talking about kids, or we're talking about potentially parents, or interested in keeping those people. But what we do have is testimony from Zachary Ward that Instagram's internal data shows that it had 195,453 monthly active users in the network, 1,030,640 non-teen monthly active in the network. The average teen active users from 2018 to 2024 was 180,000. So that's teens in New Mexico, the monthly average user of teens in New Mexico. And that's Meta's target audience. And they make this representation. They believe that it's inclusive to the jury that they're very much representation. The reason they're doing that is to play their platform. They're trying to create an illusion when in fact its platforms are unsafe and dangerous. And it is that illusion of safety that the legislature targeted with the unfair practice, not the standard or the harm, or the people who heard the statement. It does the statement tend to deceive, and what is the target audience that was intended to be? And that's what the legislature talked about in the unfair practice. And Your Honor, understanding that, I apologize. So, understanding that Meta has filed motions, if the court would like to file a written response, not to Meta like to stand.
We obviously incorporate our motions, but I would just make two brief points in response. The first is to give the cause realistic example that you mentioned communication. In that example, there's 10 people heard the statement. They don't have any evidence in this case that anybody in the next case heard any of the statement. None of the congressional testimony, none of the blog posts or other statements that they think are misleading. They don't have any evidence that anybody actually saw the statement. The second is he said, well, we can look for monthly active users. That's the newspaper circulation example that you want to do. And he said that was not useful because there's no proof that anybody actually saw it. The third thing is he said, well, under the statute, you don't actually show that. Well, I think under Your Honor's ruling, you said that, actually you do have to show that somebody actually saw it. But either way, they're trying to have it both ways. They're trying to impose a penalty under, without having to show that anybody said it. And they're trying to multiply it in a way that actually does require that people saw it, and similar to the damages model. And so we think that's why we moved to summary judgment to say it actually needs to be one violation for practice. So that's our argument in the motion one. And then we're not saying go back. All right. So motion two, and just to clarify, I'm only planning to argue a handful of these, and we can let different others. For example, I think motion 12 is about materiality. And so, well, if no one actually heard or saw any of these statements, then it shouldn't affect them assuming that the violation of all. Actually, that's not views on that. If you read our brief, you'll see that we make that analogy. Motion two goes to count one, and that's the state's deceptive practices plan. And this is also a failure of proof. It's a failure to prove nearly all of the specific statements that were found. You may recall that before trial, the state gave us a list of 109 statements that said were false and misleading, and that it would attempt to prove at trial. But after 3 weeks of presenting its case at trial, only 43 of those statements are evidence. The state failed to put in the majority of 66 statements. And in addition, the state also put into evidence 12 statements that were not on the state's pre-trial list. So we're asking for a judgment as a matter of law for Meta on both sets of statements. The 66 the state didn't put into evidence, that's part of the 109 that was the universal case. And then the 12 that are outside of that universe, which we didn't have notice of. So first, on the 66 statements that they were put into evidence, to prove a UK violation under count one, the state has to prove that there was false and misleading statements. And Appendix 1A for this motion, motion 2, has the list of 109 statements that the state gave at the pre-trial. And we've highlighted in gray the statements the state didn't present evidence. And I would just note that we weren't sure what the rulings would be today about the documents and the evidence. And so there would be, I think, 9 additional statements on that appendix A that we have been unhighlighted. So when we submitted it, it was only going to the state before statements and that. In any event, the vast majority weren't entered into evidence, and it's elemental that the jury can only consider statements that, that is the evidence before it. We instructed the jury on jury 1 that the verdict has to be based solely upon the evidence presented to them. Now, the state might argue, well, some, the attorneys asked witnesses about statements, especially the experts. But what the lawyers say isn't evidence. Only the statements that are actually in evidence of documents can that be the basis of the UK violation. We cited some authority for that. The second piece of this motion is that we had in hand before the trial a list of 109 statements. At one point, the state said there's 300 statements. Eventually, it came down to 109, and that was what we knew was pending. But at trial, the state introduced 12 additional statements that weren't on there. And I think, Your Honor, the state recognized, and Your Honor agreed that unless the statement was on the list or closely resembled it, that would be out of bounds for trial. But the state nevertheless put in some extra statements and other statements. So, for example, it says one of them was, when it comes to young people's health or well-being, every negative experience matters. That was not on the list of 9 statements. We've attached Appendix C that lists those statements. I think Appendix C has 10. I think there are 2 additional statements that were introduced into evidence today in front of Exhibit 2859 and front of Exhibit 2386. We think that falls in the same category. If it wasn't on the list, that should be barred because state manipulation, that was what was in the trial. And we think there was, would be a fundamental fair and process and they should have to trial. So that's our motion.
Your Honor, I'll say 2 things about that. Obviously, if the state did not introduce evidence, the jury can't allow it. That's true. It doesn't mean it has to be in a document. It could be a testimony. We're going to talk about the foundation that is layered for each individual statement. We can do that. We can certainly go through all of these statements and provide that report. But the state recognizes that point, that if the evidence is not in the record, the jury can't get out. Now, with respect to the 12 new statements, I'm going to go through them now as Mr. Ferguson was talking. What was disclosed to Meta, whether they would have stopped, and the court recognizes this, sort of 109 statements that were categorized into various categories, one of which was faith, for example. Now, this statement about negative experiences certainly would fall in a broad category. So what we were trying to give medicine notice about is the type of statements they could be used. Now, again, I haven't even had a chance to go through all of these statements because I've been through all of these. I'm certainly happy to do that in brief if you want. But if it's in a broader category, it doesn't mean that the questions of it, we gave meta notice, but these are the types of statements that meta was making that are the subject of the text. So as long as it's in that category, I think it's my final decision to place in is going to be where there are statements that I did not feel as I was statements that I thought that is such a different, that's not about two of them. They're all coming from the same general place. So confer on that enough to me to say I think I'm referring to those look through and see what is not. If there is something that I would do unfair and inability to fair as prejudice to someone, I'll do it. But I didn't do that. So really is state's going to go through, particularly with respect to the affirmative representation is not supported by evidence thus far. And by the way, I appreciate that. We move to motion 3. This one has to do with the 17 statements of Congress. So state pre-trial list. So they were on the list of 109, and they were introduced into evidence, but aren't being maintained as the First Amendment protection statement. And I don't want to overstate what Your Honor said previously in the proceedings, but I did get the sense that you would express some concern about statements taken liability made to Congress. And we think that is correct. We objected to the trial to the state introducing congressional testimony because of the First Amendment and the Constitution protection statement. And I think there can be no longer any doubt the state is actually seeking to impose liability for those statements. Indeed, at trial, the state asserted that it was trying to get these statements into evidence because it wasn't thinking that it should, it was because they lied. And earlier, and then the state went further and tried to list the testimony from the show that was false, including today, when they were playing video of deposition. And we think that the First Amendment is going the opposite. Now, there are, I think, a few arguments that have come up. We just want to try to clarify those. The first is, I think the state has suggested, well, the North Pennington Doctrine doesn't apply to the New Mexico Supreme Court decided otherwise. The New Mexico Public Order Association versus the New Mexico, 2024 New Mexico Supreme Court 025, that resolved that issue. The second issue is that the state has suggested, well, North Pennington, the First Amendment doesn't call false statements. That also is incorrect, and the North Pennington Doctrine nor itself involves a publicity campaign by railroads and trucking industry. And the
trial court in that decision, as the U.S. Supreme Court recognized, found statements were misleading. Qualified that others might not. Some might qualify as lobbying, some might not. And therefore, Meta executive statements at those hearings are made to influence legislation, whether that's pending legislation, contemplated, or seeking protection of speech. We cited authority in our brief for this. The U.S. Supreme Court explained in Watson versus the United States, 354 U.S. 178, that when Congress holds an investigation, that's part of lawmaking, and it's justified solely as an adjunct to the legislative process. So it's no surprise that then the lower courts have routinely found that statements made to Congress are illegal. And even if that general rule were not correct, we explain in our motion that the very hearings that the state says Meta made misstatements at, Congress told the public that it was considering legislation. So, for example, in Plaintiff's Exhibit 41203, that exhibit says on its face that the hearing would examine whether Congress should enact, quote, comprehensive privacy and data security legislation. And the hearing announcement for Defendant's Exhibit 2889 says Congress is contemplating to stop C-SPAN Act and the Project Safe Child Act. The state has put those very public policy issues directly at issue in its case, and now seeks to hold Meta liable for those statements to Congress about those issues. So that's our motion 2. I would just clarify for the record that the written motion, I believe, includes an appendix that has 11 statements. We recognize that today there were a few exhibits that now include additional statements that were on the list of 109 that are from congressional testimony that's not on statement 14, 64, 95, 96, 97, and 101. And we think this motion equally applies to all those 17 statements with the personal protection statement. And so it would simplify the task for the juries, and they have a special verdict form, and they have a list of the statements, and it's go through each statement and figure out what the elements are satisfied to remove the 17 statements that are satisfied.
And Your Honor, my recollection of Your Honor's statement in reference to the community doctrine is that the court had concerned if the state had relied on congressional testimony as sole basis for particular misrepresentation. The court had reviewed a number of misrepresentations in relation to the congressional statement, and indicated that the court at that time was not concerned about the congressional statement being the sole basis of the state's reliance on those statements for such a specific expression. And the record bears that out. So, for example, Mr. Zuckerberg said before Congress, we have a number of measures in place to protect minors, specifically in the interest of adults who can't contact minors who they aren't already friends with, and make it so that certain content that may be inappropriate for minors to them. Now, there are a number of statements that are like that are in the record that the state will be relying on to show that there was protection. And in reference to General Tennessee doctrine, I did note that the state has cited previous briefings, case in which the court did allow consumer protection liability for congressional statements, and that is only influenced by some litigation 2025 Westlaw 257-3406. This is in New Jersey, September 2025. And so, Your Honor, the state would just emphasize the legal standard standard for verdicts, which, as the Supreme Court would recognize, court skills and civil, which is what it's called, of record verdicts is adapted and really included. The reason for that, Your Honor, is under Melnick, the principal consideration is recognition that irresponsible conclusion cannot be minimized. So the erosion of the litigant's right to a jury trial is not affected. So it is our position, Your Honor, that the jury will have evidence of deception. Some of that evidence will be testimony of Congress that is amplified, which for deceptions that not only that are not the prohibitive of liability under the amplified.
Just a couple of points, Your Honor. I think you should listen very carefully to what his words here. He said it's not the sole basis. Amplify. It's not the only basis, but it is some basis. And so here trying to impose liability for that would be legal error. It's First Amendment justice. And citing a general standard for record verdict, that doesn't like the way it's
I'm somewhat familiar with your pension and the like, and I do find that at this point, the court has received evidence from which a reasonable juror could decide that there would be proper successive notice with respect to the testimony of the officer Congress, and then others objected to basis. And I think with that, the rest of the court is
Thank you, Alan. I think what I'll do is I'll move to motion 6. That's all right. And motion 6 is on section 230. We do for judgment as a matter of law in the state claim because we keep the whole matter liable for not being done to cover a more effective job at detecting and removing harmful content communication from services and warning about these potential content on the platform. And I know Your Honor has heard a lot about section 230 that was the indulgence for human offenders. I think it's very important. Section 230 immunizes Meta from offensive second-guess decisions about detection and third-party content. This point, section 230, was to remove the threat of liability for companies when they were removing content incapable, so as to encourage platforms to apply. Now, the state defeated pre-trial motions by arguing that its claims were not about holding Meta liable for failing to detect content. But I think that assertion is questionable from the start. After all, Meta has acknowledged that harmful content is placed on its platform in violation of policy and despite efforts to remove such content. So claiming that Meta may falsely misleading statements because it didn't remove from its services all allegedly harmful content or any particular piece of content, or not enough that the witnesses could take it on that was sufficient, that's just a backdoor challenge to the ethics of the state has also claimed that its case rests on challenges to Meta's features, the so-called constant state facts. But it makes little sense to claim that features such as infinite scroll or push notifications cause any additional injury or other harm separate and apart from the underlying content public. Again, if your Instagram feed were only announcements from the New Mexico and graphics, that means so, but I think we're renewing this motion because if there is any doubt, state claims are all about content, and Meta's alleged failure to remove harmful content, the state's trial presentation makes that abundantly clear. The state presented testimony from about 24 witnesses. Nearly all of them, one after another, testified about harmful content on its platform, thereby suggesting that it should remove it, or they expressly criticized Meta's efforts to remove harmful content or inadequate and broken. And I'd like to just read a few examples from the witnesses. So the first witness is Catherine Galileo de Salazar. he testified about an Instagram montage of a dead son's body. The second witness was Garcia Bejar. He testified that he searched for, quote, I want to hit myself and found it had him hit on Instagram. Third witness, Brian Boland, criticized Meta for launching live video without vetting because people were broadcasting self-harm. Benjamin Flybull testified about reports of extortion in the court. That it was inexplicable that it couldn't do a better job. Dr. Narayan testified that Meta's classifier had a poor ability to even detect suicide preferences. That again criticized Meta's policies regarding adult communication with minors. Yuki Pitch was asked whether the attribute tone he created was, quote, receiving content inappropriate to minors on the jet. Jennifer O'Brien testified about child sexual exploitation on social media. Cheryl Coyle testified that kids use Instagram to make derogatory comments like calling others ugly. Allison Lee testified that Meta systems were, quote, broken. And Lemke testified that a child might go on Instagram and see a very large number of curated beauty-focused images. Alan McNulty testified about Netflix feedback from Meta that criticized Meta for not marking most content as viewed with this law enforcement. Brian Levine testified that Meta had inadequate protection efforts. That's a direct challenge to the content moderation policy. Timothy Payne testified about self-harm images and graphic details. John Chandler testified in his opinion was formed by reviewing content on his platforms about sexual predators and self-harm suicide. He played the deposition testimony of Dean Russell, who testified about his daughter's suicide and exposure to harmful content on Instagram. Eric Price, my middle son. Eric Price, the state asked him what sort of bad postings he saw on Instagram as he tweeted down to him. Julie McNamara talked about it. The mother, whose child died by suicide of his experiencing support in Mexico on Instagram. Ian Freeman talked about a Tucson sent over Instagram today. Mark Slichter's deposition testimony state asked him. And you would agree, though, that this content would be harmful to child and children and teens and to people. I think that kind of content is bad. And at least, last but not least, Danny Cressy, their defender witness, was asked over and over about scary content on Instagram, whether Meta's sensitive content control is adequate. The fact that you saw violent content promoted, alcohol promoted, you saw large pieces of content recommended about supported use, that they should have, could not have been recommended, and whether sensitive content controls were effective or not. So from start to finish, the state trial presentation was all about harmful content on Meta's platform, Meta's alleged failure to remove it, and Meta's failure to warn about that content on the platform. Section 230 bars those claims from liability.
I won't go through all of those witnesses unless the court would like me to, but I will say our claim in this case is based on Meta's conduct, not its publication. And that includes deceptive statements, misrepresentations, which are not protected by communication, and most of the testimony that is included related to deceptive statements. So I'll just one example. And this is very hard. Is this policy on suicide, self-injury, and eating disorders, which is the testimony that communication is consistent with the data that was gathered for the policy, rather than the statement, consistent with the data that was gathered surrounding unprecedented answer? It is not consistent with the data gathered. And that's February 25th. That's the context in which most of this testimony is included. It is in reference to misrepresentation. In terms of the features that are going to be discussed with respect to responsibility, the court can recall one visual example, which is Adam Mosseri talking about addiction. That wasn't that's inconsequential. That's a case. That's the case. I'm not talking about medication based on content. We're talking about medication. please explain to us how we get to the unsafe practice track. I think we're focused on that. I think the administrators are focused on that. But I'm not think that the rest of the data is focused on that matter. I understand the distinction you're making. I would want to
We appreciate that. We're happy to rest on our papers for the rest of the motions to judgment on law. And thank you for hearing me out on section 238. I do, because we believe so strongly in that argument, I do need to respectfully present to the judge that you need to move for a misfile on that ground for all the reasons I articulated. We understand why the county is considered section 230, but we think that the case is sort of permeated with content, and therefore the jury is no fear instruction that you have to fear and allow the jury to be accountable as you would from what is expected. And I would just note that last week the U.S. Supreme Court issued a new decision declaring immunity to and called it not to stand trial in the section 230. Thank you.
Sure. With respect to the rest of the what you will see from me, likely tomorrow morning, is going to be, well, one, I know you all are concerned on the affirmative representation of the state. On those, I'm going to look through the remaining disabilities. If there are ones that I think I really need with arguments from pretty much I will answer that. Just based on my that law itself, part are, you know, there's a few going on with the So I heard on the table earlier, and you know, you just say this,
I do, Your Honor. I have our exhibit. I also have our own sheet, which is a response to the thing you just proceeded, if I may approach. Your Honor, we're happy to do this in whatever way the court prefers. We're happy to discuss it now. We're also happy to hear any format you would like. But if Your Honor prefers, I can identify the exhibits that you would like to move in. They're also on the sheet that Mr. Oliver gave you. No, Your Honor, and I should also clarify. So the rulings earlier were the exhibits the plaintiff is seeking to move in. These are additional exhibits that the defendant seeks to move in. And yes, and I'd also like to be clear, Your Honor. I believe that actually, I just misspoke. I said that sheet has that sheet has the documents that the state objects to. It's not every single exhibit. There are a couple that I believe there are no objections to. Your Honor, I don't fully understand what Mr. Oliver is offering. We don't, here agree outright on this process and sort of a deal. I don't fully understand it. We're happy to take each of these exhibits one by one in whatever format Your Honor preferred. I don't think that we need to reach any stipulations. So I don't think
intellectually stimulating arguments. I'm just noting, I don't think you need to kind of match up.
Apologies, Mr. Albert, just to sort of set this stage, would it be okay, and also if Your Honor, if I just read the exhibits that we are seeking to bring in to specify what we are talking about? Your Honor, if I may approach, I have an email which is a list of the exhibits we seek to move in. There are 3 crossed out. I can hand it to you. It is I think we got off on a confusing start because Mr. Oliver handed you an objection sheet. I apologize for the confusion here, Your Honor.
Well, by the way, I'm perfectly happy that this deal is
that's fine with us. No, Your Honor. This is a 5-page written testimony from Mr. Zuckerberg. And if I may, Your Honor, a written testimony of 2024. And if I may respond to those 2 points. I heard 2 points. I heard hearsay point anything about authentication and GPO copies, taking the second one first. If you look at our response, and you can look at it an hour later, we respond to this and we cite examples in this trial where the court has admitted non-GPO copies of congressional testimony. So under simple case standard theory, I don't think that has any merit. Even there's the rule of authenticity is not key to having a GPO certified transcript or something. And I'll also note, Your Honor, that that Mr. Zuckerberg, during his testimony, authenticated this. We quoted in our opposition. He was asked at page 627, lines 18 to 22. It's his written testimony being handed to Congress. So in terms of authentication, he acknowledged that this document was what it purported to be, and so his deposition testimony authenticated on the authentication. On the hearsay issue, Your Honor, you have a non-hearsay purpose for this, which is Mr. Zuckerberg's mental state, his state of mind. He was asked about this document. Is that a statement you believe? And he answered yes, still true to my knowledge today. So the state in the deposition was trying to establish that Mr. Zuckerberg had untruthful testimony to Congress. This document is used to show that he is making truthful statements. Your Honor, we could stand on the decision. Apologies, Your Honor. Under a principle of completeness as well, the state has been offering a lot of Mr. Zuckerberg's congressional testimony today, and this testimony contextualizes Mr. Zuckerberg's representation.
I say this way, I can just read the rules real fast to make sure that I'm not giving
I'll be very brief. I understand that the parties have stipulated that Meta needs to impose business instructions. So I think that answers Mr. Oliver's argument. Your Honor, the reason that those other documents didn't come in is because there was no witness below foundation. Mr. Zuckerberg is the CEO of Meta and understands the scope of the national issue. So there is a witness. Briefly, Your Honor, Mr. Zuckerberg on foundation and personal knowledge, Mr. Oliver quotes one line, which is one of a two-line snip, but then moved on to another topic based on how the video was cut, where Mr. Zuckerberg initially said, I don't remember this precise quote. On his redirect, which we played in the site, page 68 of the transcript, he gave a detailed answer when asked, what was it you were telling me? His personal knowledge on hearsay. We do believe it's a business record. Meta announces new updates to its company's features and plans via Facebook posts through Mark Zuckerberg all the time. But even if you don't agree with us on that, this is also a statement of a future intent. This is describing plans in January of 2018 on the focus of the company for the upcoming year. And under 803.3, that is a non-hearsay statement.
You look at the post, it is using by Mr. Zuckerberg. It is not an official statement of intent. And they, again, did not lay the appropriate hearsay foundation to get this in, not in the testimony. Our next and final objection, Your Honor, is also a hearsay objection to a scholarly article. It's Exhibit 89 to the Zuckerberg deposition, and it is DX 2147. I'm trying to look over this. But the bottom line is it too is hearsay, and there was not appropriate foundation. Mr. Zuckerberg has shown this article, I believe, in the redirect by Mr. Smith. We've asked some questions in the state case that was sustained, I believe, mostly on a hearsay basis. Then Mr. Smith shows him the article, and Mr. Zuckerberg answered some questions about it, but they were leading questions about, hey, isn't this a public document? Mr. Zuckerberg didn't author this article. He gave no indication that he had seen this article or understood it in any way. He answered some questions about it when Mr. Smith led him and read the text, but that is not enough to establish any of the things they would need to get what is a scholarly article and which is almost never admitted into evidence as hearsay. Obviously, he testified about it, and that's different. But admitting a scholarly article of this nature when the person trying to admit it doesn't even know anything about it, isn't an author of it, and doesn't lay the appropriate respect to hearsay.
Your Honor, I heard two things again, hearsay and foundation. On hearsay, we are offering this for the point of disclosure. That is a non-hearsay act. The state elicited this 3.1% a problematic use metric and admitted into evidence 2 documents, or maybe it was 1 document, describing that figure and implying to Mr. Zuckerberg that Meta had never published it. The use here would be that this was a Meta document publishing that figure. That is a non-hearsay use. On personal knowledge and foundation, Mr. Zuckerberg, and we quoted on the last page of what we handed to you, testified repeatedly all day that he was aware that Meta had published this sort of information, and when he was shown this document, he offered forth, yeah, this is an example of our communication of this sort of information. Do you think that's sufficient? Your Honor just said today that you do not need to be the author on the document to lay the foundation for it. I've also heard that from Mr. Oliver when she was on the other side.
Your Honor, you don't have to be the author of an email or a company document. You can actually read a scholarly article. Scholarly articles are almost never admitted. So for that to be admitted, you'd have to have something more than that. I think on the notice point, the question would be notice or disclosure to whom? Typically, when you offer something like this for a notice purpose in a trial, you're able to say, well, the company has it, so it's notice to the company, or the plaintiff has it, so it's notice to the plaintiff. There was no evidence from Mr. Zuckerberg, nor could he give any evidence that this article ever went anywhere in New Mexico or where it was available. He didn't say where it was available. We don't even know, presumably it's on maybe PubMed, I don't know, but he didn't testify to that. So there's no foundation laid for the purpose that Mr. Berg has laid out, which is notice to whom and where is this document. Mr. Zuckerberg didn't say, which is why it's in the Mexico. Thank you. I believe there are a couple that were not disputed, but we can confer on that. We don't need to waste more time on that. Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, it was DX 1248, and I believe that was the only one Mr. Oliver tested. So yeah. Thank you. All right. Have a good evening. Thank you. David Ackerman told me he was going to agree to everything that we suggested.